45 for 1. Van der Dussen back on strike. Again gets right forward. Turns the ball into the onside. This time Buttler's back in the game. Trying to run Van der Dussen out. Sprinting from behind the stumps and discarding his glove and throwing at the bowler's end.
I wonder if he watched the highlights of him over and over again with that run out the other day.
Moeen around the wicket balls. And de Kock plays forward in defence. And there's no run. 46 for 1. Watch the highlights again tonight. BBC 2, 20 past 11. Moeen bowls and de Kock drives. Oh, he's got it through the gap. There's not much of a gap through the offside. And he's got 4 runs for it with lovely timing. There's not a great deal of room between cover, extra cover, and he's worked the ball away for 4 to bring up the South Africa 50.
There's a lot of skill in that shot. You saw he actually pulled his back leg out the way so he could really open up and get those hips round. Just plink it in that gap. Didn't try and overhit it. I think that's a sign of a batter when they know what they're doing. They're just trying to time it, place it, and get the value.
Plink it. I like that. Moeen bowls. Punched by de Kock through mid-off for a single. Takes him to 27 not out. South Africa move on to 51 for 1.
It might be a made-up word, I don't know. Should I Google? Is it an actual word?
Plink.
Plink.
To plink
Yeah,
it.
absolutely.
Yeah. What's the
Part of
definition of plink, though?
Well, it's to hit in a slightly high pitch. Well, it's kind of slightly high-pitched plonk.
It's underused. I'm going to add it to more commentary, thanks to that.
It's a high-pitched plonk.
plonk.
Love it.
If that definition is not in the dictionary, we need to add it. Plink is a high-pitched plonk.
Are we going to see a plonk at some point today? I hope so. A plink and a plonk in the innings. They're quite exciting. Bowling change.
Plonks often go over mid-wicket, I think.
OK, we'll watch out for a plonk over mid-wicket. Reece Topley coming in to replace David Willey from the Howard stand, the football stand end of the ground. And he's got de Kock on strike, 27 not out. So 51 for 1. About to start the 10th over, so the final over of the initial power play. Topley bowling and driven nicely for 4. Gorgeous looking shot by de Kock. Another boundary for him through the covers, 31, and South Africa now 55 for 1.
Again, that's not that bad a ball. I'd say maybe just slightly missed his width, maybe a little bit too far. But what was so good is just how he uses his wrist to create and generate that shot through the offside. That's some real skill. So he's going to have to maybe get a fraction tighter to that off stump, not allow him to open up those wrists.
You could see that wrist movement, couldn't you, quite clearly on the replay then? Topley bowls again, looks to drive. His stack of fielders inside the circle on the offside. One of them's Liam Livingstone, picks him out, there's no run. 55 for 1, de Kock 31. Topley into his 4th over. Our boundary riders. We've got a deep backward square leg. Is that it? It is, isn't it? Yeah. Oh no, 3rd man. Deep backward square leg, 3rd man. Topley bowls. Oh, it's a lovely ball that beats de Kock. Ball just slithering past the outside edge and into the gloves of Jos Buttler, and there's no run.
Feels like this is a masterclass of skill here. First you've got de Kock, if you're maybe an inch too wide, he's going to use his wrist. And then Topley comes back with an absolute beauty. Gets that length to perfection, hits the seam hard. Really challenges that outside off. But that line's just a fraction better, maybe off stump and a half towards 4th stump.
Just pleased you've not hit it, I guess, as a batter. Lovely delivery from Topley. Well, this is edged down towards 3rd man. I mentioned there is a 3rd man in position, but it's so fine. There's no chance for Sam Curran. And it's 4 more runs for Quinton de Kock. He moves to 35 not out. 59 for 1 now, South Africa.
You feel he knew as well as he was playing that shot that there was no one down there, so he could have a little fiddle at the ball and just help it on its way.
Topley turns at the top of his mark. A giant figure of a man who comes in and bowls to de Kock. Shapes to play it to the leg side, but the ball actually just pushes up towards mid-off. Pick up and throw to the stumps is a direct hit. The ball ricochets behind the keeper.
Nearly hit the helmet there. It would have been 5 penalty runs if it hits a piece of intentional debris. I don't know what the technical term is.
On-field equipment. It wasn't far away, was it, from just clipping the helmet? 60 for 1. Van der Dussen. He's back on strike. Here's Topley to complete the 10th over. Left arm over the wicket, balls up onto his toes and nudging the ball away to mid-wicket, where it is fielded by Jonny Bairstow, and there's no runs. That's the end of the over. 10 gone, 60 for 1. De Kock 36, Van der Dussen on 12. I'm making way for Artif after a few words. Ebony, from you, please.
Well, decent power play in the end for South Africa. Of course, the loss of 1 wicket, but it was a bit tricky early on, and you can just see maybe you have to get your timing right, really be quite thorough with how you go about your shots. Andy, what's the other power plays look like? I mean, see, the last game was an interesting one, being 29 overs, so maybe that doesn't compute. But just generally in the ODIs this summer, no rush for that. And how are you, Atif?
Good morning. Still morning. It's still morning.
Just
good morning, Evs.
20 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Andy. I'm watching Andy. Like, he's got this remarkably colour-coded
Encyclopedia of cricket.
It's so well organised, but also so coded that you could look at it and not know what you're looking at. It's very impressive. We'll come back to it momentarily. Moeen Ali's at the top of his run. He's got a slip and play. Actually, we probably had time because Quinton de Kock's just fiddling with his gloves at the moment.
South Africa in their 2 power plays this series. They were 54 for 1 after 10 in Chester Street.
Mm-hmm.
As Moeen Ali comes in, bowls a back of a length ball, pushes wide of extra cover. They run through for a quick single. Score moves on to 61 for 1.
And a less impressive 19 for 4 after the 6 over power play at Old Trafford.
Well, there was a good score at 333 in that first game at Chester Street. And actually, I would say maybe they got the best of the conditions, maybe there and possibly here again today. So, and that game, I didn't feel like they ever took things away or accelerated the score with big boundaries. It was more working it twos. They ran twos better, the odd boundary.
Well, there was no 6 in that whole innings, was there? It was one of the highest totals ever without a 6 featuring.
And Van der Dussen's century was in the top 2% lowest dot ball percentages of ODI hundreds.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
They just kept it. He only hit 10 fours in his 134, but kept the ball, kept the scoreboard moving.
Things moving.
There's a bit of a delay as the field is being adjusted. There's a deep extra cover now for Moeen Ali, in addition to the deep mid-wicket and deep backward square leg. As in he comes, and just been played from his crease by Van der Dussen defensively. The keeper picks up, ball back to the bowler, and we're all set. And now they're just changing the fielders. So square leg and deep mid-wicket exchanging places.
Yeah, Phil Salt's gone on to do the boundary riding.
So in comes Moeen Ali again, that time shuffling across his crease as Van der Dussen just scooping that really fine down to the fine leg boundary. And 4 more runs to him. A lot of dynamism about the South African performance so far today. They move on to 65 for 1 after that shot. It's very nicely timed. It was premeditated for sure because he shuffled across his stumps, but just nailed it perfectly. And really fine, almost directly behind the keeper. 4 more runs to the score. 10.3 overs gone, 65 for 1. As Moeen Ali comes in again. Bowls back of a length this time, punched, but only as far as the fielder at mid-on. That's Jason Roy, who gets the throw back in as well to the keeper. No run. They've started very aggressively here of South Africa. Played their shots. Got some value to an extent. As in comes Moeen Ali again. Once more punched in identical fashion to the fielder at mid-on. Jason Roy is giving the ball a little polish before chucking it back to Moeen Ali. It's quickly back into the top of his run. And then he comes again. That time the ball's turned to square leg this time. Just picking out fielders in the onside at the moment is Van der Dussen. Is the end of the over as well. Very quickly bowled. 65 for 1 after 11 overs. Still going at a very good run rate as well, South Africa. Just under 6 at the moment. Only 1 wicket to fall. It was Janneman Malan. Janneman Malan, I beg your pardon. He was looking really good as well, Malan, just as he was sort of unleashing. He just found the fielder at point with that shot. I would have been so disappointed. Not unlike, I was watching yesterday the women's game, and Dunkley at the moment is in incredible form. And she put away 4 boundaries and then found the fielder with the 5th shot. And there's a bit of a trend here. You keep seeing we saw this with Livingstone as well in the previous ODI, where he just hit a sequence of sixes and then found the fielder with a six. I feel like 4 is the one where you stop. You hit 4 boundaries, you stop before the 5th one. As Topley to continue, as that ball's been driven hard back at Topley, who stops it in his follow through. It was a very acrobatic stop. I was worried it might have struck him awkwardly, actually, but he's all right. He's walking back to his mark.
He did well there, because that was drilled hard, but he also, that could have either hit him right in the chest, which would have been pretty painful, or even the teeth, if it had got a bad bounce. Ended up getting sort of low in the end, protecting his body with his arms. So if I was batting with you in a game, let's say it's TMS game, after you've hit, I need to walk down and say, mate, you said it, this is the limit.
No more boundaries. Topley again, this is full, driven beautifully through the covers by Quinton de Kock. It was a half volley, he just leaned into it and caressed it through the covers for another boundary. South Africa 69 for 1 after 11.2 overs, and Quinton de Kock is racing here. He's on to 41. His acceleration has been quite remarkable. I mean, you speak to so many bowlers who say that they genuinely don't know where to bowl to this man. Any way you put it, he's going to attack you. And he's Osman.
Well, his first 15 balls, he had 12, and he's now had 29 from the next 16.
There we go. There's that remarkable acceleration that we talk about. He's on strike now, Quinton de Kock. In comes Reece Topley. He bowls. This is short, and it's gone down the leg side. The umpire went out, stretched those arms. Umpire Alex Wolf signalling wide. 70 now for South Africa. Yeah, absolutely. 4 boundaries, Ebs, just let me know.
I'll just say, do you know what? I'm going to be honest. As your mate, after a couple, I might say, look, we're riding on luck now, mate.
Well, let's be honest. If I hit 1, then I'm retiring hurt and protecting that 400 average. 70 for 1, South Africa. In comes Reece Topley again. Good length outside the off stump, left alone. And with a bit of flair as well, Quinton de Kock moving towards the line of the ball and just letting the ball go through the channel.
I'm enjoying, as a batter, I love technique and watching people, and I'm just watching the perfect arc. He has a slight, his back lead. You see some people maybe like Jonny Bairstow, a bit more straighter towards the wicket keeper maybe first hit, but he actually comes a fraction wider, but it's still that perfect arc that he's able to make to generate those shots through.
It's like one fluid motion, isn't it? As Topley in again, this is full, driven off a thick inside edge, out to deep square leg for a single. Just in front of square, in fact. 71 for 1 now, the score. He is a very, very slick player. I was going to say, actually, I was just at the start of play, I noticed young Rehan Ahmed out there practicing with the England team as well. They seem to have high hopes for this. Well, they've already elevated him. They've given him that. I mean, I know he had a very impressive performance in the Blast. Very impressive, obviously, for England in the Under-19s World Cup. But already
young Tang was getting there.
He's in the mix, isn't he? In comes Topley again, this time defended from his crease by Rassie van der Dussen to backward point, and there is no run.
Yeah, Alice Capsey in England made her debut yesterday in the T20. She didn't get to bat, but equally, again, it's those young players. When you see them, you think, okay, they're already bringing them in the fold. When they know there's a player that has real potential, they get them around as much as possible. So there isn't that sort of barrier when they do make that step up. They know the players, they know the setup, they know the environment.
As in comes Topley again. That ball's been played to the square leg, just in front of square leg. There is no run. 71 for 1. The score remains after 12 overs of this innings. Topley with figures of 0 for 34 from his 5 overs so far. And yeah, as you say, I mean, it's useful, isn't it? It's very, very useful just to have had that time. Like, when you come into any new scenario, there's so many other variables that you're thinking about. It's not just your performance. You're thinking about how well you gel with your team, just certain environments. Where's the changing room? Where's this? Where's that? Who's this? Who's that? But if you've done all of that and you spent the time there, that all you can really focus on your performance.
Yeah, 100%. It makes so much difference. And sometimes, you got. I remember early in my career, I was the ball server for Charlotte Edwards on a couple of tours, and all I knew is I wanted to be in with the captain.
Yeah.
So I would just. Any more throws? My arm's falling off.
Moeen Ali in for another over. That ball's defended back towards him for no run.
Yeah, I remember I had a shoulder injury, but I did not care. I was trying to get myself selected. So keep the captain happy. Throw as many balls as you can. Get in there with the teammates.
In comes Moeen Ali again from wide of the crease. Lots of flight on this one. Driven down to long off. And that'll be fielded by Phil Salt down there. Another single to the score, 72 for 1.
I feel they're bubbling up for a decent score here,
No, they started very well, haven't they? I mean, they won the toss. I did ask Keshav Maharaj if he had a number in mind, and he said he's not quite sure. He doesn't have a specific number, but they feel quite confident about getting the best of conditions looked a little bit dry, the surface. Obviously a bit of weather about. You can occasionally hear the blustering breeze go across our effects mic here at Headingley. It's quite windy out there. It's Moeen Ali in once again. Reverse sweep that time. Beautiful connection from Rassie van der Dussen, but he picks out the fielder at deep extra cover. Then he will get back for 2, though. Good bit of running. There's a throw at the non-striker's end from Josh Buttler as the throw came in from deep extra cover. And lucky for him, there's a fielder backing up at long off who was wide awake to the situation. It's Liam Livingstone down here at long on. Almost went really wrong, nearly 4 buzzers there. But good running between the wickets and great
It's
contact.
quick.
Wow. That sound of the bat from that reverse sweep as well is beautiful. It's Moeen Ali into Van der Dussen again. Beautifully cut this time in front of square. That's going to run away to the extra cover boundary for 4. Rassie van der Dussen saw that one. Just dropped a little bit short, Moeen Ali. That's all the invitation Van der Dussen needed. Beautiful shot. 4 more runs. 78 for 1, I think. You've thrown on your jacket, Ebbs. Feeling a bit chilly now?
Just a little bit. It's a bit breezy.
Moeen Ali in once again. More flight on a leg stump line this time. Flicked, but an excellent diving stop. And just in front of square leg there by the captain, Josh Buttler.
You and Andy are hardcore.
Oh, yeah.
Clearly warm-blooded.
Well, also we got the long sleeves, you know, we were pre-planned for this. In comes Moeen Ali again, full, driven back to him. And he feels there is no run. And that is the end of the 13th over. 78 for 1 South Africa. They're scoring at exactly 6 and over at the moment. There's an excellent crowd in here as well, Headingley. Addy Saltzman.
The 2 from the reverse sweep from the third ball, the over brought up their 50 partnership in 7.2 overs. Moeen Ali came on for the 7th over of the innings, which is the earliest he's bowled in an ODI since a game in Sri Lanka late in 2018. And only once since then has any other England's been a bowler earlier in an ODI innings. That was Joe Root, bowled the 6th over in South Africa. So it's unusual to see Moeen on quite this early.
What was his figures for so far? Where are we?
So far, none for 25 from 4.
So a little bit more than maybe you like. Yeah.
More than, especially post-power play.
And 1 boundary in each of his 4 overs. The first one was an edge through the vacant slip, but 1 authentic boundary each over since.
Well, Sam Curran's going to be introduced into the attack. He's going to take over from Reece Topley. It's a very overcast day here at Headingley. I mean, it's a bit chilly around the ground. You can hear that wind as I was talking about. Lots of dark clouds above as well. No rain at the moment. Hopefully it'll stay that way. As in comes Curran for his first ball. And a few steps down the track from Quinton de Kock on that occasion as he works the ball into the square leg area for a single. 79 for 1.
These guys are so hungry for runs. As soon as they knock it off the line, you know, just chip it in there for a single, they're gone.
Yeah.
And Dussen as well, after that reverse sweep, sometimes you see batters a little bit off balance. He was up and back in no time.
Probably does a bit of yoga, I imagine.
Yeah.
Flexible.
You do a bit of yoga?
No.
Not quite.
Not quite. In comes Sam Curran now. Good length that time. Just guided off the back foot by Van der Dussen down to deep third. And it's fielded by Matthew Potts down there. And single to the score. 80 for 1 so far. South Africa will be very pleased so far with this progress, having won the toss, elected to bat. And they're running, as you say, Abs, beautifully between the wickets. You know, they're really good communication, working that, you know, rotating the strike, but also playing with a bit more flair, finding the gaps more than they did at Durham. As in comes Sam Curran. This is short. It's been pulled quite nicely timed by Quinton de Kock. Picks out the fielder at deep backward square leg. And that is another single to the score. It's Phil Salt out there again. The ball's just following Phil Salt today in the field. 81 for 1 the score. There's a great atmosphere today. Lots of very expectant fans walking in. Walking in this morning with Jimmy Anderson. He signed about 30 autographs.
It's down there for a while.
Autographs and selfies central. In comes Sam Curran again. Good length this time. Defended on the front foot to mid-off, and there is no run. He's found a good length very quickly here, Sam Curran, but it's been this persistence, this kind of regular short ball that the England quicks like to throw in there.
Yeah, he's quite slippery as well when he bowls his. He's got quite a fast arm through the air, so sometimes you don't see it coming.
And from the football ground end, you do get a little bit of assistance down the slope, I suppose. In comes Curran again. Ball's again just defended on the front foot to extra cover, and there is no run. And a bit within themselves today, South Africa. They've played more shots, but they haven't really got carried away. Just Janneman Malan, the 1 wicket to fall to David Willey. He's played the ball straight to point on that occasion. Picked out the fielder. Again, good contact on that occasion as well. England looking to just pull South Africa back here a little bit. Scoring very freely. As in comes Curran. This is short. Pull shot attempted. Big appeal from Curran. The keeper was sort of half interested, but the umpire was not interested at all. As Josh Buttler just clears something from his eye. That is the end of the 14th over. 81 for 1. Good start for Sam Curran. Just the 3 runs off his first over. And again, as we say, Abs, that short ball. They like chucking in their short ball.
Yeah, it was a good change-up. They were saying how fast an army's got. He gets through kind of in a whippy sort of action that you don't see it coming. Really rushed. And they're just there for a bit of pace. Maybe just a fraction short. If it was a fraction fuller, I think he might have got that edge, but just got away with it. But decent over, I think, to start as well, coming in after there's a bit of a flow of runs. Just giving a bit of stability there and slowing things down.
Well, here we go. There's a big reception here at Headingley for their hometown boy, Adil Rashid. He's been back in this England side for this one-day series, having been on pilgrimage recently. Went for Hajj. And now he's back with the side. It's lovely to hear that big reception, isn't it, for the home players at Heading. They really do love Yorkshire players.
There's a few, aren't there? Also Bairstow, Rashid, Root.
Yeah. In comes Rashid now for his first delivery. Just outside off stump. It's been guided wide of the fielder at short third. It's Moeen Ali who's going to have to give chase, but that ball's going to run away to the third boundary for 4. Excellent timing from Quinton de Kock. Just waited on it. It was a little bit of a quicker ball. Just skidded on a little bit from Adil Rashid, but wide enough for that to be a safe shot. And 4 more to the score. Quinton de Kock on to 49 now. And putting Rashid under pressure straight away now. I think Moeen Ali's going to move closer to the edge of the circle now. It's just a few steps in on that occasion. Another wideish delivery from Adil Rashid. It's short and wide. It's been given the treatment by Quinton de Kock. Races away to the extra cover boundary. And that is 50 for Quinton de Kock. The South African talisman adds more runs to his tally. Beautiful shot. Terrific knock.
53 from 39 balls. That was his 9th. It's his 46th score of 50 or more in T20 one-day internationals. 1,700s amongst those.
Just 39 balls. Terrific stuff. Bit quicker through the air this time, Rashid, but still persisting with that wide line and short enough to be cut. This time, Jonny Bairstow will field out in the deep extra cover boundary. They'll go through for a single. He can be so destructive, can Quinton de Kock. You just never know when he's going to turn gears and bang, bang, he just accelerates. And now all of a sudden, Adil Rashid is under tremendous pressure. 9 runs off his first 3 balls. Seems to be struggling with his line a little bit.
Yeah, that was a bit of a gift, wasn't it, to get de Kock to his 50. I think he's just looking to... He keeps trying to get square leg more in front.
Yeah.
He might bowl a little bit wider then, rather than getting too straight or too fine and letting him work it around the corner.
Rashid now just taking a moment at the top of his run, using all that experience. And he comes now. This is wide outside leg stump again. And half stopped by Moeen Ali at short, fine leg up inside the circle. They get through for a single. Good bit of work there right now, but Moeen Ali must be begging Rashid to just bowl a little bit fuller.
Yeah, and straighter. I think you can tell he's trying to find his rhythm. He bowled beautifully in the last couple of games, really, especially up at Durham in his comeback game. He's just got to get that rhythm.
Lots of cross-batted shots coming out for South Africa this time. A bit fuller from Rashid, but too wide outside the tram lines. It's been given a wide. He's having an absolute nightmare at the moment. Adil Rashid just not found any rhythm at all. 92 for 1 the score. 2 balls to come, and this the 15th over. Rashid in once again. Bit more flight that time, just inside the tram line. The umpire had a look at that.
Just got away with that one.
He just had a look at it and took 1 step forward and then 1 step back. No run, dot ball. Adil Rashid breathes a sigh of relief. In he comes again. Lots of flight on this one, driven back to him. And it's another dot ball to finish the over. So a good finish from Adil Rashid, having gone for those early boundaries. 92 for 1 the score after 15 overs. The A few thoughts from yourself, Ebony Rain. Brendan, you're going to be joined by Simon Mann.
Yeah, it was an interesting over there from Rashid. Offered up a lot of width. It just looked like one of those ones. Maybe the shoulder's just a bit stiff. You're trying to get the arm going and warm it up. But I think from the game's perspective, the one thing that's standing out right now is South Africa look very well set on a pitch that had a bit in it, Simon. I think they're setting a decent platform.
Yeah, de Kock is conducting the orchestra very nicely this morning. Right, Radio 4 Longwave listeners, you're going to leave us very briefly now for the shipping forecast. We'll continue for everybody else, and it's 92 for 1 South Africa. Van der Dussen on 24 on strike, and he drives but doesn't really time it. Goes out towards Bairstow fielding in the covers, and there is a no run. De Kock has really joined in today. He's not had a great it's only been a mini series anyway, this third match, 19 and 5, but he is a vastly experienced player in this South African side. 1700s. This is his 132nd one-day international today, and he really looks in the mood. He's played some beautiful strokes. For now, it's Van der Dussen facing Curran, and can't do anything with that. Not in a run-scoring way anyway. Hits it into the offside, and it's stopped at extra cover. And there's no run. Van der Dussen on 24. The partnership already 68 on a pitch that it looked early as if it might be quite difficult to score. But de Kock has found ways. He's had a bit of luck. He nicked a couple. One through first slip. But England taking the first slip out. He's timed it nicely. Here's Curran bowling. Van der Dussen can't do anything with that one either. Plays it into the onside towards straight mid-wicket, and there's no run. Lauren Winfield Hill is alongside me. England World Cup winner. At 92 for 1. We're in the 16th over. Sam Curran bowling from the football stand end. That shock of blonde hair. He's up the hill and bowls to the right-handed Van der Dussen, who tries to fiddle a single into the offside, but hits it straight to Royce. Been good over this from Sam Curran. No width, nothing too full, tight line.
Yeah, he's just settled into a nice little bit of rhythm, hasn't he? He's just hit a nice hard length, and I think this is the way to bowl to Van der Dussen. He is somebody that you can squeeze dots on and build a little bit of pressure. A little bit harder to do, especially with Quinton de Kock looking like he's on today.
Curran bowls. Van der Dussen forces into the offside, goes towards mid-off. It's quite close to extra cover. It went past Bairstow up towards Rashid, and they got through for a single. 93 for 1.
Sam Curran had bowled 7 consecutive dot balls to Van der Dussen before that single.
Van der Dussen's got this wonderful average in one-day international cricket of 71. He's playing his 38th game today. That's a decent enough sample size, averaging above 70. Curran bowls, and de Kock plays a glorious stroke, a ramp shot for 4, one bounce towards fine third. Short from Curran, beautifully guided away. That's a really top-class shot from de Kock, and he played with such a sort of minimum of fuss as well, as if he said, well, you bowl there, I'm going to hit you for 4.
Yeah, it's very dismissive, wasn't it, by Quinton de Kock? Just a little bit outside of his eye line, so he was able to guide it up and over sort of third man region.
Welcome back to our Radio 4 Longwave listeners. After the shipping forecast, South Africa advanced to 97 for 1 after 16 overs, and Quinton de Kock is 58 not out from 43 balls, and he's striking it very sweetly. Lauren Winfield Hill is alongside me, and it's going to be Rashid to bowl his second over. His first over went for 11. At the moment, it's got that slight feel of Durham about this. West Africa piled up over 300 on a dry pitch. Here is Rashid bowling, and Van der Dussen gets the ball on his legs, which he turns away into the onside towards deep mid-wicket. And they're through for a single. Bairstow coming in from the west stand there, fielding in front of that big bank of spectators behind him. It's not the warmest morning, but I think most people sitting in shirt sleeves down there. Here is de Kock clipping that away into the onside. out towards wide, long on. Curran bends down to pick up. So it feels here as if England, they need to halt this flow of runs. They need to get a wicket.
Yeah, I think this partnership's really key here. I think you've got two players that complement each other really nicely. You've got the free-flowing nature of Quinton de Kock. The left and right hand obviously presents challenges for England's bowlers, but you've got Van der Dussen, who's sort of like that gritty player that just knuckles down and gets the job done. So they complement each other nicely, and I think this will be a really key partnership for England to break here.
Yeah, they need a wicket. Someone moving down beneath us. The delay, not just for the fact that the field had to change around for the left-hand, right-hand combination. Rashid bowls to Van der Dussen, comes poking forward, rolls out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. It was a tremendous innings he played in Durham because of the heat factor there, all the running he had to do. 133 he made. He'll run a lot of those, and for his teammate as well. He plays a sweep shot there. He could be caught. That deep back of square leg. He's gone. Taken by Bairstow, turns the west stand, gives it the double fist pump, and Van der Dussen's on his way. We've talked him out. He's gone for 26. 99 for 2. Yorkshire combination with the wicket. Caught Bairstow, bowled Rashid, and just in time there with these two building a partnership. England have managed to break it. Van der Dussen deciding to take it on, and he did not get enough of it. Straight to Bairstow. He did not have to move deep back with square leg.
Yeah, it's a real strength of Van der Dussen, but he just became undone there. I think that's a massive wicket for England. We spoke about how, Van der Dussen is that gritty player who's looking to occupy the crease for a long, period of time, and he's probably the player that the other players look to attack around. Quinton de Kock, David Miller, those types of free-flowing players. But it'll be really key here for England to put a bit of pressure on Aiden Markram, the new batter, and try and take a little cluster of wickets here. Stem the run flow.
Yeah, you feel it's one of those situations, and on a pitch like this, I know the outfield's quick, but it's not just, they need 2 or 3 quick wickets here to really put the pressure back on South Africa. Because 2 down at 99 for 2, still in a good position, South Africa, from which to build from here, especially if someone like Quinton de Kock is in the mood today. And he's batted superbly so far, 59 not out.
Van der Dussen 26 from 38 with 4 fours. The partnership 75 in 11 and a half overs.
Yeah.
At the equivalent stage in Durham, South Africa were 91 for 1.
Yeah, it just feels as if South Africa have got themselves into the game well, but yeah, that wicket was an important one. Drinks were taken while that wicket was falling, and the umpires are not ready to continue. I think there's a communication problem going on with one of them. Those walkie-talkies they use has to be readjusted. The communication between the standing umpire and the third umpire. It's amazing, isn't it, the reasons for the delays in cricket and all sorts of things. Everyone's ready to go, but the technology is not working. That's what
we
it
don't
looks
help
like.
ourselves sometimes, do we?
No. Right. Slow over 8s in one-day cricket. It does happen. More and more. We go over the 3.5 hours. It's a long time to be out there. I mean, it certainly was the other day in Durham in that heat. 3 hours and 50 minutes. All sorts of reasons for delays, and there's another one. Plays are about to resume. Markram is going to be on strike. They did not have time to cross. It was just swatted out towards deep back with square leg, straight to Bairstow. So Markram's going to be on strike. And eventually Rashid's going to continue this over. Slip in now for the new player, Aiden Markram. Let's have a look at his contribution to this series so far. Markram 77 and 0. He was run out. Yeah, brilliant piece of fielding from Josh Buttler at Old Trafford on Friday night. Rashid bowls and Markram's off the mark straight away. Nice firm drive up towards long off. Curran comes in, hurls the ball on the bounce to Buttler at the far end. And there's the 100 up for South Africa. 100 for 2 in the 17th over. Markram getting off the mark with a nice firm driver. She dived away to his left. He got 2 hands to it, couldn't stop it. Here he goes into ball to Kock, who plays Rishtily into the offside. Goes out towards deep cover. Bairstow comes in and hurls the ball into the surface on the way back. Just trying to soften this ball. That's the end of the over. 101 for 2. We've had 17 overs. Markram has 1. Kock, playing splendidly, is on 60. Malan out for 11 and Van der Dussen for 26. And this is Lauren Winfield Hill.
It's a nice over that from Adil Rashid. Expensive in his first over, but just seems to have found a nice little bit of rhythm there. Obviously making the breakthrough that England so desperately needed. I think, again, it's important to back that up and apply some pressure here again on the new batter.
But for now, it's Kock, who is on strike. And here's Curran, that scuttling run of his, bowls to Kock. And Kock at the moment just seems to be scoring off every ball, nudges that off his hip backward a square. Bairstow runs round to his left-hand side to pick up, and there's no run. One run, sorry.
He's one of those players, isn't he? He looks very effortless, Quinton de Kock. He's very traditional in his stroke play, really. He has the paddles and the ramps and stuff, but he sort of races to a score off very few balls, and you think, how's he got there?
Yeah, he's a very dangerous player. 61 not out, 102 for 2. 18th over. Curran goes in, bowls to Markram. Markram's first ball from Curran. He's up on his toes to ball short of the length, dropping it back down the pitch, and there's no run.
And Markram was run out without even facing a ball at Old Trafford. The first South African to suffer that fate since 2013, and the first South African batting in the top 4 ever to be run out without facing a ball in a one-day international in the men's game.
Yeah, well, it can be a brutal game. He waits, bat raised, Curran bowls. That's that one going not far away from off stump. He might have been able to detect someone going, in our effects microphone. Markram allowed it to go by. Taken by Buttler. Is it raining? Well, we were promised, or at least there was a suggestion of showers in the afternoon, and it might be the first ones coming over the ground at the moment. The clouds are moving quite quickly, but there are some dark ones around the ground at the moment. Curran goes in and bowls to Markram. Markram lets that one go. Markram at the moment, he's in that situation where they know they might come off. He doesn't want to get himself out here. He's playing cautiously against Curran early on. Root's gone in at slip. And there is some movement in the crowd. So they've come in their shorts and T-shirts today, but they've also come with umbrellas as well.
This is the north. You have to be ready for anything.
You got to be canny, yeah. And there's some rain max as well going on. Play goes on though. Curran bowls. Markram comes down the pitch to meet him, and Curran fires it wide, and wide enough to South Africa to be given a wide there. Curran adjusting, but just too much as Markram made the move. If it is raining at the moment, it's very light, but it has filled in at Leeds. It might have to go off in a minute. Curran bowls outside the off stump. Markram leaves again. Through to Buttler, so he's got the opportunity here, Markram, to get himself in, because South Africa have scored reasonably quickly in these opening overs, and they'll have an idea now about what's a good score on this surface. Although the outfield is really fast. I mean, the pitch might take away a bit from you as a batting side, but the outfield gives you something back. Curran up the hill and bowls to Markram, and Markram drives thick inside edge on that. Goes away out towards deep mid-wicket, and they are through for another run. 104 for 2. We've had 18 overs. What the umpire is going to do here? They're not looking at each other at the moment. And on we go. Despite the fact there are some one or two umbrellas up in the crowd.
Yeah, it looks like it's only gentle, doesn't it? I think you just give it a chance to pass, and
Well,
keep the game going.
If you go off, you end up sort of a situation like this, and it stops training. You end up going off a quarter hour, 20 minutes, and you think, well, you can just keep them out there, keep everyone happy.
Yeah, because you can't return if it is currently raining,
no.
so we won't dissolve.
No. Right, it's going to be Rashid.
Speak for yourself.
It's going to be Rashid to bowl. His third over into bowl to Markram, who drives, and England have got a sort of manufactured position there.
Short
Half extra cover,
yeah.
half mid-off, sort of in between, neither deep nor close. Jason Roy stopped that. Rashid bowls, has driven back. Was that a return catch? Difficult to tell. There was an ooh and a half in the crowd. That doesn't always tell you everything, because sometimes you get a crowd catch. It was hit firmly back, and Rashid's almost half blocked it. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, it was a catch. It was a return catch. So a life for Markram on 2. 104 for 2. Rashid bowls, Markram squeezed that into the onside. Forward a square for a single.
And I think that'll be the purpose of having that cover catching. Is we saw from the first delivery, Markram goes really hard at the ball on the drive.
Actually, just seeing that again, you know, it's really bizarre. From one angle, it looked as though it was a return catch. Another angle, he hit it into the ground.
Ball, yeah.
It was a bump ball. Well, there we go. 105 for 2. Rashid bowls and dragged into the onside by de Kock out towards deep mid-wicket, tumbling save out there from Livingstone, and they come back for 2 runs. And just de Kock just goes on his merry way here, scoring freely. 107 for 2.
Yeah, lots of open space in the leg side there for Quinton de Kock. I think from the expense of the first over, where he scored a little bit through third man with Rashid just bowling, not quite getting a tight line, is then exposed, and they've had to take out mid-wicket and put him into third man.
Yeah, Buttler's come up to have a chat with Rashid. Now they're fiddling with the field again. So they are bringing someone across in the offside into that mid-wicket area for de Kock. He's got 3 men on the leg side boundary. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. 5 inside the circle, deep cover. Rashid bowls, and de Kock pushes forward, and Rashid picks up. And there seems to be a rare dot ball, de Kock.
I think it's a good field, this, from Jos Buttler and Adil Rashid, because that pocket without a mid-wicket is huge, and it's so easy for your best ball to go for one all the time.
Yeah. Rashid bowls, reverse sweep from de Kock, and he gets a single. It was a low full toss, and he guided it out towards Bairstow on the boundary. 1 more to the total. .108 for 2 at the end of the 19th over.
De Kock had scored off 11 of his previous 13 balls before that dot ball.
Right, on we go. Although there is some rain in the air, the umpires are keeping them out there. I just hope it just blows over, although it is grey in the distance. 108 for 2. We've had 19 overs, and here is Scott Reed.
Thanks, Simon. Yeah, Sam Curran will continue. It does look a little grim, doesn't it? Unfortunately, the cloud cover is quite thick. It's not really a picture of summer at the minute. Here's Curran in and bowls to de Kock, who plays forward and defends with a slightly angled bat down towards backward point, and there's no run. Plenty of supporters are either kind of going for a bit of refreshment or maybe a little bit of cover. The radar would suggest that there's quite a heavy band that's on its way, but hopefully we get a little lucky and it just skirts around the edge of the ground. But radar does look a little ominous, really. Curran again to de Kock, off the back foot and pulled away through the leg side towards deep square leg for a single. De Kock moves on to 65. The score moves on to 109 for 2. Just hope we play on as much as possible, because as you say, as soon as you go off, you're then going to start the process of covers coming on and then the restart and all the rest of it. You want to try and play on as much as possible.
Yeah, it seems easier to carry on than it does to wait for a break. And
yeah. Obviously, if it gets too heavy, You've got to go off. Here's Curran bowling again. That's Markram who looks to drive with an open face of the bat down towards the third man region where Rashid fields. Markram gets a single, moves on to 4. The score moves on to 110 for 2. Curran into his 4th over. Gone for 13 runs. Can't miss Sam Curran, can you, with that kind of bleached hair?
Yeah, the mullet. That's in trend at the minute, isn't it? The Reece Topley's got one as well.
Curran, left arm over the wicket, balls to Kock, flicked out towards square leg for a single. Takes him on to 66. The score moves on to 111 for 2. Yeah, you can see him from a mile off, can't you? With the hair colour and the shape of it too. The sides are all shaven. Yeah, look, I mean, I'm just jealous. I wish I could do that myself. I'm not sure I could pull it off quite as effectively as Sam Curran, to be fair. You can see Andy reaching for his microphone to my left-hand side here. it's Curran in and bowling, and that's nudged into the onside by Markram for a single. And he moves up to 5. The score moves on to 112 for 2. I sense something cheeky coming.
Well, no, I'm not in a position to dispense hair care advice to anyone.
De Kock on 66. What are we in here? This is the final ball of the 20th over. De Kock 66 from 52. Curran from the top of his mark to complete his 4th over. De Kock waits. Curran leaning forward and straightens up as he's over the wicket and bowling. That's off the back foot and cut away through the offside. It beats Roy at point. Should be picked up on the boundary. It is by Liam Livingstone. They come back for 2. Sliced away off the back foot for a couple of runs. 114 for 2. 20 overs gone. De Kock 68 and Markram on 5. Early partnership developing, worth 15 so far between these two and De Kock. Lauren looking in fine form today.
Yeah, he does. It's been really effortless, hasn't it? He's timed the ball nicely from the get-go and he cruised along to 68 off just 53 balls. It looks like he's barely broken a sweat out there. It has looked, really effortless and timed it fantastically well.
Rashid bowls, flicked out towards the leg side by Markram. Gathered by David Willey at mid-wicket, no run.
It's a good field here from Jos Buttler, Adil Rashid. Having that attacking catcher on the offside, we've seen Aiden Markram goes hard at it on the drive.
Rashid over the wicket balls, full and wide and hit firmly through the offside. Liam Livingstone on the point boundary fields. Markram moves on to 6. The score moves on to 115 for 2. Brings De Kock back on strike. Yeah, he's fabulous to watch, isn't he, De Kock? When he gets going and he's in full flow.
He's just got a really simple technique, hasn't he? He stands still. There's no.
Rashid bowls to him. That's worked down towards fine leg. Willey's chasing after it. He puts the slide in, just pushes the ball away from the boundary rope at fine leg in front of the football stand.
Yeah, there's no extravagant technique or trigger or anything. It's just quite simple and unassuming, isn't it? Really, his technique and his temperament, and he's one of those players that can certainly take the game away from you.
2 leg byes there, signalled by the umpire, so no bat on that, just a little deflection off the pad down towards the fine leg boundary. So De Kock remains on 68. The score now 117 for 2. Rashid bowls, and De Kock goes back, just steers it away, backward of point, and they dart through for a quick single. That's good running, that. That was a good single.
It's much better than the one Aiden Markram was involved in the last ODI.
Yes. Yeah, that didn't quite work to plan, did it, for South Africa? Rashid bowls, Markram leaning into it, and with plenty of bottom hand, drive the ball through mid-on for 1 run. 119 for 2. Credit to the umpires here to trying to stick this out as long as they can. It has got heavier, certainly, in the last 2 or 3 minutes, and there's people dashing. In fact, I think that might be it. Yeah, I'm not surprised. The umpires just flicking off the bails and pulling up the stumps. And the players will make their way off. You could just see a little extra movement out towards the western stand. People just in that last 2 or 3 minutes were just darting for some cover, and if they didn't have a brolly with them, they were trying to find some shelter from somewhere. Rain is tumbling down, so the players are making their way off. The ground staff pushing out the 3 covers to protect the pitch, and you could sense it just coming, couldn't you? Really, it was building up this
rain.
The
sky's got a bit darker, hasn't it? A bit greyer overhead.
I think the radar would suggest it is just a shower which is coming through. You could see it coming up from the southwest over the course of the last half an hour, making its way up over North Wales and over Manchester, then eventually crossing into Yorkshire. The radar would suggest we might be clear of this within the next half an hour or so, but because the covers have now come on to protect the pitch, and the white sheets will help further protect the bowlers' run-ups, it might be a little bit of a delay. Just a reminder of what we've had so far in this fixture, the third one-day international of the series. Level at 1-1 after South Africa's victory in Durham on Tuesday, and then England's response on Friday in Manchester. So this is the decider of this 3-match series, and we've had 20.5 overs so far. It's 119 for 2, so 2 wickets to fall. Janneman Malan for 11, caught by Roy off Willey, and Rasa van der Dussen caught by Bairstow off Rashid for 26, and de Kock 69 from 55 deliveries with 10 fours, and Markram has only faced 14 balls for his 7 runs, so 119 for 2. And Reece Topley 5 overs for 34, David Willey 4 overs 1 for 19, Moeen Ali 4 overs for 25, Sam Curran 4 overs for 17, and Adil Rashid 3.5 overs 1 for 22. So from what you've seen so far, what would be your assessment of the start of this third and final game in this 3-match one-day international series?
I think it's pretty even, really. I think that last wicket of van der Dussen probably swung it slightly in England's favour. I think Quinton de Kock's the threat here, no doubt about that. He's someone that can accelerate so quickly, isn't he? So he's a massive wicket, and he's been building really nicely. But I don't think England will be too displeased with the position they're in. I think they'll feel like if they can get a couple of wickets, crack a little cluster after this rain break, they'll be fairly happy. I think it's as well with the rain around, it just shows the importance of the toss as well. Yep. with obviously England chasing, and whether the Duckworth Lewis will come into play, it quite often sort of favours that team batting second, knowing what they're aiming for each over. So I think it's fairly evenly poised here, really. It'll be interesting to see how this weather changes, how quickly the outfield is. It's obviously going to be a little bit more difficult, particularly for England spinners with a wet ball. But it looks to be quite gentle out there now, really.
Yeah, it got heavy then, didn't it? And they played on through quite a bit of kind of light rain, drizzle type stuff. Kind of just battled on through that, but then it was noticeably heavier. I think the umpires had little choice, really. Would that speed up the outfield that much, you reckon? It was quite short and sharp, that heavy burst, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if it'll play a huge part in it. They're obviously just going around with potentially just removing a bit from the outfield,
with the rope.
Whether they're going around with the rope just to take the top of it off the surface. But I mean, it's not been a huge downpour, has it?
No.
It won't change dramatically. It will make it, obviously, the ball damper for the bowlers. Get the rags on and try and keep that ball dry. But you know, there's no surface water massively.
Yeah, this is encouraging. So the little orange tractor is is circling the outfield by the edge of the boundary, and there's a yellow rope. Hopefully means that we're back in business, but they've now unfoiled them again. There's been a few low scores, there's been a few interesting pitches. So what have you made the last couple of weeks of England's white ball form?
I think this series in particular has been quite old school in terms of we're used to white ball cricket, ODI cricket being played with, you know, boundaries hit from ball one and big scores, you know, 300 plus on the regular, and I think it's sort of, you know, the players who are willing to knuckle down and hit the spaces, you know, your Van der Dussens have sort of thrived, and the bowlers have obviously, you know, spinners and seamers have had a good time of it. It hasn't really been a series that's dominated by batting, but it's been exciting nonetheless, hasn't it? It's been different to how we've seen white ball cricket being played for a while, but I think that's just the difference as well. We've had different weather. We've had interrupted games. We've had very dry surfaces, and as well on the whole, as a more collective, you know, with the change in captaincy and the change in the coaching staff, I think, you know, it was all about that test team, wasn't it? And the Brendan McCullum, the Bazball, and all the hype was about that. And then this ODI series has started, and obviously they went really well in the Netherlands. And then coming up against India is a very different challenge to that in terms of, you know, they're a world-class outfit. And it's been tough. It's felt a little bit like a bit of teething time, and you know that's sport, isn't it? That's change in any sort of. It's not just in sport. That's just in life, isn't it? It just takes a little bit of time to get used to different language, different ways of doing things. But as well, I think there's a part of it is that conditions have been fairly difficult for batters. I don't think, you know, the way in which England have approached white ball cricket hasn't changed for the last few years really, and I don't think it's really changed in this series. I think it's just one of those things where you play in that nature. Times you are going to come unstuck and it's not going to work, and I think that's really important time for, you know, Matthew Mott and Joss Buttler's messaging to really, this is our mantra, this is the way that we want to play. And because it hasn't gone quite to plan and been quite complete in two series, we don't try and reinvent the wheel, we don't come away from that. And I think, you know, lots of teams do in those sorts of scenarios where you've maybe lost a couple of games and been outplayed at times. But the hard thing to do, and I think the thing that this England team needs to not shy away from is this style of play has served us so well for so long. We have the play. players to continue that. And that style of play and that leadership, it is going to take a little bit of time to, you know, to go in a different direction with a different leadership group. But you know, these things take time. It's not an instant thing that happens overnight. In the fact that, you know, the staff have changed as well. So you've changed the captaincy, but the staff have changed as well.
Unfortunately, the ground staff have dragged out an extra sheet to cover part of the square. I thought it was just starting to dry up a little bit. It looked a little bit more cheerful, a touch brighter, but in fact the ground staff who were at the edge of the outfield stood by this protective white sheet were called over by the head groundsman, and they just came running on. I think they thought that the covers were going to come off, but he actually wanted them to bring out some more reinforcements. I don't actually think it's raining anywhere near as heavy as it was when we went off, but I wonder if this is because they think something else is coming that's a little heavier. It feels more kind of in preparation, this, rather than reacting to the heavy rainfall. I don't think it's raining that hard looking outside at the minute, if at all. One of the match officials did have his umbrella up. It's now not up. In fact, most umbrellas around the ground are down, but the sheets are still coming out. So I wonder whether they're obviously thinking that there's something heavier coming. So get the square all covered up and makes it a little easier when it does stop. So with no play, it's 119-4-2 at the minute, with one ball left of the 21st over. Ebony Rainford Brent is alongside me. You've got your coat on. Have you been outside?
Well, yeah, there's a bit of a drama unfolding in the back.
Oh dear.
So I could sense that the rain was coming, and I then overheard that lunch is going to be delivered downstairs a bit late. So I nipped out to get a fish and chips. I don't know if you were at Durham, where I was going on about proper fish and chips. So it's been in my mind for a while. But then the problem when you come into sort of the commentary area with fish and chips without offering everybody.
It's difficult, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a difficult re-entry into the commentary box.
It is. I've just been given a bit of grief.
I'm not surprised.
But all is good. Cricket will resume soon. I'm well fed and happy to go.
And was it a proper?
It was proper.
What is
well,
it?
can
What
I
is
ask
proper?
you both this thing, right? I've just heard from Jimmy Anderson, who was one of the people who were moaning about not bringing in fish and chips. Anyway, but that up north you have like gravy on your chips or curry on your chips or something, like with your fish and chips. Andy, you're with me. What is that? Like, that's a bit random, isn't it? Or is that a northern thing?
Perfectly normal thing to have gravy with you.
Yeah, that is the done thing up here.
It's a lot going on, though, isn't it?
We need it's dry otherwise, isn't it? You need a bit of
tartar sauce.
Oh, very posh, Deb. How very posh. What's tartar sauce?
Yeah, it's a bit like mayonnaise with something else going on, isn't it? I don't actually know what's in tartar sauce.
So were you offered gravy with your fish and chips?
No,
and did you decline it?
Well, I saw something up there, but I thought maybe it was just like, I don't know, it was a bit random.
Right.
At the fish and chip stall.
Okay.
But now I'm being educated that, well, the best place to come to, I guess, is somewhere like Headingley. They'll know what the Northerners do.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't see that down where I am. Whenever I go to fish and chip, you get mushy peas and that's it.
Right. I'm not sure where I stand with that. 119 for 2. We're just, and I get this further covers coming out, unfortunately. So there's obviously something heavy on its way, if not already just creeping in, which is hugely frustrating. Just chatting in broader context, Ebony, about what we've seen over the course of the last few weeks, and I think me and you were together in Manchester, and I think it's for the final match of the India series, and we kind of made the comparison. Is it a little bit like when someone follows a really successful football manager? It's quite difficult, is it, to kind of keep that up? You're almost on no-win situation, aren't you? And are we just seeing a little bit of transition at the minute?
Yeah, definitely some transition. I think it's such a hard legacy to try and step up from. You know, it was quite clear, and also I think it's good to step up when you're at the lowest of the low. So when Eoin Morgan took over 2015, England were at the lowest it could have been at ODI cricket and white ball cricket. So it was then, let's tear everything up, let's make a new team. But actually, if you look at a lot of these players right now, they've been around, they've won the World Cup, they've been successful, and you're then stepping in to try and stamp a mark of, you know, how are we going to go about playing. And I think it's quite a tricky thing to do, and actually you have been world champions and you are this great team. Also, it's a lot, the other thing I was thinking about, which there's no doubt Jos Buttler is more than capable, but it's a lot of responsibility as captain, one of the leading batters behind the stumps, a lot going on. So I think there will be that transition of just taking things on. And, you know, the first thing you want as a captain is that winning interview. We've done well, you know, we've nailed a series where actually he's had to go up against, you know, a number of interviews having to sort of say that same thing. So I have a lot of faith. This team has got some incredible players. It's an incredible environment. I just think getting that start is quite tricky.
And of course, Atif is going to come and replace me now as the umbrellas are popping back up around the ground. And you factor in, obviously, Morgan leaving and also losing an absolutely fundamental player in Ben Stokes. It will take some readjusting that.
I think it's really interesting, isn't it? Because when he said in his sort of statement of when he was retiring from ODIs, also it gives other players the chance. And I thought, well, what player? There's no other Ben Stokes, and yes, there might be Harry Brook in batting, or you might look at Potts coming through. There's players that can come through, but there's no one really who could replace all four facets of the game. So he is irreplaceable. It does change the dynamic and the balance of the side, and so I think England got a bit of readjusting to do.
They do indeed, and the reason we're chatting about England and they're readjusting and everything else is because there is a rain delay here at Headingley with the score for South Africa, 119 for 2 after 20.5 overs. It was South Africa who won the toss a little bit earlier, opted to bat, and the game was looking nicely poised as well. It was a really interesting point in the game. Just the rain playing spoil sport, but hopefully it won't be for too long. All the covers are stretched out at the moment, but we will be trying to keep you entertained while the rain is setting in here. But yeah, just to pick up on this discussion about Eoin Morgan and the gap that he leaves behind, which is always going to be significant. I think, you know, in broader terms though, when a player of that magnitude leaves a side, does it not sort of open the door to start grooming somebody to fill in that? Because I mean, you can't replace an Eoin Morgan with one player, but all of a sudden you're free to try different strategies to open up that role. To, you know, maybe we want somebody further up to stiffen up the top
Phil
of the order.
Salt coming in at 3 is an example, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm going to be really selfish as well. I've been in teams where you got great players. I remember Sarah Taylor, Charlotte. You know, just the list was going on. And then when someone says they're retiring, you're like, maybe I might get a look in. So I think there will be, you know, players in that environment who, you know, let's face it, if Ben Stokes played his whole career in ODIs, they're going to have no chance of getting in that side. Yep. So it opens up opportunities. It's a chance, I think, because now, whereas before when he was in the side, you had that balance between always having batting and bowling from him. I think we'll see actually which side England want to go towards more. Will they stack it a bit heavier with a batter and you know, really dominate that way, or will they go, you know, one less? And I think they'll have to play with that balance, which is good to see.
Lauren, like, I mean, the talent that's sitting on the bench for England is remarkable. I mean, some of the best depth in the world. I would say only behind India in terms of bench strength is what England have at the moment. The likes of, you know, just looking at batting, David Malan, who could feature quite easily. Harry Brook could feature quite easily. You know, Sam Billings. There's so many fantastic white ball players in this country. Surely this is their opportunity to step up and make a case for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, it has opened up opportunities for other players. And I think another person who I think's played really well and could quite
go with a more rigid plan. But the only thing I'll say is I feel not sorry for players, but I feel like players are constantly under the pump these days. If it's not your body, it's another tournament, it's another franchise, it's more cricket coming at you. And so I think they've just got into the mindset of this is how it is now these days.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, in terms of England's chances, and we'll talk about it in a second, I just got to report that more covers are being stretched on to the outfield, which is not really what you want to see, sadly, but at least it prevents puddles from forming on the outfield. So when the rain does clear, hopefully they'll be able to get on quicker and they can get the rope out and mop up the outfield. I was on there doing the toss interviews a little bit earlier. It felt quite long, the grass on the ends of the outfield, but hopefully this rain will go away and we can get some more cricket. But in the meantime, talking about players and the impact that they have, I mean, Eoin Morgan, who played for the Kolkata Knight Riders for many seasons in the IPL, I mean, had struggled his last few seasons, if we're being very honest, and wasn't picked this year. But the team saw a bit of a resurgence and again, it was the same sort of thing. Eoin Morgan, again, very bullish. Like, if I'm not contributing, I want someone to step up who can contribute. Is there an opportunity here for England to benefit from Eoin Morgan not being there? Because he was towards the end. It was, I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but it was almost like playing as a specialist captain.
Yeah.
Lauren.
Yeah, he was, and I think you get the impression that he's that sort of bloke where he knows, he's very honest. I feel like, if he's not contributing, and he knew that probably there was lots of good players waiting in the wings as well. You see, like a Livingstone that was maybe waiting in his, to take that role and thinking, what, this guy behind me really deserves this, and I'm struggling. I'm not contributing as I wish, but I think we have Ben Stokes has arguably been that person going in to captain the Test team. Is that the power of the people is massive. It's not just about contributing with your skill. It's how you capture a dressing room and how there's lots of good players in sport all across the world, but people who can bring out the best in people are very hard to find. And I think, that is something that Eoin Morgan obviously oozed that sort of ability to bring out the best in people, like you say, not only in England here and how he's transformed this white ball cricket, but, going to the IPL and the Kolkata Knight Riders and those sorts of things. And that's hard to measure. That's not stats, that's not strike rates, that's that real character, that
gravitas.
Yeah, that people just want to bust a gut for and bring their absolute A game.
They do, and it's a high pressure competition as well. And I remember asking Eoin Morgan about, what was higher pressure? Is it an international T20 match representing England, or is it the IPL? Expecting him to say, obviously it's the international cricket, but he kind of said, well, it's kind of hard to say. They're very similar. I was like, well, okay, that was quite intriguing, that whole insight. But I mean, just to stay on the bench strength thing, I mean, I was following the England Lions series against South Africa, which preceded this series, and again, a lot of England players, particularly batters, putting their hands up and saying, keep an eye on me. There was the chase at Taunton in particular, where the Lions chased down 321 they got with the chase. Will Smeed, who's been superb in the blast as well, 90 for him from 56. Tom Banton, obviously superb, 57 from 46. Sam Hain as well is another one who's been talked about for a very long time. He's been very, very strong for the Birmingham Bears this season as well. Ben Duckett, who's obviously been involved, he got 85 from 6. Stephen Eskenazi as well at Middlesex, who's been Middlesex's top run scorer in the T20 Blast for the last 4 seasons that has taken place. So he's there as well. And then you got the likes of Adam Hose, Benny Howell, Tom Abel. I mean, there's some serious talent. Rehan Ahmed in that squad as well, who's mentioned earlier is hanging out with the team today. I don't know what the official phase is. He's with the team today. Yeah. He's just hanging out.
He's getting it. There's also, don't forget, we're missing a lot of injured players as well who could come back into this lineup. So, right now we're looking at Reece Topley bowling in the form of his life, but if all of a sudden Wood's fit, Archer's fit, Chris Wokes is about, Ollie Stone's, all of a sudden actually this team could look quite different quite quickly. But that's what you want. I think that's what good teams are able to do, is have that ability of players to come in from nowhere, if they've been out injured, etc., and come back and have an impact. It will give Jos Buttler a lot of thinking if a number of those players do get fit between, because now they maybe found a formula. It looks great with Willey and Topley opening. The spinners are back in form. You could see as soon as Rashid came in at Durham, you're like, this is what we've been missing, for him having his break. So it's going to be a lot of him managing that as well as wanting to see players. One thing I do think you see with most captains, they have a player. They always have someone they want to back or someone they want. You think of Rob Key coming in as managing director. He's always banging on about Zach Cawley, and that sounds bad, but Zach Cawley, he was talking about him loads from years ago. Yeah. So you know that he's going to be a fan, and he backed him. We saw him improve through the series when he had a tough start. So you always see there's they will have a player or two players. Maybe this is why this youngster that you're talking about is here. Maybe this is someone that Jos Buttler goes, I want him around because I see him in the future. So that's one thing you do see is captains like to stamp their mark.
Yeah, and I think, Adil Rashid's been a fantastic bowler for England for many, many years, but he's had problems with his shoulder in the past, and if he doesn't play, who eye on the future as well.
You do indeed. Just to update everybody, sadly, have no good news to bring you from here at Headingley. It is still raining. You can probably hear the sounds on our effects mic of Rihanna's Umbrella, very apt song right now, playing around Headingley. And it's the umpire, I think that's Alex Wolf down there, who's got an umbrella himself. He's just kind of by the covers in the run-up for the bowler from the pavilion end, and there's loads and loads of covers on, and more of them are being stretched out, I'm afraid to tell you, at the moment. But we'll keep you updated. Hopefully this rain shall pass and we can get some cricket eventually.
The way you said that, I actually just felt like the rain might pass at that moment.
I'm trying to will it to happen, to use a bit of superhero stuff. I was watching the San Diego Comic-Con announcements yesterday, so I've got that on the brain. But so coming back to the depth in cricket at the moment, and these giant squads that most teams seem to have, particularly England, so many options with the ball that aren't fit or what have you, or new batters putting their hands up as we talk about. I mean, this is the way forward, surely, especially with the amount of fixtures and fixture fatigue and bubble fatigue, and still restrictions in various parts of the world. England, after this, obviously they've got the Test series, then they've got a tour to Pakistan, a T20 tour to Pakistan, the World T20 as well. Following that, another tour to Pakistan for the Test series, then they tour Bangladesh, and then they've got New Zealand, and it's a relentless cycle for them. In that instance, as a coach, selfish, obviously you care about players, and I'm sure not saying that they don't individually care about players, but aren't you kind of immensely grateful for having sort of 30 options at any given time?
Yeah, and we saw there was a bit of criticism, especially during that COVID period, of the coaches wanting to give players this rest and rotation, and some saying play your best 11 all the time. And I think the answer is a balance. I think the answer is making sure your players stay in form as much as possible, and the body's ticking okay. But equally, there's so many pressures, and we'll see a player drop out of an international and tomorrow be playing for their county side, and then they're off to play in the 100, then they're back for a test match, and then it's just relentless. And so I think it's finding somewhere in the middle where you don't want to play your player out of form because you missed them for a whole series, and then they've almost lost their way to an extent, but equally having that understanding. I also think actually that it's quite noticeable that this generation of players versus say 30-40 years ago, there's more families involved, young families, and they want to be able to still have that connection, so they're not gone forever and not having that. And so I think it takes a more human approach now to make sure that the players are able to deliver. And I think it was really, that's why it was quite bold of Brendan Stokes to step back and say he felt he had to make that decision. And it was interesting, he made it during the series, just going, this is unsustainable. And I really liked his quote, we are not cars and you can't just fill us up.
Yeah.
And so, and I hope fans hear that, because I did see, some stuff on Twitter of people go, oh, you're international players, you get on with it. Well, it isn't like that. You know, the body hurts. I'm sure we were talking a minute ago. I've still got all my problems from years of playing. My back still hurts. I don't know how you're going, but your bodies do feel that intensity too.
Well,
So-
Lauren, let me put you on the spot. Let me ask you, right? If it was up to you, right, and you're the ICC or the MCC, somebody in charge of the future of the game, right? You hear about the Ben Stokes ODI retirement, and you sense that maybe there's more coming because people are feeling this fatigue. What change do you make? I mean, there's the nuclear option that some people have a lot of people have floated this. I saw Wasi Markram on Twitter saying maybe it's time to be done with one-day international cricket altogether, which is very controversial. Obviously, it's a game with its own lineage and history, and fans love the game. Obviously, they brought back the Champions Trophy. It's a tough ask, but what are you doing, Lauren, to make it easier for players?
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Because I think, I guess you have different pockets of players, don't you? You have like your all format players, and then you have your white ball specialists and your red ball specialists. And I think, in an ideal world, you'd probably have a separate group and not as much crossover. That would give you an opportunity to focus on one format of the game, not play as much cricket. But then what do you do with those world-class players that can play all three formats of the game? And I think it's not only that, there's a massive volume of international cricket, no doubt. There's then all these competitions popping up all over the world. We've got, the competition coming up in South Africa that's been bought out by, the
IPL.
The IPL fellas, and so there's so much cricket. What you do want to do is you want to preserve international cricket. That you want that to be sort of the be all, and that should be the absolute pinnacle. You want to try and avoid this sort of circus of people to go, well, I'll just go down the franchise route, and I can pick and choose then which,
Well, I was going to say, if I was starting now, I'm going to be honest, so obviously I played a generation ago where very different and women's cricket, but if I was starting as a youngster now, I don't know if I would be as motivated just for the internet, because I'd be thinking, well, I could try and cash in on my 4 overs in the IPL, and then I'll cash in on this, and I'll try and cash in on the 100, and I'd try and become that sort of player where you could have breaks off of 4 weeks maybe, and then come in and perform. Like I'd say the other thing on TV cameras, I run no one, but I genuinely think I would look at it and go, this is more sustainable, and I could maintain my career for a long time.
How do we change? So right now you do have a bunch of almost exclusively English players who come on television and say all the right. My goal is to play Test cricket for England. That's what I've grown up watching. That's what I prioritise the most. But as you say, over time, with the IPL continually expanding, 10 teams now, 3 months long, and obviously their goal is to go 10 to 12. And who's going to stop them? Especially if they're now the second most powerful, second most revenue driving league in the world, behind only the NFL, more than the English Football League. So, if they've got that kind of money, and nobody can begrudge a player who wants to make the most of their career to try and make as much money as possible, how then do you motivate somebody beyond just sheer love to play? Will it be like football, Lauren, where players don't get paid to play for play for England when they play football at international tournaments, but they're obviously being heavily compensated by their club contracts?
Yeah, it's a really difficult one, isn't it? I think you think of somebody like Faf du Plessis.
Yeah.
He played international cricket for a long time before he sort of was out of favour for South Africa. But he's now, he was around the Superchargers group last year with the 100. He's now travelling the world with his young family, picking and choosing. I'll go to the Caribbean. Oh, no, I don't want to go to that one. There's a big monetary value in going here. And I think as well, it's that control. Is you are controlling your career, your body, how you feel. You don't want it to be... When you're playing for England and you've got such a vast amount of games, the last thing you want is to not be excited about the next game. You don't want it to feel like... I guess what Ben Stokes got to was, it's like a conveyor belt, like here we go again, another game, training again, is you want to be really up for it and nail training, prepare as well as you can, and then really excited to take the field with your mates playing for your country. If that becomes a bit of a conveyor belt of just punching out games, it's not fun. The love it, the zest for it is a little bit sad.
Well, that's the number one thing I was going to say. I was going to ask Andy as well to check on these. Like the amount of money you can get. So Tamal Mills, wasn't it like $1 million he got paid? And that was actually not far off him coming back from a dodgy back injury. I think Curran was a $700K or something. This is for 6 weeks' work.
Yeah. Well, at the moment. Because it gets longer and longer and longer, doesn't it?
Marlon Samuels, West Indian player, came to play the Test series in England in 2012 and essentially gave up half an IPL contract, if I remember correctly. So he was essentially paying for the privilege of joining that West Indian Test side. Actually had one of his best series, so maybe that worked for him.
Out.
But yeah, I mean, it's the priorities are inevitably going to be different.
Well, I mean, is this where it becomes an advantage to... Because, like, obviously, playing for your country, playing for England, for example, is a shop window. So someone like Reece Topley, for example, now, India's been watching, South Africa's watching, Pakistan's been watching. They've just seen him take all these wickets and, become like a star, right? So now he has value in those leagues. If you've not played for England, so, I mean, Phil Salt hadn't played for England when he went to play PSL. I suspect his contract got a significant bump after he played for England and beat Pakistan last year in the series when he went over to play for the Lahore Qalandars in the PSL. And he got a ton of runs. Now, we're going to break away from this discussion for the moment because we're going to speak to another player who got a ton of runs yesterday. In fact, became the highest run scorer. Scored the highest innings in the history of Glamorgan cricket, and that is Sam Northeast. He was absolutely superb yesterday. Everybody from all over the world was trying to work out how far he's going to go, and he's been absolutely fantastic. So we're delighted right now to be joined by Sam Northeast. Sam, can you hear me?
I can. Afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon, Sam. Great to speak to you. First of all, congratulations. And I've got to ask you, I was listening to one of your interviews yesterday post your innings, and you said it hadn't sunk in yet what you'd achieved. Has it sunk in now?
I think it kind of has. I can't really put it into words, but I guess it's something you never think is possible, and it happened yesterday. It's very surreal, and then to go on and win the match as well. It was just it's just one of those unbelievable days which I'm sure won't come round again.
Well, you never know. I mean, you're batting absolutely superbly, but I mean, it's quite remarkable. Your highest score up until the day before yesterday was 191 in first-class cricket, and you've managed to more than double that with the 410 off 50 balls, so 450 balls. So what I wanted to ask you was, what was more awkward, the nervous 90s, the nervous 190s, the nervous 290s, or the nervous 390s?
Definitely the nervous 90s. The first one was like, okay, you should have got that out of the way, and then got extremely nervous again in the 190s. And then after that, everything else just seemed like a bonus, really, until the start of the last day where I needed 2 runs to sort of beat Glamorgan's highest score ever. I thought, if I could get 2 runs there and then move past that, and then I sort of just saw every run as a bit of a bonus, I guess. I sort of remember getting to like 333 and thinking, if I got out now, that's quite a nice sort of number to sort of finish on, or 350 or something like that. I mean, you're sort of talking crazy numbers in my head. But then to end up with 410 was sort of remarkable, and just to look at the list of names sort of above me and around me, I mean, it's incredible to have like sort of Bradman and Graham Hick and Lara around there, and to join that list is simply incredible.
Andy Zoltzman's got a question for you.
Yeah, well, so it was the 11th quadruple century in first-class cricket. What do you say when you go back in the dressing room, Sam? You've scored a quadruple century. Ingram made 139 and Cook made 191. And the other 4 batsmen made single figures. So, I mean, what are you saying to them? Billy Reece got a first ball duck.
Yeah. I mean, Billy he had a good sense of humour yesterday. I mean, he was just saying, I could say I was there and, I'd be in a pub quiz question or something, and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, it was just a crazy day, a crazy scorecard. It's very hard to put everything into context. We were sort of, trying to sort of avoid the follow-on at one stage, and then we sort of got past that, and then we started looking at records and then setting up a game to try and win it, and then we won it. I mean, it was just one of those sort of dream days which everything just fell into place, to be honest.
it's quite remarkable to me that you ever had the thought of a follow-on at any point in that match when you consider how many runs were scored. But, I mean, the records you broke were quite remarkable. It's the third highest score in county championship history, behind only Brian Lara's 501 not out in 94 and Archie McLaren's 424 in 1895. So, you know, the third highest there, the ninth highest in first-class cricket around the world. I mean, surely, I imagine people were sort of reaching out to you from all over the world to congratulate you. What was all of that attention like?
Yeah, I mean, it's been crazy actually from everywhere, from places I've played cricket in Australia, South Africa. Everyone's getting in touch. It's sort of gone global, really, which is very strange for someone sort of playing county cricket, not having that sort of international exposure to have a lot of messages from around the world has been fantastic, and haven't been able to get back in touch with everyone just yet, but we'll try and get back to everyone in due course for sure.
Now, Sam, I want you to be really honest with me here, okay? I want you to be really honest. You're on 410, you go over to lunch, it's lunchtime, you've still got 2 sessions left in the day, and the captain says, I think we can go for a win here. And he was right, obviously, because you did go on to win the game, but tell me the percentage of you that wanted to go out there and try and chase Lara's record.
I mean, honestly, it wasn't. I never thought it was it. I mean, I felt that we sort of were batting further than we potentially talked about in the morning, and then we got to sort of lunch, and I thought, well, we're just going to declare straight away. But then Matt Maynard sort of came to me and was like, look, if you guys want to break more records, then, you can. We're not going to stop you. And I just thought, we can't do that. We obviously can't. But that was sort of the only time which I sort of thought about it. And I was having loads of messages at lunch just being like, you've got to go for it. You've got to go for it. Just forget the team and all this. But no, it was never really on my agenda until sort of Matt came up and was like, yeah, no, if you want to go and do it, then go and do it. But like, it was like so simple just to go and get like another 100 runs anyway. Like it was, it was going to happen if we continued. But no, it was a very enjoyable day, and it never felt like sort of getting to Sir Brian Charles Lara's record was ever sort of going to sort of happen, to be honest.
There was a lot of middle naming of Brian Lara yesterday. All the lists were coming up again, so you heard the phrase Brian Charles Lara a lot yesterday all over Twitter. But yeah, I mean, I reckon it would have taken you another 40 minutes, Sam, to get there. I mean, another 40 minutes out there just to get there, because you went at 450 balls for the 410. I mean, it's a remarkable pace to do it at. It felt like you were very comfortable and timing the ball quite nicely. You must be feeling. I mean, it goes without saying, I suppose, but must be feeling really, really confident and good about your cricket at the moment.
Yeah, I sort of took a lot from the week before against Notts. So got a 50 and 100 there, and then continued it on. Just felt in good form. Was just playing, and it's quite hard to know. I sort of just go out and play. Sort of quite hard to know exactly how well you're playing. But my dad, who's probably watched me more than anyone, and he said that's by far my best innings he's ever seen me play. So I sort of take that as pretty good feedback from after the day's play.
Yeah, most certainly. And obviously, it was followed up by a very strong bowling performance as well. Michael Hogan, 4 for 43, Michael Nisa, 3 for 60, and 2 for Andrew Salter as well. And you managed to win the game. That puts Glamorgan in second place in Division 2. So, still a strong chance of getting promoted. I mean, there must just be a buzz about, everybody over at Cardiff right now.
Yeah, no, there is. I think there's a lot of belief and confidence in the group that we could go on and do something special this year. And September's going to be an important month for us now, and a lot of big games coming up. Probably Middlesex away at Lords will be an important game for us. So it's going to be a big month, September. We've got the one-day competition coming up, which we're trying to defend as well this year. So. Two big months of cricket ahead for Glamorgan, and I think everyone's in pretty good spirits.
So I was going to ask what the impact of England's Test form this year has been on the county game and sort of the atmosphere amongst county teams and players, just seeing what England have done in the Red Ball game this summer. Yeah,
I think there's definitely been some times where I've sort of been in the middle and just thought about always taking that positive sort of option and not being afraid of what's coming down or the situation. And sort of seeing England play with absolutely no fear, I've definitely taken something for myself. It hasn't necessarily been a changing room sort of team. Nothing's really changed from a team perspective. But I think the way everyone's gone out and played, and they've just shown sort of no fear at all. I think every batter has sort of looked at that and gone, we can sort of do something similar, and just to see how well. Like Jonny and Joe Root and players are playing, just go, you can take something from that. And there's definitely been some moments in training and in playing where I've sort of taken a lot from that.
And, we mentioned that impact that England has had is inevitably, if you score 410 runs in a county championship game, people are going to start saying things, Sam. And one of the things they've started saying is that, why does this lad not get a look in for England? Is it something you've thought about? Is it something that you're setting your sights on now? You mentioned the game against Middlesex, and obviously the 50-over competition coming up as well. But is that something that's on your mind?
No, it's not really at the moment, to be honest. It probably was at one stage, but I think that I just want to be playing as well as I can be, and I'm enjoying my cricket. I'm sort of playing as well as I sort of have done for a while, so that's enjoyable. I've done some really good work with Simon Willis, batting coach down in Canterbury, and Matt Maynard at Glamorgan, so I feel my game's in a really good place. And it's always a situation where if England come calling, that's fantastic, and would obviously love to play for England, but at the moment just concentrating on playing for Glamorgan and getting the best out of myself.
Well, they've got some punishing tours coming up in December. They'll be in Pakistan and in Bangladesh and then New Zealand. So, just make sure your passport is up to date come December time, Sam, because you never know. Andy Saltzman.
Well, Sam, you're now only one off the all-time record most quadruple centuries in first-class cricket of two. Do you have that as a goal now to match and then surpass Brian Lara and Bill Ponsford with 3 quadruple hundreds?
God, well, I said that probably never have another day like it, but if I did, that would be a pretty special achievement as well. It's very rare that you get that opportunity to go and score 400, but how the game unfolded was it just led to it perfectly. In batting with Cookie and getting some unbelievable partnerships going. So will it ever come round again? Probably not, but I would obviously love for it to happen.
Now, you mentioned Chris Cook there, who finished on 191 not out. It's not that often where you score 191 and are playing kind of second fiddle in the press afterwards. But he must have been very pleased with his own innings.
Yeah, he played extremely well and just took the sort of game away from Leicester at that moment in time. As I said, when he came in, we were sort of still trying to think. We were thinking of avoiding the follow-on, and that was the first sort of goal to get past, and we managed to do that. And then when Cookie's in full flow, he sort of plays his like one-day innings, and he can be pretty destructive. So a fantastic knock, and we managed to break a few records, partnership records as well. It was just really enjoyable batting with him.
And I've got to ask you this, Sam, because I've never spoken to anybody who's just come fresh off a 400 before. So tell me, how does one celebrate a quadruple century?
Very quiet, really, to be honest. Just travelled back, sort of had a bit of bite to eat and a beer last night, and then travelled back down to Canterbury, where my family is, and then we've just had a brunch out with the family. So that was about it. Not overly entertaining, but it's been an extraordinary sort of special couple of days.
And have you had a phone call from anybody or a message from anybody in particular that you were really, really pleased with?
So Keezy sent me a message last night just saying that he got a message from McCullum saying that he was impressed the fact that I hit a 6 to get 400, and that was, and he called it a homer, I think. He was like, I liked it, a homer, and he forwarded that message on, which I thought was quite amusing. So that was quite a good one.
No, but that's a pretty good person to get a message from the current England coach. Like I say, you've got to keep that passport up to date. Andy Saltzman. So,
Sam, if you only get, say, 200 in your next innings, do you start to feel that your form's dropping off at that point?
No, not at all. Not at all. I saw to the Colin Ackerman. We played against Colin Ackerman this week, and he got a double and then a first baller. So I kind of know how that game goes, the way of cricket. But I feel like anything is a bit of a bonus at the minute, to be honest.
Well, Sam, I mean, that really was a special innings, and it was enjoyed all over the world. I mean, the highlights, the clip from Glamorgan social media was shared all over the world. I saw people in Pakistan, in India, in Sri Lanka, even Afghanistan sharing the clip, and just enjoying your knock, and just enjoying the fact that someone's hit a quadruple century over in the county championship. So many congratulations to you, and thank you so much for your time, and take it easy on my boys at Middlesex when you go over there in a couple of weeks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. That's Sam Northeast, the record-breaking Glamorgan batter, who scored 410 runs from 450 balls yesterday. A remarkable innings, and even more so because it resulted in his team Glamorgan winning the match and moving up to second place in Division 2 of the County Championship. So they've done absolutely brilliantly. It really was. I can bring you news from here in Headingley, where it's still raining, but there is a further inspection taking place at 1:45. So in just about half an hour's time, there's going to be an inspection. I think actually the rain has sort of slowed up, almost come to a halt. One of the covers on the far side has been pulled apart. It was a square of the wicket cover that's being pulled off at the moment. The umpires will have a look at 1:45, so we'll have more of an update there for you, and hopefully we will get some more play underway without too many overs coming off. I don't think we're into overs off territory just yet, but we're probably getting there. We'll keep you updated anyway. South Africa 119 for 2 when the players went off for the rain delay. So coming back to that chat, I mean, I've got Ebony Rainford Brent alongside me. I think
I'm around for a little bit.
You're around
Do you
for a
know what
little
I
bit?
did want you to ask Sam Northeast was just about ice bath, because I hated ice baths, but I'm just thinking after 400 he would have had to do a good old, I don't know, what do you think he would have done?
Well, he'd have been probably pushed into it, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
He'd have had a,
Even if he didn't
he'd have
want
had
it,
a
he would have
decent
been...
stint. What is it? 4 minutes for every 100 or something?
Yeah, yeah.
But when you think about it, it's 450 balls. So there's a lot of double hundreds and even centuries that sort of back in the day that might have taken that long. It was, it wasn't as long as you might expect someone to bat for 400 runs, if that makes any sense. 450
So basically,
balls.
basically it sounds like this would have been your sell to the physio, that I don't need to get in the ice bath because...
I was certainly there for 450 balls. It was remarkable. I mean, it's a life-changing thing in a way, because a lot of people knew about Sam North. He's a
Yeah.
great batter,
Very
everybody
good
knows.
batter, yeah.
Excellent batter, great reputation. But now he's an international star, right? Just off the back of that, his name is written in history forever. His life has changed overnight.
Yeah, and look, I think there's still a lot of opportunity in that Test team. You look at actually how England won a lot of those matches was kind of middle order, coming in and kind of reviving the game. So there's still, there's still opportunity, I would say, in that side. So, like you say, keep your passport ready. You never know. And even if it's not that, and this is just something that stays as an amazing memory, that's great. But who knows? It might be a catalyst towards him also thinking, right, I want to bat at that rate and go about my business like that.
Yeah, it was very just the way he responded to the whole thing as well. He seems to have taken it in a stride. I mean, it feels like the kind of thing that can change a person, a cricketer, like their whole outlook on the game. But he seems quite relaxed. I mean, Andy jokingly said to him, "Will it feel?" To paraphrase, will it feel underwhelming if you score a double hundred? He said, not at all. He wants to win games for his team. He said he never really thought about, he was very honest as well. I thought he never really thought about chasing the record seriously. It was all about giving his team the time to get those wickets.
Yeah, I think what it has done is it's put his name in the headlines, hasn't it? And that's never a bad thing, because people are then looking at your scores from then on in. So. Like you say, the Test team is it was interesting for me actually listening to it, how the way in which the Test team has played this, some of the whole Bazball sort of ethos has, like he said, it wasn't something that we've discussed in the dressing room of, okay, well, they're doing this, so we're going to try and play like that, because it's not possible for every county team to play like that. They've set up with 1 to 11 to play in a certain way, and you'll have your grafters, and then you'll have your 6 and 7s that look to take the spinners on and that sort of thing. But it was really interesting that he'd in his preparation and in the middle, he had this sort of subconscious way of thinking where I'm going to take the positive option regardless. the outcomes and of the risk associated with that, because it's just been the language that we've heard thrown around this summer so much, hasn't it? It's been, and it's, to be honest, I think for any cricketer, male or female in the country, it's like, oh my God, that looks so fun, I want to do that.
Yeah, and he seems like he's got his focus as well, Lauren. So he's talking about the next county championship game against Middlesex. He's talking about the limited List A competition as well. He's very, very focused on doing what he can for Glamorgan right now. He's got his Glamorgan head on. He's not thinking too much about England, but it does feel like an exceptionally it's a breakthrough performance, isn't it? People will start making the case for him. I mean, it only takes, England got 3 tests coming up. It only takes a batter struggling for a couple of tests, and people all of a sudden go, well, how about that bloke who scored 410?
Yeah, and I think probably the biggest thing for him is backing that up now, isn't it? Like I said, your name's up in the headlines now, and people are going to be watching your progress and your movement from here on in. So I think it's, if he does manage to back it up, there'll be, there'll definitely be some attention around whether he is a genuine option for England. Obviously, like he said, the game changes so quickly as well, doesn't it? You score a ton, or you score your 400 one day and you'll get a first ball Jaffa the next. So it changed pretty quickly. I think it's probably how he backs that up will probably go a long way into seeing how he sort of progresses in this next 6 months.
It will indeed. That's the voice of Lauren Winfield-Hill. Just an update here from TMS from here at Headingley that the inspection is going to take place at 1:45, so that's in about 20 minutes' time, and we'll hopefully have some good news about when play can resume. The rain has stopped, the umbrellas have gone down. It's just a case of how many puddles there are out there and how long it'll take to mop them up. But we're here talking about Sam Northeast and his remarkable quadruple century. We were just having a chat with him a little earlier. Jimmy Anderson back alongside us. I mean, that is one of the most remarkable achievements in recent times in modern cricket. Quadruple 100 and in 450 balls. I mean, when you first heard about that, Jimmy, you had to be massively impressed.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's an amazing effort. Incredible. Can't even imagine getting 400 runs in a career, never mind in one innings. Yeah, incredible. I did, I do follow the county scores, so I was seeing that score build, and just an incredible achievement, and to win the game as well. I think it just puts the icing on the cake, because obviously it's nice getting a big score for your team, but I think winning the game just makes it that much more special.
It does, and you're so right. When you follow his score over the days, you start to get progressively more excited about it, because he's got to 190. Oh, that's his career best. Oh, he's got to 2. He's got to 3. How far can he go here? There's the building excitement, and there's a buzz that accumulates around sort of social media and county grounds and people whispering little records to each other here and there. It's one of those things that really just draws attention back to that form of the game that a lot of people say it's been quite neglected.
Yeah, well, I think it's been a great year for county cricket. I think there's been some big scores throughout. There's been some good results and some exciting cricket played. So, it's something I've always enjoyed playing county cricket, and the more attention that we can bring to it, the better, really. But yeah, I'm fortunate playing for Lancashire that we get good crowds for championship cricket generally, and yeah, things like this will do no harm in promoting it.
We talked to Lauren and Ebbs as well about the weighting of this, and we sort of half-jokingly talked about his England prospects and things like that. How difficult is it to assign a weighting to that innings? Like, okay, you got 410, it's a remarkable achievement. How do you now measure that and decide, like, if he's in contention for England? Do you look at him for the England side? Do you know what I mean? How much value do you assign that innings in terms of, he's somebody we need to look at for the England Test team?
Of course, it's an amazing achievement and amazing innings, but to be selected for England, you've got to have a consistent number of performances. He'll know that. He's been talked of in the past. He's been on Lions tours and around the setup, so he'll be well aware that he's got to back it up with consistent performances to be able to, or expect to be, in line for a call-up at some stage.
Yeah, we'll certainly keep that in mind. And I mean, like, it's very understated celebration as well. When I asked him, "What did you do? What did you do to celebrate?" He said, "Well, I just kind of went home, hung out with my family, didn't really do much." It's kind of I kind of enjoy that workman-like approach. That this is my job. I'm going to do this, and I'm already looking ahead to my next day of work where I'm going to do it again.
Yeah, and as Jimmy said, it's probably one of those where he has been around that sort of Lions setup. He's been talked about in the England frame before, so he'll be under no illusion that, you know, it was a fantastic day. But it's like, okay, next day, next preparation, next game. Like, you quickly move on, don't you? And I think, like you said, it's going to be how he backs that up. But it's easy to say, isn't it? People, you know, we say all the time, oh, it's just about focusing on the next ball or the next game. But I think, you know, the players that can do that give themselves the best chance of being able to punch out another performance in the next game and not get too far ahead. You know, it changes quickly, injuries happen, squads change, form ebbs and flows. You know, it changes so much in sort of weeks and months when you play so often. So I think, you know, he did seem very chilled, didn't he? It sort of was like it was just another day at the office in some degrees, but it's just back on the horse and preparing for the next game, isn't it? And hopefully going out there and trying to put another score together.
It is indeed. You got the text message though from Rob Key saying that Brendan McCullum enjoyed him getting to 400 with a 6, although he called it a homer. I don't know how I feel about that, Jimmy.
Why?
A homer? Calling it a homer? I don't know. It's just I don't know. It just hits me awkwardly. It's no biggie for you. You just
I don't care.
Letting it
Call
go
it what
outside
you
the off stump. Call it what you want. Very good.
You're
Maximum.
just happy to get 6s, Jimmy. It don't matter what you call it.
Exactly.
It's a terrific innings. If you haven't already, you can go on social media and watch it. And it's on the Glamorgan social media, but also there's some clips of it on the TMS social media as well. Just a reminder here at Headingley, there is still a break in play. There was a rain delay that came in about just over an hour ago now. With South Africa 119 for 2. The 2 wickets to fall were... I don't recall now. It feels like a long time ago. Yeah. But of course, it was Janneman, Malan and Rassie van der Dussen, the 2 wickets to fall at the moment. And it was South Africa who won the toss and opted to bat first. On this surface here, we're still waiting for an inspection, which will take place at about 1:45. So hopefully we will have play soon after that. But whilst we wait... we can hear the latest in one of our BBC cricket podcasts. There's so many fantastic podcasts on the BBC across the board, actually. But I really enjoy the cricket ones myself. Big fan of the Tail Enders podcast. Absolutely superb stuff. I'm keeping up to date with Greg James and his weird antics at the moment as he tries to collect puzzle pieces around the country. Again, another social media clip I must recommend is of him diving into a pool, which sounds very straightforward, but it is terrifying. But right now we're going to play you a clip from another fantastic podcast. Here it's the latest from Alex Hartley and Kate Cross. This is the No Balls podcast.
And Cross strikes in the first over. It's what England were looking for.
Hartley bowls down the track, comes scoring. This time she connects. It's either 6 or out. It's 6.
No Balls, the cricket podcast, with me, Alex Hartley, and you, Kate Cross.
No Balls, the forgotten podcast.
No Balls, the deleted podcast. No Balls, the Back in the Wild podcast. No Balls, back to no recording equipment. We are using a mobile phone to record this podcast episode.
Let's set the scene. We are currently sat in the away dugout of the T20 team at Chelmsford Cricket Club. A lot of people are setting up. There's a T20 match about to happen.
Yeah.
We recorded an episode last week.
Yeah, Crossy, I cannot tell you how bad you sounded.
What do you mean?
Like, you sounded like you were in a tumble dryer.
Oh, I thought you meant like I just sounded pathetic at podcasting.
Yeah, last week was a pathetic episode.
It was bad, wasn't it? We weren't in a good place last week. So it's probably a good thing that episode didn't go out. However, we've now not got any recording equipment. We are sat together. Like, this is nice.
Yeah.
I've done them together for a while. But we've got our phones to record. So it's episode number 1 all over again.
It is, isn't it? Like, I do feel very, like, back to basics. So if this is a bit not as good quality. We have got some recording equipment provided by the BBC on its way.
Yes.
We should have that soon, which is exciting. Don't know how our microphones broke, but they have. So back to old school Shambles podcast.
Shambles podcast. However, right, so we've not done an episode for a while because the episode didn't go out because I was so bad in it. I was in my tumble dryer. So we're going to try and recreate that episode, but also do this episode. So it might be a little bit longer. I'm not setting a timer on this one.
Nah, I think the timer, we've sort of put pressure on ourselves with the timer.
It's been hard, hasn't it? We worked out last year, we were so mad busy, but we were kind of on the same schedule, whereas now we're just not on the same schedule anymore because you're running around doing photo shoots for a bank, throwing your credit card around. What is that about? When you got cricket at 6, but you got to be at the bank at 9.
And I had an appearance with them yesterday, right? And they were like, wear jeans and we'll provide you with a polo. I was like, brilliant, perfect. Got there, trains got cancelled. I was half an hour late. The thing was only an hour. I've got white chinos on with some trainers, and they gave me a white polo. So as soon as I went on the stage, I was like, I don't always wear my cricket whites.
You do. It was a strange picture because you're in test kit, but like old school test kit.
Yeah.
And you've got a little credit, waving your credit card around.
I'm like, you use this, you'll get 1% cash back, baby.
Love it. We've got so much to talk about. So first and foremost, though, how are you?
I am better than last week. None of you heard, but last week I had a proper breakdown. I was like crying on the podcast. I was like, I'm just not okay. I think I was just really tired. I am much, much better this week. I've been here, there and everywhere.
Yeah, very busy.
Got 2 days in the flat until the 4th of September now, which is daunting in itself. But I'm all right. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm a lot better, actually. We will touch on this, but I was recovering from COVID last week, so I also had a mini meltdown on the podcast. We weren't all right, were we?
No, but we were due one.
We were. We've been good for a while.
And I'm sorry for all you that listen to the podcast to relate to our mental health, because now we're fine, and that podcast didn't go out.
But it does go to show, if you ride the little wave, things do get better. There's light at the end of the tunnel, so keep going.
Keep going. And we're not relatable because we've not been sad for such a long time.
No, but also I'm glad last week's episode didn't go out because you actually started the podcast by introducing yourself as me for weirdly the 3rd time in the history of this podcast.
Yeah. Hello, welcome to No Balls with me, Kate Cross.
No, that's
I'm
not
Alex
you.
Hartley.
Not you.
And I did call myself Kate in it as well.
Yeah, well, later on.
Yeah.
We weren't well.
No.
We weren't good. Anyway, we were a lot better.
Yes.
We're going to try. So we've actually tried to plan this episode, so it might be a bit alien.
Yeah. I don't know. So what's bullet point number 1?
Bullet point number 1 is the fact that we've played an ODI series.
You just said I need to talk about the oddies.
The oddies?
I was like, what on earth is an oddie? I thought they were those, like, boxer shorts, oddball boxer shorts.
Well, we can talk about oddball boxer shorts if you want.
I'm all right, thanks.
Right, let's talk about the oddies then.
Let's talk about the oddies. 3-0, baby.
Our first 3-0 series win since 2019, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was that against South Africa as well?
No, it was in Kuala Lumpur. We played against Pakistan.
Yeah.
And I think that was the last time we've had a 3-0. So that was really good. It felt like a really, exciting week of cricket because there was a lot of new faces. A lot of things seemed to happen. There was a lot of firsts, a lot of not first for Tammy, like scoring her 9th 100 and joining Lottie at the top of the tree and just being our goat of ODI batting.
Ridiculous.
Amazing.
And to do it in the manner she did, obviously didn't get picked in the Commonwealth squad. She'd have known for a while, but it just got released and she basically went out and was like...
Yeah, so there's a lot to talk about with them. One person I do really want to talk about, though, and she deserves her day on the podcast because she does listen.
She's going to come on as well.
She's going to come on.
She was meant to be on the last episode, but she wasn't.
Yeah, we had this meltdown and we just forgot about the podcast. So, Emma Lamb, what a series!
Well, honestly, right, she's been tearing up domestic cricket for like a couple of years now, and she's been absolutely bloody brilliant.
Sorry,
bloody brilliant. And she's made international cricket look even easier.
So we've talked about this on the last episode, which was probably about a month ago now, when Lauren Bell came on, throwback, and Lammy had said how she just wanted to score our run for England because she'd played a T20, she played 2 ODIs and then was making a test debut and she just wanted to get off the mark, and she batted so well in that test match, didn't she? And then she's come into ODI cricket and it's like she's played 100 games.
It's nuts, isn't it? It's
so
nuts.
good.
She's been brilliant. She's been so good to watch. To get her first game got 50. Second game got 100.
First game got 100.
First game got 100. Second game got 50. Third game got 50.
So
All right,
good.
Lammy.
And her and Tammy obviously opening the batting. It's a new partnership. They've scored 2. They've had 2 100 opening run partnerships. Like, it's
Which
just,
England haven't had for such a long time.
it's just been so good to watch. And obviously we're very biased because she is a Thunderbird.
Then she only went and got 3 for, 4 for, or whatever it was.
2 for.
Oh.
Do you even go to these games?
But I've not got my notepad. I've had a notepad problem. And I left my notepad at the Headingley test. And it's been AWOL since, so I haven't written
probably
any
still
notes.
there.
No, producer Charlotte's got it.
Okay.
So, but she forgot to give it me in the last game, so I've written no notes. So Lammy got 2 for player of the series.
FYI, producer Charlotte is also... We do have a new person helping out. That's Charlotte. No, we've never mentioned Charlotte before.
Oh, yeah.
If we suddenly start mentioning producer Charlotte, everyone's going to be like, where's producer Henry?
Yeah, well, producer Henry's still around. He's just very busy.
He's ordering us some new microphones. He's very busy. Emma Lamb, though, just to kind of put a little bit of background into who Emma Lamb is, she is going to come on the pod, so everyone will get her. But she had a little bit of a sore back after the first game, so we turned up to Bristol.
She carried the team.
Carrying the batting order. And she got this little hot water bottle stuffed in the back of her trousers, and it needed refilling. So in Bristol, she went and poured some, like, from the, those little taps that you can get that are specifically for hot water.
Yeah,
the urns, that's the word.
Oh, I thought you meant one of them taps that's like cold water, boiling water, which is well good.
The big urns that they put out in the catering area. So she fills it up, she pops it in her back, and then she's like, "Smells a bit funny, this." And we're like, "Well, where did you fill it up, Lammy?" Turns out she put hot coffee in it. She got to the coffee machine and put hot coffee in a hot water bottle and had it popped on her back. Emma Lamb, everyone.
That sums Emma Lamb to a T. I want you to clear something up for me. She got asked to practice short leg for the test match.
Yep.
Did she or did she not put her batting pads on to go in a short leg?
Yeah, she did. This was way back when we were training, and she ran off to get the pads on, and Dunks had said, "They're in there, though, they're in my bag," or Tammy had said, "Mine are in there," or whatever. And she couldn't find them, so she was just like, "Oh, my batting pads are here, so I'll just pop them on." So she did.
Did she do it in a batting pad?
Yeah, not for very long. She just ran back out with the pads on for a couple of overs.
Love that. She's bloody brilliant.
Yeah.
You have played 2 of the 3 ODIs.
Yep.
But before then, post-test match, you got the dreaded COVID.
I finally got it, yeah.
Because I was
years.
worried about you because you've actually had COVID when it's not been trendy. And I was worried that you haven't got enough friends because you've not got COVID.
I did see that about a year ago. It said if you've not had COVID yet, it probably means you've not got many mates to hang around with, which is actually quite true. You're busy. I see Hen, obviously, but they've had COVID about 7 times now. So
they really have.
They really have. So, yeah, you know what? At the time, I was like, this timing couldn't be more perfect.
Yeah.
I finished the test match. We've got 10 days till the ODIs, the Oddies. Great time to get COVID. Turns out, it wasn't a great time at all. There's never a good time to get COVID.
No, see, you were struggling.
You were really
struggling. Poorly.
I was poorly at the time. Like, the weekend after the test match was really quite poorly. And then I tested negative on the Thursday, joined up with the squad at Northants on the Thursday afternoon to have a little bowl to see how I was. And I actually felt all right.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, sure, no worries, can play. Monday rolled up with the first game, hottest day at the time that we'd had of the decade. And I did not cope very well.
You weren't okay.
Not good at all. Like, my lungs had been fine in training, which everyone's been talking about.
Yeah.
Like, everyone said that they've really struggled coming back and heart rate's been really high, even though there's walking around. And then in the game, I was like, I can't breathe. I actually couldn't breathe. Tammy was talking to me at mid-off, asking me what side of the ball I want to shine. I was like, and I'm really just concentrating on trying to fill these lungs up at the minute. Do what you need to do with the ball.
Oh, so, yeah, you struggled more than you thought.
Yeah, really did. Then I got sniped.
Yes, you did.
This.
Yeah, I thought, that's it, knee has gone. Because you were holding your knee, or what looked like you were holding your knee, rolling around on the floor, being like, ah! Someone was like, is she all right? I was like, don't know, because sometimes she's quite dramatic and sometimes she's really injured. So I didn't know where my emotions were.
So I got cramp.
Of course you did.
In my calf. And it was like, I knew it was coming. I'd felt it for like 10 overs. I was like, I'm not okay here. Really hot, trying to get fluids on, really struggling, can't breathe. Got calf in the cramp when I was going for that. It was a half chance.
Calf in the cramp?
Got calf in the cramp. I did. That's what it felt like. There was so much more cramp than there was calf at that point. So I've gone for the catch. It was like a half chance catch, and Dunks picks it up and throws it in, and we get the run out. But I didn't see any of that
Didn't
because
know.
I was too busy being sniped holding my calf. Brunty comes running over to save the day. She's like, "You all right, love?" I'm like, "I've got a cramp in my calf." So she's like, "All right, she's all right." But I was right in front of the crowd.
Yeah.
So as Brunty's then going over to the crowd, letting them know that I'm okay, it's just cramp, then comes back to stretch me.
Yeah. Yeah, she did.
Start stretching my hamstring. I was like, "Oh, it's in my calf."
He's like, "That's my hamstring."
Literally, yeah. And then on the big screen, I'm lying down half dead on the floor. And then I see on the big screen, we've got the run out. I was like, "Oh, wow, well done, Dunk."
Yeah, great work.
Yeah, but Dunks didn't know whether to go and celebrate or come and check on me.
She checked on you. She did
she
a bit of half and half.
Yeah.
I kept getting you mixed up for Nat Siver that day. You
I'll take that.
Starting to look very similar.
We do get that a lot, actually. A lot of people say, especially when we've got our hats on
Yeah.
and sunnies on the pitch, that we do get mixed up. I will take that.
Yeah. You actually had to have some magic juice for your calf.
Yeah, we've got this cramp juice. So I've told you, new nutritionist Rob, who comes
Yes.
in and does the tuck shop, and it's amazing. So he's got this little cramp juice, and it's like liquid salt and vinegar crisps.
Oh, it sounds awful.
And the idea of it is that you shot it, you put it in your mouth, you swirl it around, and then spit it out. So I also had to do this in front of the crowd, so I was very apologetic for that. But then I've like worked out I really like the taste of it because I like salty food.
Ugh, disgusting.
You need to try it before you judge it. So then when I did 12thers in the second game, Dunks had a really great game. She had scored her maiden ODI 100, and then she did loads of fielding, so I was really concerned that she might, and it was also still really hot at this point. So I took her the cramp juice round.
Still really hot now, Crossy.
Yeah, it's 23 degrees and we're like still hot.
You've got a jumper on.
Yeah, tell me there's been a mini heat wave without telling me. But Dunky, funniest thing I've ever seen. So I was like, Dunks, right, you got to put this in your mouth, swill it round because you need to get it to the back of your throat because that, like, apparently it
I can feel
activates-
it like under my ear already.
Yeah. That's literally exactly what you've got to try and get it. And I realise now we're on a podcast, so I'm probably not going to be able I'm going to have to describe this really well. But I was like, so you need to swirl it around like mouthwash and then spit it out. So she's like, right, okay. So she puts it in her mouth. And instead of swirling it using like her cheeks and going like, can you hear that? Like you would do if you had mouthwash in, she moves her head around. So she's like moving her head like she's on a roller coaster trying to swill it around her mouth and use gravity, and then spat it out, and she nearly vomited on the pitch.
That's what I'd be like.
Yeah, so but yeah, little magic cramp juice.
Yeah.
Didn't work for me though.
Back to the ODIs. Well, I was to talk about them. The most ever 50s from individual players in a 3-match series.
Really?
Like, it was just class.
There was a lot of runs scored. We
Yeah.
seemed to play on a lot of roads.
It was good, though. That's what we've been after.
Good for the batters.
Good for the batters, not good. But if you got a sevens, like, you're actually doing an all right job.
Do you know that last game where we played at Leicester, we scored 371?
Yes, something
we
like
were
that.
7 runs away from beating our highest ever ODI score, and Nat Siver wasn't even playing.
Honestly, the amount of caps on that bench, Nat Siver, Catherine Brunt, Sophie Eccleston, I was like, how did Soph take not playing?
She was fine, yeah. I think she wanted a bit of, I don't know, she did want a bit of downtime.
Don't
actually.
believe it for a second. I reckon she'd have been fuming. First time she's ever been rested.
I've got a little story from that game.
Okay.
It doesn't involve Sophie Eccleston, it involves our friend Sue Redfern.
Yes.
So I bowled at Sue's end, and I was coming down the hill. There's always a chance of bowling the old no ball down the hill, obviously.
Ishmael bowled plenty of them.
Ishmael said she really struggled, actually, because it's a tough ground to bowl at Leicester, because the ends are very different, but then it also raises onto the wicket, so you're kind of going downhill, then there's a little bump, and anyway. So I'm bowling at Sue's end, and she's like, you're getting a bit close to that front foot, Crossy. So I was like, okay, no problem. I was like, but it would be very us if you called a no ball for me. So I bowled this first over, and I don't know if you remember it. I remember it really vividly. I went for 16.
I remember it very, very vividly.
Possibly one of the worst overs I've bowled in my international career.
You brought it back very well.
So when my first 3 balls were terrible, I'm open to admit that. My last 3 I didn't think were that bad, but Wolfhart played a good shot off me. So she's hit me for 3 fours in my first 3 balls, ... another 4. So I'm like,
brilliant.
Gone for 16, great. Leading the attack for the first time ever. Like, was the most experienced bowler out there. And I've gone for 16 in my first. So I'm like, really, really not okay. Before this had happened, I was having a little chat with Sue. I was near square leg, and she's had COVID as well. So I was like, how were you? Yeah, I was really struggling. She was like, yeah, I've been really poorly. And she's umpiring in the Commonwealth.
Okay.
And she was a bit worried that if she has a PCR now, which we are doing, we're getting PCR to go into the Commonwealth, that it'll still show up as positive and she might not be able to umpire. So I was like, oh, well, our doctor, I said, this might not help you now, but Oh, we're just checking the sound system
Sound
at the ground.
system,
Sorry if
sorry
you can hear
about
that. So, yeah, she was a bit worried that if she got tested in a week's time, it might still be in her system. So I said, this might not help you now, but our doctor thought about this at the time and got me PCR'd when I was definitely positive to prove that on that day I had COVID.
Yeah.
So if it comes up in a month's time that I've got COVID.
Okay.
Anyway, so I bowl this over them. And then as Sue's giving me my cap back, she goes, Gossie, do you think I need to get a PCR done tomorrow then? Should I speak to someone? Should I ring the doctor? What do I do? I was like, Sue.
I've just gone for 6
Not
days.
now. Like, read the room, Sue. Not now.
I've just bowled the worst over of my international career. Sue Redfern's going, oh, should I go for a PCR? Gossie, what do you reckon?
Who's your doctor? Will you put me in touch with them? I was like, let's talk about this in 3 minutes' time.
Yeah, please let me go to find and just gather my thoughts.
And just wipe the tears away from my eyes. Thank you so much.
Oh, the Commonwealth, Crossy.
The Commonwealth. I've
Oh
not spoken
my-
about this at all yet.
No, because you've known the squad for ages. Firstly, congratulations.
Thank you.
You are in the T20 team. Well, not the team, the squad. And the Commonwealth squad, easy for me to say. We're actually sat at Chelmsford because you're playing tonight. I don't know whether you're playing or not. You never tell me anymore anyway. Because you know Radio Hartley will just tell everyone.
We've got this really good friendship where we tell each other everything, except I can't tell you anything about England cricket because you're now a journalist.
I'm not a journalist.
You are a
that
journalist.
makes me feel sick.
You're a journalist.
No, I'm a commentator.
Journalist.
Anyway, congratulations. You are in the T20 squad, which you probably weren't expecting to be in.
Nope, not been in one since. I've not played a T20 game since 2019 for England, the Ashes, that infamous Ashes.
Wow.
And not been in a squad since bar the T20 World Cup.
And you basically weren't in it because your ankle.
Yeah, that one, God, bad times.
Bad time. So, yeah, are you looking forward to it? I'm not bothered about the T20 series against South Africa. I'm bothered about the Commonwealth.
Yeah. You know what? I wasn't all that fussed about it, and I say that because I hadn't thought about it.
Yeah.
And then we did a kitting out day the other day, and we went to Loughborough, and there was this big Team England set up where it really felt like you were part of something that's bigger than cricket.
Well, because you are.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I've not thought about. Like, when you are representing England, you're representing the ECB,
yeah,
and obviously all the cricket fans out there. But now we're going into we're playing a team sport, but representing another team as well. So we've got Team England kit on. It's all different. Honestly, it's going to be amazing. Like, I'm so excited for it. Yeah, of course.
Yes, I'm honest. I honestly so excited. So I remember going to the Commonwealth years and years ago, and watching the athletics, and I was like, "This is so cool." And
So cool.
You're playing in that.
It's going to be so good. We're going to be at Fortress Edgbaston. I don't think we've played international cricket there, or if we have, it was a very, very long time ago. And we're obviously based there for the whole of it, so that's going to be pretty cool.
Could be some dodgy wickets by the end of it, surely.
I've heard that we've sold out 50% of the tickets already, which is incredible. But I feel like more. So I'm more like, when I remember things like this, I always think about the Olympics, but I am a big fan of the Commonwealth Games. I always watch it when it's on. But you just watch everything. You become an absolute
sport badger.
But you become really good. Well, you think you're really good at understanding lawn bowls and
and you'll watch the gymnastics, but that was an 8, that was a 10.
And you think you're dead good, and you're not. But there's going to be people now doing that for cricket, which is exciting, because hopefully it'll bring in this new audience that the Commonwealth Games and the Olympics do.
Because you can buy tickets for each individual event, but you can also go into a ballot, is that what they're called?
Yeah.
And you get given tickets for stuff.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of schools have been given tickets for the cricket, and I think it's going to be class. I just hope this nice, lovely weather we've got stays.
It's going to be short and sweet. I think we're literally there for about 10 days.
Yeah. I'm glad it's going to be short and sweet for you. We have a game at 11 o'clock in the morning, then a break, and a game at 6 o'clock at night.
Oh.
It's long days.
Long days.
Long days, but I'm excited.
So you're there commentating?
Yes. I've got a Commonwealth mascot as well from my appearance yesterday.
What is it?
It's like a cow. Have you not seen all the advertising stuff for it? It's a cow. Like a multicoloured cow.
Okay.
Yeah. I should have brought it, really.
Well, no one can see it, like me doing my impression of Dunks.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
We are a podcast. So the Commonwealth's going to be amazing. And yeah, do you know what? I just hadn't thought about it, and now it's starting to think about it, and it's being able to tell your kids that you've been part of the Commonwealth Games is going to be pretty cool.
Being able to tell your kids... You're not pregnant, by the way.
No, I'm not.
Right, okay,
I don't have kids.
Yeah.
I've got you. You're my child.
Being able to tell me, no, your kids, that you've potentially got a gold medal silver medal, bronze medal, like whatever it is. Australia will probably get the gold medal, let's be honest.
Do you know what's funny thinking about that? We got a silver medal in the World Cup and we didn't want them.
Yeah.
And now we could get a silver medal at the Commonwealth and it'll be like, oh my God, I'm going to show my kids this medal.
Yeah, but no, it's so different. Just hope it's a stepping stone to getting into the Olympics.
Yeah, I do hope so. I do think if they do the Olympics, though, they need to have men's teams as well.
Yeah.
I think that'll be...
Yeah.
Yeah. In the meantime, in all of this that's been going on, in the Oddies and the
Chaos.
COVID and the Sue Redfern talking to me about COVID tests, you only went and got the best figures ever in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Look, should we do a little no balls slappity slap slap for Alex Hartley?
Slap at the inside thigh.
Congrats.
Thanks. What a mad day it was. And I'm going to say this once and once only. Should have got 8 for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
There was number 10 was batting. DeAndre Dwaine's fielding an extra cover. Catch goes up. Where's Dwayne? She was on the ring.
Oh no.
I was like, get catching.
Oh no.
Number 11's on strike. Bump in front of middle. Not out. But, you know, it was still a great day.
So in the tough times that Thunder are having at the moment, there was a shining beacon of light that was Alex Hartley taking a nice little 6 for.
Yeah, we still lost. So it sort of takes it away from it. Everyone, like, do you want to do a newspaper article? Not really, because we still lost.
Yeah, but you still, you've got... This is where cricket is so unique. We spoke about this. You've got individual performances within a team sport, and you can't have one without the other.
Yeah, it's my first ever time being a professional cricketer that I've got the ball.
Really?
First ever.
As in the first time you've had a 5 for?
Yeah, in professional cricket.
Wow.
Yeah. So I was like, I went up to your sister, I was like, have you got neat handwriting like Crossy? She was like, yeah. I was like, well, you write Stars versus Thunder on my figures for me.
I bet it looked really good, didn't it? She's got great handwriting, Jen.
Yeah. I didn't put the date on. Do you meant to put the date on?
If you want to. Do what you want.
Well, I don't want to write on it, I'll ruin it.
That is true.
Yeah.
Someone came up to me at one of the games. They're like, I need your autograph because I've seen Hartley and I've got her autograph and I need the no balls completion. And I said, tell me what you think about Alex Hartley's autograph. And this kid was like, yeah, it's not the best, is it? I was like, it's like she's signing a library card. Alex Hartley, kiss.
I do. I've started putting kisses on only to people that I like. So sorry if I've ever signed something for you and you not got a kiss on it.
Have you seen the top trumps cards for the 100 this year?
I knew you were going to say this. Your batting's gone up, mine's gone down.
Yes. They've seen.
How can my batting go down when I didn't bat in the 100?
I think that's probably something. If you're not batting in the 100, then there's a reason why.
But I think it should have stayed the same.
Yeah, that is true. Right, is it?
No.
How are you feeling about this now? Because we're not far away from you going to Cardiff.
Well, I thought I'd been missed out of group chats and email lists because I haven't heard a thing. Anyway, I got added into the group chat yesterday. So we haven't got a head coach or an assistant coach.
Oh, well, you do.
Well, I know we do, but I know. I said to this coach, I said, "Oi, you got something to tell me?" He went, "They went."
Don't give it away.
Best kept secret in the country, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was like, see you next week.
It's amazing. It's going to be amazing for you, I think. It's going to be so weird, though, going to the originals and not having you there.
Yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to it. But I've played all my cricket with you throughout my whole career. And, we had such a great time.
Yeah.
And I'll still see you, but, we'll be competitive.
Yeah, that's going to be so strange. And thank you, by the way, to whoever sent us the T-shirts.
Vicky.
We've not spoke about this. You got a little present, didn't you, in the post? And we've had, the Battle of the Spuds T-shirt.
Yeah. Don't know when we'll wear them, but...
Not sure.
It's great. They're both still in my kitchen, actually.
Right, okay.
So I need to give you yours. Make sure you wear it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Battle of the Spuds.
Battle of the Spuds. It is going to be weird. Like you said, we've played other than the Thunder stuff when you're not there and I'm not there, the Big Bash when you were at Hobart and I was at Perth.
Yeah. Or an England warm-up game, which they don't count. They're not competitive. Or they never were when I was involved anyway. See, it's going to be really weird, but you know what's going to happen? I'm going to get 4 for against Manchester.
Do you reckon?
Yeah. I'm in the form of my life, Rassie.
Coming off a 6 for. Love it. You might get the best figures ever at the 100 in against Manchester?
6 for 5.
6 for 5. And you'll be playing at Old Trafford, so it's not like it's a
Run
new
fest.
ground for you.
No, but I'd never bowl well at Old Trafford, do I?
Well, I'm glad you said it, not me.
Yeah, I never bowl well. So now it's time to break the... Hopefully you'll be breaking the boundaries. Should we do some questions?
Yeah, there's one more thing that I think we should touch on.
I was going to do that at the end.
Oh, right, okay, we won't
Do
touch
some
on that.
because we've done 26 minutes of us waffling on.
But we did say this is going to be a little bit
All
of a
right,
longer
okay,
episode.
go on.
You sure?
Yeah.
There's been some big news in the men's cricket world.
We've just ignored it.
And we've just completely ignored it. We ignore a lot of the men's cricket world, actually, because we forget more than anything.
Well, and Joe Root won't come on the podcast, so I'm making a stand.
Yeah, we did speak about that last week, didn't we?
Yeah, he's ignored me again.
He did pie you. He said, I'm not
Should I
pieing.
see if he's ever read it?
He said, I'm not pieing you, and then pied you.
Joe...
Did he
Hey
bleed
Joe,
at you?
congrats this week. Just wondering if you've got a free day coming up that we might be able to record the podcast. Fingers crossed, don't pie us.
He pied
Not
us.
replied. That was on the 7th of July.
Having said the message, read the message before that from him.
Not trying to pie you, we'll definitely do it. I'm sure it'll be great fun. I've just got a hectic few weeks to see you around.
See you around. We should have seen that. That's so much of how I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll just keep badgering him.
Yeah.
We'll see him in the 100. That's what we'll do.
Yeah.
And we'll be like, you said you weren't going to pie us.
Yeah.
I mean, he's very good at cricket and very busy at the minute, so maybe we should leave him alone.
Yeah, I reckon so.
Anyway, men's cricket world. 2 people have retired, and one of them we did speak about on the last podcast, but we both made it a bit of a cryptic clue because we never said his name.
Oh, yeah.
Your celebrity crush has retired.
Owen Morgan.
Owen Morgan has retired, yeah.
But that's great. I get to spend time with him in the commentary box.
Yeah, I thought that. You did say to me, you said morning to me today, and it's just made my day.
Wonder if he knows that, I'm a proper fangirl.
I'm sure he will do by the next time I see him.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. I don't even follow him on Instagram because I'm playing it cool. What? I
As if
swear he's married and got kids.
He is, yeah. He's not going to even notice that. He probably thinks you do follow him.
Yeah, probably. Follows you?
He does. So, the other big one is Ben Stokes has just announced his retirement.
From the Oddies?
From the Oddies. Because
Yeah, not full retirement.
No, yeah,
Don't
he's not. Because he's not a car and you can't just fill him up and send him off.
I enjoyed that analogy.
Like that. Really liked it.
Yeah, because sometimes you do feel a bit like that, don't you? They're like, well, you've got a rest day Thursday. I need more than a day.
Yeah, literally more than a day. And he made the point that they played that test match whilst there was an ODI series going on.
Yeah.
And it was just all a bit crazy.
Yeah. I think it's a shame for cricket because when you think of Ben Stokes, you think of the World Cup.
Yeah.
And you think of him just being an unbelievable cricketer. But it's going to prolong his test career.
And also, do you think there's a little bit of his decision has been, I've done it, I've completed ODI cricket.
Do you reckon?
I've won the World Cup. I won the World Cup for England.
I mean, how good would it be if you, he did win the World Cup for England.
And also, I feel like ODI cricket is actually the hardest format to play because...
No, the easiest.
What?
I love ODI cricket.
No, I'm not. No. I'm not saying from a skill point of view. I mean physically.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because they're horrendously long days.
Yeah.
Probably longer than Test cricket because you actually only go on field for 2 hours at a time in Test cricket. T20s is 3 hours and you're done bish bash bosh.
Yeah.
100 is obviously shorter than that now. So it is probably
physically demanding.
Physically, it's probably one of the ones that is harder to do.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a real shame.
I just want to say a little bit on the men's white ball team because it's been really winding me up that people on Twitter have immediately started talking about Joss as a captain and whether it was the right decision, and he's obviously not had a great start. Do people realise that the team that have been playing recently is not the same team that won the World Cup?
Missing half the bowlers.
Literally not. The bowling attack is, other than Adil and Mo, the bowling attack is completely different.
So the batting line-up.
Can we give these boys a minute to just work themselves out in ODI cricket again?
Just let them figure it out.
Yeah.
They've lost Morgan, the greatest ever leader of all time, and now they've lost Stokes. Yeah, they're going to lose a couple of games.
That's like 300 caps between them, all that experience. I saw someone tweet the other day being like, this is very pre-2015 ODI cricket from England.
Oh, shut up.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Right, should we go upstairs?
Yes. I think it's only fair to go upstairs with Sue, because she burnt 2,000 calories in that game on Wednesday.
People who aren't over or aware of what Whoop is, the Whoop band that we all wear, Sue wears one, and she put it on Twitter the other day, and Al, her day, bear in mind she's coming back from COVID, so I'm hoping that this is one of the main reasons why it was
Well, I'm
such
worried.
a high day. Yeah, I was worried when I saw it, but
No one's heart rate should be that high for that amount of time.
she had a bigger day than me, and I was running past her 6 times in an over. That whoop score should not be. So that is just goes to prove how tough COVID is.
And umpiring.
And umpiring.
Yeah.
Right, let's get our emails up.
Right, here we go. This is from John. Spreading the legs gate was hilarious. I presume your colleagues will never let you forget about that. John, P.S. Are either of you doing Freddie's Field of Dreams but for girls? Right, so...
We need a lot of context behind all of this.
The email just says that.
Spreading the legs gate.
Right, so Dunks hit this amazing shot down the ground, and I was like, Sophia Dunkley just spreads her legs. But what I was meant to say was, he's given herself a strong base. So she spread, and Henry knew what he was doing because he looked at me and went, and as if to say, carry on. So I just laughed. So I apologise that came out of my mouth. Sophia Dunkley spread them to give herself a strong base.
Got you. Okay.
Freddie's Field of Dreams, have you seen it?
I've not watched it yet, actually, but I've not seen a bad review of it yet. Everything
Honestly,
I've seen is good.
The best cricket documentary I've ever watched.
Really?
I cried.
Okay, I'll put that on my list of things to watch. I've just finished The Staircase, so I'll go on to that next.
And one of the cricketers is now tearing it up.
Really?
They found this cricketer and he's playing for Wigan in the first team.
Oh,
yeah,
amazing.
it's class.
That's so cool. Hi, Crossy and Alex. This email is titled, Help, my mum, she needs a reply.
Oh.
Crossy, I need your help. I've never emailed him before, but my mum has decided it is now the time. I've been a long-time listener, and occasionally I listen to the podcast in the car with my mum. That's how she knows who you are, as she doesn't follow cricket. Yesterday, this was Thursday the 7th, I was down visiting Loughborough as I hope to go there once I leave school. Essentially, whilst I was away, my mum bumped into 3 of the girls from the England team. I wasn't there, but my mum knows I'm a big fan, so decided to try and work out who they were. She claims they had England kit on and had just been given new kit bags and were rushing to their cars. Once she'd built enough confidence, she went up to them and asked them if they played for England. They said yes. She tried to have a conversation telling them that I play for Scotland age group teams and asked them about Birmingham, but she didn't ask their names. For the last 24 hours, this is all she's talked about from her vague memory. We've decided it may have been Danny White, Nat Siver and one other, but we need clarification. Also, in the least stalkerish way, she tried to take a photo of them but failed miserably. I've attached it as it may help. It's just downloading. This is from Emma, and P.S. Oh, she's got an LBW. My LBW is that I wear shoes on the bed as long as they feel comfortable.
No.
Oh, sorry. Start that again. My LBW is that I wear shoes on the bed as long as they feel clean. And please could you explain why the intro is Crossy doing well but Alex doing
Because we started this podcast when I lost my England contract. So, just see the photo. And,
people's feet.
Yeah, you can't see who it is. I mean, does that look like ADR's calves to you?
I was going to say ADR, actually. Honestly, I've got no idea who those 3 people are.
Tell your mum she needs to figure out how to use her camera.
That is more a photo of a pavement than it is of 3 people.
Yeah, terrible.
Anyway, carry on. Why is the intro like it is?
Well, yeah, because I lost my England contract and you doing really well, so we just thought it was quite fitting.
We did ask, didn't we? We said there's a moment in the 100 last year where you bowled and I took a catch for you, and I wondered if we could maybe use that as our intro now.
Yeah,
we have asked.
Yeah, but I quite like it.
It's very the show, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's very me getting my act together and you not.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Crossy and Hartley. I only discovered your podcast last week after one of the coaches, in brackets Bryony, at the cricket club I'm at, Shepherd's Bush CC, recommended it to me. I wonder if that's Bryony Smith. I've been watching cricket since the famous Stokes Headingley innings and have been a bit obsessed since. Just watched my first ever women's match, the ODI versus South Africa, and thought it was an awesome match. Just writing in to say that I've binged loads of the podcast episode as I'm in a job that means I can listen all day to my phone and it really keeping me going at the moment. My life has been a bit tough the last few months and cricket has been a great constant. I do have a question. Get there in the end then. Is there a website that displays all the matches, all formats to see what's coming up to buy tickets? Thanks for the laughs and the chats. Hello.
Yes, head to ECB they've got an app and they have all the women's fixtures and all the men's fixtures on, and it gives you like a calendar, doesn't it? So you can see what's coming up in the next couple of days.
Yeah. On the ECB website, I'll have tickets on.
Yeah. This is titled A Dumb Thing. Hi, Kate and Alex. Firstly, hashtag Triscothic.
No, I did say that on the radio.
I've heard about that. Well, I saw it actually. You said you could do it and you didn't do it.
Yeah, I can say Triscothic now.
Yes!
See? And
With
I
a
didn't
little
do it.
snowball
Yes.
for Hartley. And hashtag asparagus.
Asparagus.
Yeah, but they spell it asparagus. Did
No
you say
idea.
that wrong?
No, I can say asparagus.
Alright. Don't know what that means then. Secondly, something I thought was real as a kid that I didn't realise
Oh, throwback!
wasn't until I was 16. I thought the Wombles were real and the TV show was like a kid-friendly documentary. Keep up the good work. Love the pod. All the best, Lee.
Yes,
Never
Lee.
seen the Wombles, sorry.
Cricket in the heat wave. Hi, Kate and Alex. With the heat wave happening, how do you keep cool while playing professional sport? Is it all about being hydrated? How do you cope with 50 overs in the field? Thanks, Daniel.
All about your preparation. Don't get COVID and try and play. You will get cramp. But drink your cramp juice before you get cramp. That's what it's about. Don't drink it after you've got cramp.
But also, you do have other things, like you've got hydration tabs.
Yeah.
You've got ice in those tubey grips.
Yeah, we've got
Which really made me laugh. Sue Redfern had an icy tubey grip every 3 minutes.
yeah, we call them the ice sausage.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is genuinely all about your preparation though, because you can't. Once you're thirsty in the heat, it's really hard to then get hydrated. So we always get told, think about your cricket match 24 hours before. So eat the food that will fuel you, and drink. Make sure you're hydrated before you go into the game because it does help. But yeah, we've got all these tabs and things that we put in our drinks that help. Hi, Kate and Alex. I hope you're both doing well. Love the podcast.
Yes.
Love is in capital letters. I recently started listening to it and it's become the highlight of my week. Not too long ago, I decided to switch from gully/tape ball cricket to hardball cricket due to my ever-growing interest in the sport, especially the women's side of it. Although I'm still learning to play properly, I'm quite certain I want to make a career out of it in the future. However, my parents are strictly against the idea of me playing cricket and I'm not sure where to go from here. On one hand, I have my parents to think of, and on the other hand, I have the profession I've wanted to adopt ever since I was a little girl. I'm truly stuck and would love your advice on the matter. Anyway, keep the pods coming and stay safe.
You go.
So it is a really difficult one because your parents, when you're a young age, are obviously quite involved in... Well, for me, they were very involved because they took me to my cricket training, they took me to my matches, and I couldn't have done that without them. So not having them on board is going to be difficult. But also, when I was a kid, there wasn't the option of having cricket as a career as a female. So I think the fact that that is now a thing... Maybe they need to sit down and talk to their parents and say like how things have changed and it is a viable career option now, and if she wants to pursue that, then
Yeah.
she can do.
I think, well, our job, we've so silly paved the way for the next generation. I wish I was 5 years younger because it is a career option. I think it's only like saying, it's only like your brother, if you've got a brother saying I want to be a professional footballer and I'm on the Liverpool Academy. It's a genuine career option, so sit them down, go for it.
I think, yeah, have a really honest chat with your parents and say how passionate you are about it and how much you want to give it a go, because
How much you'd love to be like Kate and Alex.
you also only get one opportunity to do this. Like, it's not something that you can come into at 35, 36 and change your profession into professional cricket.
No,
Like, you
you've
have
got
to
to
do
do
it when you're young. So it is kind of like a one chance thing.
Yeah.
So not to put pressure on you, but have a chat with your parents.
No balls, completed it, mate. Hi, ladies. It's taken me over a year, but I finally listened to every episode. You've both kept me company on my lunchtime walks when I get away from my desk in that half an hour or so. So to summarise, wash the bread knife, keep our toasters on the side, we take our trainers off and we wear jeans indoors, even if we're not going out. I've loved listening to you two, especially how frank and open you have been about mental health. I decided right from the start not to be afraid to share my experience, and it's been great to hear you two doing the same. I have a question. The first question is, what's your issue with the Southern Vipers? In one episode you mentioned them with the stain, and I wondered what's your beef. I asked because I'm a Vipers fan. I think they're just really good at cricket.
It does annoy me when teams are like overly good at things in any sport. Like, it kind of annoys me a little bit in tennis. Like, you know that Federer, Djokovic, those kind of players are probably going to make the finals of a lot of the tournaments, and it just gets a bit boring.
Yeah, like Southern Vipers, Charlotte Edwards. Can you just like have a year off and let someone else win? Basically, that's all it is. We're just jealous.
Yeah.
Well, that's where we leave the No Balls podcast. It's available on BBC Sounds. That's where you can get all your cricket podcasts. The good news is, here at Headingley, the play is going to restart in 5 minutes' time. We've been off the field for nearly 2 hours because of only light rain. The bad news is there might be more rain coming. But anyway, play is going to start at 2:15, 45 overs per side. So South Africa batted for 20.5 overs. They made 119 for 2. We think, and Andy Zaltzman has confirmed this, that when South Africa post a score, that total or target for England will be slightly revised. But we obviously have to wait to see how many they score first before we know how many that will be revised by.
Yes, it's well, obviously dependent on that. But say whether to be no further interruptions, and South Africa ended on 250 after their 45 overs. England's target would be 256, according to the Duckworth-Lewis Stern calculator I have, which I will say is not. I'm not sure it's the completely up-to-date edition. They do just keep changing
as more matches are played.
More matches are played. So this was the 2018 version, I think.
Right, but that gives us a rough idea.
Yes. Yeah. So I mean, it will just be 1 or 2 runs either side of that.
Yeah. So the cut-off for this innings is basically 4 o'clock, and we will still have a half an hour interval. So despite the fact that we've lost nearly 2 hours cricket, it's still going to be half an hour. I understand it was 15 minutes at Old Trafford the other day. It was cut down. I'm not quite sure why we're having a long interval. And play can go on until close to 20 to 8 tonight. That's the end of the match. But obviously to get the overs in, we might go beyond that. So it could be a late finish, 11 o'clock start, but we could be into something like 8 o'clock this evening. A lot of cricket still to be played here. We only had those 20.5 overs, 119 for 2. The power plays have been revised as well, so England's they'll only get 9 overs of power play, and then 27 overs when there's certain fielding restrictions, and then the extra fielder can go outside the circle for the last 9 overs. How that relates to South Africa's innings, they've already had 10 overs of power play. That's all factored into the Duckworth-Lewis anyway. It's all a bit complicated, but basically 45 overs per side. And here come the umpires, excuse me, and here come the not out South Africa batsman, Quinton de Kock, who's played magnificently so far. He is there on 63. He's gone off the board at the moment, but he's played
69.
69. He's played really well. Beautiful innings from him, and Aiden Markram as well. And the England players are wandering back onto the field as well. Jimmy Anderson alongside. You look very cold, Jimmy.
I am, yes. The air conditioning is wafting down my neck.
Right. He's got his hood up.
There's no way of turning it off.
No, it doesn't seem to. Yeah, and they got the lights on as well, even though it's a fair enough afternoon. Okay, it's overcast, but the clouds are reasonably high at the moment. But there does look to be something fairly intimidating coming our way in the distance. And on your rain radar, there's looked to be another finger of rain on its way heading for Headingley, which is unfortunate. So anyway, it looks as though eventually there will be some dry weather, so I'm pretty sure we'll get a game in. Just a question of how many overs. And we've had enough overs in South Africa's innings already. Remember, 20 overs per side to constitute a game, so we'll see what happens. But we do need 20 overs of England as well. Right, play's about to resume. Rashid was not quite in the middle of an over. He was right at the end of an over. He's got 1 ball to bowl. He's bowled 3.5. He's taken 1 for 22. He got rid of Van der Dussen, or Van der Dussen rather got rid of himself, actually. Tried to take Rashid on, was caught at deep back of square leg. Anyway, here we go then. After no play for nearly 2 hours, here is Rashid to bowl to de Kock, and de Kock comes forward and plays it towards mid-wicket. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 119 for 2. We've had 21 overs. There are 24 more overs available to South Africa. And the men out, if you weren't with us earlier, Malan for 11. And Van der Dussen for 26, 1 for Willey and 1 for Adil Rashid. So, just trying to think, all the bowlers now presumably restricted to 9 overs each. That would be the logical thing to do from here. It's going to be Moeen to bowl at the far end. Have you sensed any turn out there? Is there just a little bit of grip?
There was a tiny bit before the break. It'd be interesting to see whether the cover's been on the pitch for 2 hours is going to affect that at all. But there was when Moeen just took a little bit of pace off, it felt like the odd one did grip.
Yeah. It's going to be bowling to Markram from the football stand end. He bowled from the Vauxhall end, from the Kirkstall Lane end earlier. Forward goes Markram, plays it back up the onside of the pitch. Moeen in his blue boots skips across to pick up. And there is no run. 119 for 2. Markram, right-hander, faces Moeen, bowling right arm over the wicket. And Markram drives out towards long on, down the hill, down towards the football stand. And Markram gets his 8th run. Partnership worth 21 so far. 120 for 2. Kock has been the player today, though, to really catch the eye. He's a beautiful player when he gets going, when he's in the mood, when he plays like this. Wristy, times the ball well, improvises well. Here's Moeen, round the wicket to bowl to him. This time de Kock comes quietly forward and plays it towards extra cover. It's picked up by Roy. And there's no run. There's a look over his right shoulder there. De Kock, 2 men on that leg side boundary, one behind, one at deep mid wicket. De Kock gets a full ball, very well stopped by Roy at extra cover, away to his right. Fine piece of fielding. Hit hard by de Kock on the drive. Stands there with one hand on his hip, indignant that someone should pull off such a good shot. That was heading out to the boundary. Here's de Kock driving, this time gets it wide of Roy. And have a sweeper at deep cover by the practice pitches. Liam Livingstone, who hurls the ball into the turf on the way back to Buttler. One more. 121 for 2.
I think the one good thing about the rain break is that it just stemmed de Kock's flow. Might be working England's favour.
Moeen bowls. Markram turns towards mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket. There's no run. And that's the end of Moeen's over. Tidy over. 2 singles off it. So he's bowled 5 overs to 27. I think that's probably his tidiest over so far. 121 for 2 is the score after 22 overs. Crowd gradually going back to their seats. There are not quite as many in the ground at the moment as there were earlier. I don't know whether people have made a decision and gone home or just gone away from the ground for a while. Coming back, here is Rashid bowling, and a magnificent reverse sweep from de Kock brings him 4 down towards the scoreboard to the right of the football stand as we look at it. Well, that was de Kock before the break. That was.
Yeah, we wondered if that break would have affected his rhythm or his timing, but straight away he's back into his business.
74 to him, 125 for 2. Rashid bowls, de Kock plays up towards long on for a single, pushing it away. Sam Curran jogs in, lobs the ball back to Rashid. One more, 126 for 2 in this 23rd over on this overcast day at Headingley. It does look as if it's raining in the distance, unfortunately. Rashid bowls to Markram, and that one spins, definitely. Big leg break from Rashid. Markram groped for it, went past the outside edge. And taken by Buttler. And having seen that, Joss Buttler says, right, we'll have a slip in. Of course, Rashid's got the googly up his sleeve as well. You can get that one to spin a bit. He goes in now and bowls, that's a leg break. Markram goes back and guides it away towards deep cover. And gets a single to the sweeper out there. 127 for 2. South Africa got 2 effective spinners of their own. And the skipper, Maharaj and Shamsi. Rashid goes into de Kock, and de Kock covers up there, plays into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. That was a good delivery from Rashid, right on target. Nothing de Kock could do about that. Buttler making a slight adjustment to his field. Wants his deep cover behind square. Perhaps thinking about the reverse sweep again. 127 for 2. Rashid bowls. De Kock is forward. Playing that respectfully back up the offside of the pitch. There is no run. It's the end of Rashid's over. So apart from that one fine shot from de Kock, England have been kept South Africa under wraps since the resumption. 127 for 2. 23 overs of 45 gone.
I think it's been a good decision by Joss Buttler to start with the 2 spinners, try and rattle through a few overs without much damage before the South African batters get back into their proper rhythm. Seen some good shots from de Kock though so far.
He's on 75. It's Markram on strike. Moeen bowls. Markram flicks that away, but straight to square leg. Finds Joe Root, and there's no run. 4 men on the boundary. Long on, long off. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, and then 5 inside the circle. Obligatory 5. Moeen bowls. Markram gives himself some room, tries to smash that through the offside. Actually try and take on that untenanted cover boundary, but he hit that too close to extra cover. Salt doing the fielding. No run. 128 for 2. Moeen tries again and bowls. Flicked uppishly by Markram, wide of straight mid-wicket. Out towards the boundary. They'll come back for an easy 2 there. He found the gap between the deep mid-wicket fielder and the long-on fielder. Good throw from the deep, right over the bails, but de Kock was easily back for the second at the non-striker's end. 129 for 2. Markram moves into double figures. Moeen bowls. Markram turns into the onside, drops it short of that straight mid-wicket fielder, stroke mid-on fielder. Roy can't prevent the single that time. Drop and run from Markram. 130 for 2. Markram on his way to 12. It looks as if it's raining in the city of Leeds. Moeen to the left-handed de Kock. De Kock pushes that away into the offside. Buttler from behind the stumps picks up. No run that time.
Yeah, that's the worry. We can't actually see Leeds. A minute, it's that filled in.
Yeah, just to the south, the hills there, obscured. Moeen bowls. That one must have turned a bit. De Kock looking to play into the onside. Got thickish outside edge on it, went into the offside and there's no run. There's just something there for the spinners to work with. 130 for 2. Another tidy over. Moeen's bowled 6 overs for 31. So 4 off that over. 3. 131 for 2 at the end of it. 24 of 45 gone. And it's going to be Rashid again to bowl. What have we got in terms of who's bowled what? Let's have a quick look. And Rashid going to bowl his 6th over now. Moeen's bowled 6. Curran's bowled 4. Willey 4. Topley 5. I could use the option of Liam Livingstone. Rashid. Kirkstall lane end bowls, and back goes Markram, plays it into the mid-on gap. And Phil Salt comes in off the long-on boundary to pick up, lob the ball back. Rashid drying the ball on his shirt. Oh, it can't be. It didn't rain that hard. There must be just a bit of greasiness out there. 131 for 2. Start of the 25th over. Rashid bowls to de Kock. There's the reverse sweep to a ball outside the off stump. He gets something on it and it goes through first slip, the vacant first slip area, and away for 4. Well, that was an odd one. But wide from there, Rashid. De Kock had already set himself for the reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's a shot he plays really well. That was probably not his best execution, but he got enough bass on it to get it past Josh Buttler's gloves. Now bringing a fielder across from the leg side into a second backward point to try and prevent that reverse sweep of Quinton de Kock.
134 for 2, 35 for 2 it is. Well, there seems a bit disagreement on the 2 scoreboards actually at the moment, one on TV and one on the ground. De Kock plays that into the onside and they go through for a single. 136 for 2, midway through the 25th over. Here's a sort of a theory, and it's not a precise one, but it's just something I noticed when batters are setting themselves early to play a reverse sweep or something unorthodox. Here's Rashid bowling. Markram hits it up towards long on, through for a run. 137 for 2. Normally when they play their sort of dab ramp shot, you see the keeper move away to the left-hand side. I just wonder whether it's worth the keeper, rather than going crab to the left, actually going slightly back diagonally. Here's Rashid bowling a low full toss, which de Kock drives up towards long on, and it's picked up by Curran and through for another run. So in other words, you almost slightly backpedal away from the stumps, slightly to your left, because if they make good contact, even if you've gone to your left, it's probably going to go past your left or right shoulder. I mean, it's an imprecise thing. It's quite a difficult thing to do. to make that judgment as a keeper. Rashid to Markram. Markram plays that away towards short, fine leg. Moeen is there, flicks in the return. Good piece of fielding. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 138 for 2. 25 of 45 overs gone. Markram 14. De Kock 81. Does that sound like nonsense?
No, it's a tricky one for me because I've never kept wicket in my life, so I wouldn't know what the best thing to do. It might be a question for Lauren when she next on. But you see a lot of keepers with a lot of different techniques and certain things. It's different when there's a slip there, then the slip will try and cover one bit and the keeper will cover the other. But when you're just there on your own as a keeper, it's hard.
Here is Moeen bowling, driven by De Kock, possibly for 2, out towards deep extra cover. In fact, they get a comfortable 2. There's a nice silkiness about De Kock's batting, easing the ball away. And he has played shots in anger today, but it's not been an innings of thrashing and scything. It's been largely speaking of skillful, wristy timing. And he's on 83 already. Forward he goes there to Moeen, plays it back down the pitch and there's no run. And he's got those 83 off 70 balls. 140 for 2. 26th over. Moeen from the football stand end. Bowls to De Kock. De Kock drives out towards extra cover. This time there'll only be 1. He got too close to that sweeper on the boundary. Anyway, it's just something to think about. I noticed earlier there was one where Buttler did go across to try to anticipate the catch, but there's too much pace on the shot. So it just went past it very quickly. I think it'd be an interesting thing to experiment with, because your initial reaction is to sort of go with the ball, but you might give yourself a better chance if you go back. It seems, anyway, perhaps something for club keepers to think about as they try to anticipate a little catch off a little ramp shot. 141 for 2, 26th over. Markram on 14. Moeen bowls, flicked away nicely by Markram. That's a good shot in that gap between deep mid-wicket and long on. Coming back for a second run. What you don't want to do, of course, is make an absolute fool of yourself and fall over backwards. And you end up with your backside in the air. You have to be quite nimble. A lot of keepers are light on their feet. 143 for 2, 26th over. Markram to 16 with those 2 runs. Moeen bowls to reverse sweep. Decent enough contact for. It was in the air. 2 fielders quite close, but he found the gap between the 2 of them. There's an air of top edge in that shot, but there was enough bat on it. And Markram goes to 20. Down the score to 147 for 2.
Yeah, well executed reverse sweep. Aerial with it. Over the 2 fielders behind square on the offside there.
Here's Moeen bowling to Markram with plenty of bottom hand. That whip drives up towards long on. 1 more run. It's on that rain watch. Lead's a bit more visible now, as if that shower is sort of gone, drifted by. We just hope to miss them, basically. That's the nature of it. 148 for 2. We've had 26 overs of 45 overs. It's time for Scott Reed. After a few more thoughts from you, Jimmy.
Yeah, good start after the rain break by South Africa. Took a couple of overs just to get back into the swing of things, and then since then they've both Markram and De Kock have played some really good shots, put the pressure on the England spinners, which has forced a change as well. Liam Livingstone coming into the attack with his mixture of leg spin and off spin.
Afternoon, James.
Good afternoon, Scott.
You'll be pleased to know that the air conditioning has been switched off.
Yeah, I do feel a bit warmer, thank you.
Well, it's Kevin Howells, our producer, you have to thank for that. He's got good connections here. He's gone straight to the top to sort out the air conditioning. So Liam Livingstone then, with his mixture of off and leg spin. He's in and bowling. It's tossed up, it's full, it's driven into the offside, and they jog through for a single. The score moves on to 149 for 2. And De Kock moves on to 84. Back on strike. Markram on to 22 with that single. Livingstone's got fielders dotted out towards the boundary on the leg side at deep backward square leg and deep mid-wicket. There's a long off and deep point as well. So short, fine, short third, backward point, cover mid-on. A yelp from Livingstone as he releases the ball, cut away by de Kock through the offside for a single. Moves on to 85, 150 for 2.
Markram's single to start the over brought up the 50 partnership in 9.3 overs.
Now worth 51 with that single for de Kock. Markram back on strike, 150 for 2. Goes right back and works it back down the pitch, and Livingstone feels off his own bowling and there's no run. Livingstone bouncing his way back in again over the wicket, and Markram hits the ball along the ground through mid-on for a single.
Sounds like a tennis player hitting a forehand, doesn't he, at the minute?
Just a bit, yeah. Is this new? I don't know if I've heard this before.
I don't think I have.
See if he does it again. In balls, no, not that time. Driven beautifully through the covers by de Kock for 4 runs. Moves on to 89, not out. It's 155 for 2.
Yeah, he's mixing it. He's bowling his leg spinners to Markram and off spin to Quinton de Kock round the wicket. That one just a little bit full, a little bit wide. And the form that de Kock's shown today, it was quite an easy ball for him to be able to put away through extra cover.
Livingstone, around the wicket, just pulls away at the last moment. He's polishing or drying the ball quite a lot on his shirt. Maybe just didn't quite have the grip. And that ball racing away along the ground for 4, picking up a bit of moisture perhaps. That's driven again through the offside. Out towards deep extra cover, cut off this time. Tumbling stop by Jonny Bairstow. Couple of rolls, puts the throw in, then leaps over the rope. Oh, very theatrical from Jonny Bairstow. I think he's enjoying it with his beloved Yorkshire supporters behind him. 157 for 2 at the end of the over. De Kock 91 and Markram on 23.
Putting on a show there for
wasn't he?
the Western Terrace, Jonny Bairstow. Yeah, Liam Livingstone just getting his line slightly wrong to Quinton de Kock. He's gone quite full and quite wide, so it's easy for him to get that ball through the extra cover region. 1 boundary and 1-2. I think he just needs to take pace off it if he can.
Bit of an acceleration by South Africa, 27 in the last 3 overs.
It's Moeen bowling forward. Goes Markram, turns it into the leg side. He's at least a step or 2 down the pitch, looking for one, but de Kock leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Clear shout of no, picked up by Root, who's at square leg. It's a no run, 157 for 2. Moeen bowls again. This is hit through mid-on for a single by Markram. Takes his total on to 24. Score moves on to 158 for 2. There is rain around. Not, I don't think, with us just yet, but perhaps not far off. It looks all a little bit gloomy towards the city centre. De Kock plays forward in defence. Out towards Roy at extra cover, no run, 158 for 2. Feels like all the skies are all closing in. It's all rather grey and murky. Flicked uppishly but safe off the back foot by de Kock through mid-wicket for a single. 92 to him now. Oh, I think it's raining now. 159 for 2. The odd brolly going up. The ground staff are moving down below us as well. The umpires are having a conversation. There's a few boos around. And the frustration of the supporters inside the ground because the rain is deemed hard enough that we're going to have to come off. 159 for 2. How many overs, Andy, have we had in this little spell since we resumed at 2:15?
We've had 6 overs and 5 balls, in which time South Africa scored 40 without loss.
So the ground staff push on the covers. The players slowly drifting off. Stumps are uprooted. It is on the forecast for this latest slither of rain, which is basically hitting this part of the country and nowhere else, which is a little unfortunate, James.
Yeah, we're used to it though up here. On a little microclimate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's not heavy. They're not rushing off the field. The ground staff not rushing on with the covers, but I think just because the umpires can see what's coming, I think they just thought it's in for a little while, so they just try and get the pitch wrapped up first, and then hopefully it won't be a too long a break.
You could see out towards our left-hand side, towards the city centre, it's just starting to fill in a little bit and get greyer and darker, and then eventually the rain arriving as well. 159 for 2, and the players headed off. Markram 24, de Kock on 92. Lauren Winfield-Hill is alongside us as well. You timed it beautifully for another rain break, Lauren.
I know, what on earth are we going to talk about this time? I felt like I got all my good material out in the last break.
I think we should perhaps expand on Simon Mann's wicket-keeping theory of the back and to the left type thing when you for the paddle. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I think in theory, I can see what he's trying to say is that it gives you, I guess it creates a bit more of an angle and gives you a bit more time to get that deflection. It's sort of unnatural for a keeper because you're so used to trying to work across like a line and cut the angle off close to the stumps. It's almost going against what you've sort of drilled for all those years. But I can certainly see the logic behind trying to do that, and like you say, you got a bit more reaction time, haven't you, if you're going back on away from the line and the stumps rather than trying to cut that angle. But yeah, something to play around with.
Well, I think if you move away from the stumps though and they miss the ball, then you look stupid because the ball could go for 4 byes.
And you're in some sort of no man's land position thinking.
Yeah. What did you make of Simon's demonstration of it?
That was interesting, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it didn't look all that dynamic in the commentary box, the demonstration, but it's one of them, isn't it? Like keep it there. Honestly, the worst when you've got a batter down in front and you can see nothing. You know, it's all just a huge gamble of I'm just going to try and get behind the batter, and if it goes in my gloves, great, and if it hits a body part and it doesn't go for runs, that's great too. But I think with stuff like that, you can try all the things in the world, but you become like a shot stopper, and the chance of getting a deflection off the bat face, a lot's got to go right for you to be able to take that cleanly.
And Jimmy's point that if you start dancing backwards and the batter misses it, then you're not really in.
Yeah, and that happens quite a bit. Like, I think that's the hardest part about those paddles and reverse paddles for a keeper, is that you're caught in a position where you can't see what's going on. You've sort of like blindsided, really. And then, even when you are stood up and they miss it and it goes through, it goes through your legs, or you look stupid enough when you are stood up, you're going to look even worse if you're sort of trying to track back to cover it. So, and then again, then you have the other thing, whereas if they miss it and they drag their foot and you're going back on a sort of a negative line and you've missed a stumping opportunity. So yeah, I can certainly see the logic in what he was trying to say, but I'm certainly not going to be the first to practice it. I don't want to be running away from it and to go through for runs.
I remember when I fielded slip for spinner a few years ago, we're in, I want to say, Abu Dhabi, and we played Pakistan, and Misbah al-Haq paddled a lot. He used to paddle sweep a lot. So I can't remember who the keeper was at the time, but he'd go slightly to the leg side to try and cover the fine paddle. Mm-hmm. Then as me at slip would then run across to cover a slightly wider paddle. And then Misbah, I don't know how he knew that we'd done this, but then decided to change the angle of his bat and reverse it through a completely open gap where we just both stood. So we looked absolutely stupid.
You're almost being too clever.
Trying to, take that amazing catch, but.
Yeah, I had one a bit similar in slip, and we were playing against Sri Lanka, and Atapatu went to reverse it left, and I'd gone wider at slip to try and cover what I thought the ball was going to go wider to my left hand on the reverse. And then I actually wrong-footed. I'd gone too far, and it was a tiny little deflection. Didn't really get the reverse, and then you're having to sort of push the other way and go back on yourself to try and get the catch.
We're off again here for rain, unfortunately. 159 for 2. We have had 27.4 overs. So this had been reduced down to 45 overs per side with the initial 2-hour interruption. So we're going to start shaving off further overs from that with this interruption. It's not absolutely hammering it down, but I think it's more what's potentially coming. I mean, it is raining, but it's not belting it down just yet. But there is, I think, quite a bit of heavy stuff coming. And if you look at what the ground staff are doing now, they've put down the protective sheets to cover the bowlers' run-ups and the broader square, and then they're going to drag out additional covers as well. So I think they're expecting it to be a pretty heavy rainfall in this latest band of weather. So it's deeply frustrating for everybody that we currently got no play at 159 for 2. Just to continue the conversation about, developing and improvising and being creative, because so much of it is about the batter, isn't it? And we hear a lot about bowlers trying to respond with their variations and what they can do to counter-attack. On wicket keeping, is that something that is forever evolving still, or is there only so much you can really do as a keeper? Are there little tricks in the trade you can work on and change, and things you can alter?
I think you're always trying to evolve, but I think cricket we've got a really good way of making things really complicated when actually they can just be really simple. I think, like, for me, it's just stripping it back and just being in a good position, being still, catch the ball as clean as you can. And yeah, it's very similar to, like, Jimmy will probably say, but you can watch what the batter's doing, but actually the important bit is not forgetting what you're trying to do, and things like the stumps don't move. It's very simple. Very similar with keeping is, yes, you can try to improvise and evolve, but to a degree you've just got to do X, Y and Z as well as you can, and the rest is just reactive of the game. But it is something like batting's changed, hasn't it, over the last sort of 5 years with the improvisation, the shots that we're seeing the switch hits, the ramps. So you've always, I think the biggest thing is to pick up cues. I found keeping or being in slips, particularly, so just try and pick up cues as quickly as you can. So if you see the hands change or you see the position change of the batter, is to pick up that cue and then react and get yourself into a position that enables you to react to that shot. So that's probably the biggest thing, is getting used to not seeing an awful lot, because people are moving around a lot more nowadays, and also, no different to if a leggy bowl's a googly, you're trying to pick up information as quickly as you can to be able to then react accordingly. So I think that's something that is getting used to, seeing different movements and just just reacting a little bit to that.
I think that's the point I picked up on there was keeping your head still, because I think it's great trying stuff, and I try, as a bowler you try different skills and you try and pick up on the cues as well from the batter. But if you're trying different shots as a batter, moving around the crease, keep your head still. If you're, as a keeper or a fielder, if you're trying to, it's about keeping your head still and making sure you're watching the ball, because the basics are, no matter what you're trying to do, the basics are really, really important.
Lauren talking there about watching for cues from the batter. Is that the same if you're in the slips, Jimmy, as well?
Yeah, it can be. I mean, you've got to be ready all the time, basically, in the slips. And to be honest, anywhere in the field. I think people sometimes can get into bad habits of watching the ball out of the hand. So if I'm at backward point, I watch the batter. So you get a cue. So if he shapes up in a certain way, I know it's going to be a cut shot, and then I'm likely to be in the game, because that's where a cut shot goes. It goes through backward point. So I think it's important to watch the batter. When I feel slip, I watch the bat. Some people watch obviously the keeper watches the ball out of the hand. First slip, maybe the ball, but second and third slip and gully, I watch the batter to try and see, what sort of shot they're going to play.
Would you have any clues that you give to the keeper as to what you might be sending down? Or I don't want you to reveal any trade secrets, obviously here, James. But does that ever happen or not?
No. Good luck to him. No, I think that keepers, they're great at watching. Generally keepers are good batters as well, so they watch the ball well. Some keepers I've played with can see it in my hand which way it's going to swing, which way where the shiny side is, so they've got an idea. I think some can almost pick up cues again from your action. It might just be the tiniest little change of your action to get the ball to swing a certain way, and they pick up on that. So it's just a case of I think I'd never give even bowling slow balls in one-day cricket, I'd never give a signal. It's just too much of a risk for the batter to pick up on, I think.
Oh, so you'd be worried that they'd spot something's going to change or something?
I don't think it's a big... keepers are generally pretty good at taking the ball. It's not like they're going to come closer and get a catch or anything. Slow balls, you're looking for catches in the outfield. So.
Would you want anything from a bowler if you were keeping?
No, I don't think. I don't think you get too many. I think what you do get is the more you play with someone, you get a feel of what's happening in the game. So like if there's players, bowlers that you're familiar with, you can get a sense of this has happened, so I know that they're going to go short or they're going to take pace off, or things like that, because that's just their go-tos in that scenario. Or
what if it's something a little bit quirky and unusual? If you face it, for example, Labuschagne, when he occasionally bowls, he'll occasionally bowl a bouncer. So if you're a keeper standing up and Labuschagne, a leg spinner, throws in a bouncer, surely there must be some you'd expect, would you, some kind of knowledge to the keeper?
You'd be fuming, wouldn't you, if you stood up and you get a bounce. To be honest, it's not it happened. Amy Jones when she is keeping for England, there'll be times she stood up and the bowler will bowl a bouncer, because it gives the batter wouldn't be expecting that, so it sort of catches them off guard. So it's a huge advantage to have your keeper stood up and still be able to bowl a bouncer. That's not likely to happen in the men's game, given the difference in pace, obviously. I think Livingstone bowled one in the Lancs in the T20 Blast game as well, didn't he?
Joe Root bowls him as well.
Yeah.
As a spinner.
I mean, to be honest, that's no disrespect, but at that sort of pace, your keeper's stopping that. You're not. It's a bit different if your seamers charging in and they want you up to the stump for slower balls, and then they bowl a bumper. But yeah, you just like Jimmy said, you're trying to get into a good position, react as well as you can, and take it as clean as you can, and just keep it simple, really.
Overcomplicating the game. Maybe.
Very easy to do.
Is it?
Yeah, lots of people do it.
Well, overthink it.
Yeah, 100%. It's like it is. The thing is, I like, coming from a bowling point of view, the bowling action is so complex that it's very easy to get caught up in what your body's doing, your run up, your rhythm, your action, and you can overcomplicate it. But the skill to be good and consistent is to keep it as simple as you possibly can. It goes through all facets of the game.
Is that easy to do when you're more experienced?
Of course it is, yeah. Of course it is, because you know your game then. You know what works for you. You know if things are going wrong on a certain day, you know what to sort of fall back on, what's worked for you in the past to get you out of that bad sort of feeling or bad rhythm. So yeah, 100% it's easier. I struggled for years. First 5 years of my international career, I was always striving for that perfect over or perfect ball, and then ended up overcomplicating things, thinking, right, it's got to be, my arms have got to do this, or my action's got to do a certain thing, rather than thinking just hit the top of off some, like, keep it as simple as you possibly can. Bowl your best ball. That's all I try and think about.
It must be nice to be at that stage of your career when you can do that. I mean, I recently spoke to Liam Livingstone about coming out and trying to win T20 matches. And he said, look, I'm experienced enough now, having gone around the world and played in different franchises, that if I know if I can do it 2 or 3 times out of 7 or 8 games, then I'm happy with that. Just to have that sense of being content that it's not always going to work for you must be quite a fulfilling place to be, I guess.
Oh, I think it's probably the most desirable thing an athlete's looking for, isn't it? Like, we're all, you know, perfectionists by nature. We're always striving for more, but I think the place that you're trying to get to, and like you said, Jimmy, with experience, is just acceptance of every day is going to feel different, every wicket's going to feel different. It's not about being perfect, it's about being effective. And as soon as you can come away from that perfectionist mindset and just go, you know, go in with what you've got. Like I used to really struggle with that, was like my preparation had to be perfect. And if my preparation wasn't perfect, oh God, what's going to happen in the middle, because it wasn't perfect. And it's just getting to a place of, you know, some days you feel $1 million and some days it feels awful, but it actually doesn't matter how it feels. It's about just going in with what you've got on that day. And some days I think it's almost like just having like a things that you're going to commit to, and you know, it sounds really like, I don't know, counterproductive. It's like I like to think of like how do I want to fail, so it gives me the cushion of I will fail, like I will get out. A batter is going to get out at some point, or a bowler they are going to go for a boundary at some point, but how do I want to fail and how do I want that to look? So that might be, you know, just making sure that I'm going to my strengths and I'm making the positive move first, and that's it. And they're the things that I'm trying to do and I'm going to commit to, and some days that's going to come off and some days that's not. But it's not trying to play your perfect game every time. It's about, you know, accepting how you want to go about things, really.
And if you've got your backing of your teammates and your captain in the dressing room, that's the main thing, I guess, isn't it, James?
Yeah, of course. I think that's huge. You want clarity from your captain and coach as to what your role is in the team, so that you can go out there and try and execute it as best you can. And as Lauren said, it's not going to happen perfectly all the time. It's about how, you know, you've got to do your job for your team, and you are going to have days where the ball doesn't come out of the middle of the bat every ball, but it's trying to accumulate runs and get a score. When you feel that, you know, the best players do that, they get scores when they're not in their best form possible, if that makes sense. Same as bowlers still take wickets or do a job for the team, even if your timing's off or your rhythm feels rubbish. So yeah, I think that's what sort of separates the best players from players that don't quite make it.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, James. Thank you, Lauren. We'll have a little change around, I think, up in the commentary box. The conditions haven't improved. If anything, they've got worse, sadly. The full covers are on now, stretching the entire width of the square. So the bowlers' run-ups are protected. The covers across the square are protected as well. The officials, the match officials, at least one is still out there, huddled under a brolly. Most spectators are disappearing for some shelter, and maybe a little bit of refreshment as well. There's plenty of brollies up, and there's more blue and white seats around the ground now than ever before, as people do try and get some shelter because the rain is continuing to tumble. Ellie, good afternoon.
Hello, Scott. Yeah, it's a grim scene, isn't it? It just feels as if the rain that's coming down around the ground is very, very well set indeed, and we've been looking at the various doom-laden apps, haven't we, to try and see if there are going to be any breaks in play, but it doesn't really feel like it at the moment, unfortunately. But I'm assuming they're having lunch now.
Well, I guess so, yes, yeah. And there will be a pretty shortened interval, and we're going to lose further overs. We were down to 45 overs, weren't we? That was reduced to 45 overs.
Further, obviously, isn't it now?
And that's going to get chipped away again. We had 2 hour stoppage before our restart at 2:15. So, yeah, we're losing time. We're losing overs now.
Absolutely. Artif's here as well.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you very much, Scott. We'll give you a little bit of respite while the rain falls, and hopefully we'll have some more action a little bit later on today. Still raining, very, very drizzly here at Headingley, very overcast. Doesn't look great, but I've been told by Andy Zoltzman that if they manage to squeeze in a 20-over game here for England, for a 20-over innings for England, they would be chasing something in the vicinity of 178. So let's see. We might still get an exciting second half to this game yet. But those of you looking for entertainment, don't go anywhere. We're going to have a nice chat here, Ellie and myself. Now, we wanted to draw your attention to something quite musical, actually, a bit of opera.
We're bringing some culture to the TMS box today, aren't we?
I know. Yes. In my case, certainly from the most unlikeliest of sources. But no, I'm a big fan of the opera. And don't worry, anybody listening at the moment, I'm not going to start. I'm going to resist the temptation to start singing. But what I did want to draw your attention to was a new community opera that's going to be taking place at the Garsington Opera Festival. This week, in fact, and it's going to be quite something. If you don't know about the Garsington Opera Festival, it takes place at an opera pavilion which is set up in the grounds of Wormsley, the Wormsley estate of the Wormsley cricket ground, which is one of the most picturesque places to watch cricket in this country, I would say. It's such a gorgeous ground, and there's going to be this opera festival taking place there called the Garsington Opera Festival, and one of the productions this summer is actually themed around cricket. The Garsington Festival is going to be staging the first production about cricket at that particular festival. It's called Dahlia. It's a new community opera by composer Roxana Panofnik and librettist Jessica Dussen, and it's it's a fascinating story about somebody from Syria who comes over. Ellie, I understand you were involved in this as well.
Yeah, well, this is something that I was first asked about back in 2020. So I think maybe even before that. So before the pandemic, and because Roxana is a friend of mine. I think hopefully is she on the line?
I believe Roxana is with us. Hello. Roxana.
Hello. How are you?
Yeah, really well indeed. Very well indeed.
Yes, absolutely. Hopefully you've got slightly better weather than what we're enjoying at the moment. Tell me you can see some sun.
I can, and I'm so sorry about your weather, but we've got blazing sunshine here, so I hope it comes your way soon.
Well, we hope so as well. We're very excited to hear more about this opera that's taking place. I mean, I was quite surprised. I was talking to Ellie about this yesterday, actually, and she was telling me about the Syrian opera, and I didn't realise there was a Syrian opera, but that's quite remarkable.
No. Well, this is something that I was trying to remember when it was, Rox, that you and I first talked about this. I think it was kind of back in the summer of, was it just summer of 2019, was it? As long ago as that?
It was pre-pandemic, definitely, yes. Yeah, it was. It's been going on for a while. It's been building for a while.
And part of it, I think, is because of the setting for the festival, isn't it? As Atif has said, the Wormsley estate, which people will know if they've been to watch cricket there, and Atif is saying that he's actually played cricket at Wormsley as well.
Wow!
So it just felt like a really suitable setting, didn't it? So I think it was Karen Gilligan, who's the director of it, who came up with this idea.
Yes, she did. She'd just been working with some refugee choirs, and she decided that she wanted a story that was about a refugee who comes over here to try and build a new life. So Dahlia is a young teenage Syrian girl who's lost her family in the journey over from Syria, and she's fostered to a lovely family in sort of Middle England, and they are cricket mad, this family, and Dahlia really struggles, as you can probably imagine anyone would, with this completely foreign place, foreign climate, foreign culture. She can't speak English, but she finds joy and hope and acceptance through becoming a national youth cricket champion. And she really steals the cricket show, and our singer who's playing Dahlia has turned into quite a fine spin bowler, actually.
Oh, she's actually sort of let her art be imitated in life, as it were. She's actually gone on to play actual cricket.
Oh yes, we're very realistic about it all, and I have to confess that there isn't ever a ball on the stage, but all the bowling and everything else is completely authentic.
Well, I would imagine so, because I know our very own Eleanor Aldroyd's been involved as well. Tell us, what in terms of bringing authenticity, because cricket fans are nothing if not demanding in their authenticity of its portrayal. I mean, what did you seek from Eleanor when you were seeking her input?
Well, first of all, before the music comes the words. So my writing partner, Jessica Duchen, had long sessions with Ellie talking about not just the game of cricket, but the structure and the atmosphere, and also all those wonderful cricket terms, which are just absolutely made to be set to music. And the libretto is absolutely peppered with them all over. And then once Jess had written that with Ellie, I obviously talked to Ellie about it too, but I needed more specific music and sound help. So I also worked very closely with two venerable members of the Barmy Army, pianist Anna Tilbrook and the legend that is Billy the trumpet. And they taught me through the music of cricket, what cricket sounds like and what the crowds are saying or calling out or doing. And so it was fantastic to have Ellie's and their input, and I hope we've come up with something that's really quite authentic.
It sounds fascinating.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just thinking it's such a difficult thing sort of cross-culturally to bring that together, because you're telling the story. It can be quite a harrowing story as well, of people who lose family members and have to travel and in the most difficult of circumstances, but you're marrying that together with this very quintessential English love of cricket and the idea of Please,
sorry to interrupt. No, it's just,
No, please.
It's no coincidence that we also consulted a lot of charities, refugee charities, both here and abroad, and many of them use cricket to bring people together and to give people a sense of purpose and a sense of hope, and also to sort of, keep fostering that feeling of teamwork between refugees and the people who work with them or help them. It's a fantastic way to do that, and it's just been really inspirational for all of us on the team.
And I think that's one of the things that we've seen in refugee camps in the past, haven't we, in refugee camps in Afghanistan, was the way that cricket was something that brought people together, that it gave them that focus, that excitement, that real sense of hopefulness in a way, because cricket is a hopeful game, and I think also you're talking about the refugee experience, Rox, and this is something that Jess, you mentioned that Jessica who wrote the libretto, wrote the words for Dahlia, she experienced that in her own family as well, didn't she, that refugee experience?
She did. Well, both of us did. So Jess's mother-in-law was on the Kinder transport and managed to leave Germany just in time before the Second World War. And my father was a refugee. He had a very dramatic escape from communist Poland in 1954 and claimed political asylum here. So we're both directly involved. And but it is actually, although I've grown up with my father's story, doing this project has really brought it home how just incredibly harrowing and hard it is to just drop everything and leave everything behind to start a new life in somewhere that's completely different. And I can't get over the huge courage that these people have, and the sense of desperation that must have made them have to have that courage to do that.
And it reminds me, I don't know, Artie, if you've watched the Freddie Field of Dreams programme, which has been out this week or over the last couple of weeks, which focuses on a group of young boys in Preston, or young men in Preston, and introduces them to the game of cricket. And one of their star players is a young Afghan refugee called Adnan, who comes over and hasn't ever played in a cricket team before, teaches himself cricket, and that's his way of being accepted into the world around him. So it's very much like Dahlia's story, but happening in the real world, and so it just feels did feel very much something that was relevant and pertinent for this moment as well.
Absolutely.
It did indeed. I mean, what I'm very curious about, Roxana, is the idea of the logistics of trying to put this together, because you've had to do sort of various things on Zoom and talk to people in Syria, in Palestine, choirs in Palestine. I mean, again, Ellie was telling me it blew my mind that there were choirs in Palestine and Syria. But to try and get that authenticity, it isn't just a case of finding people in the country in the UK who've got connections with these places necessarily, but you actually wanted to reflect that authenticity and connect with people in those actual regions.
Completely, and we are so lucky to have the Al Farah choir from Syria and the Amwaj choir from Palestine, who'll be joining us digitally on stage because of the sort of danger of internet connections dropping out all the time. They've had to be pre-recorded, but they're actually, when they're singing, they're being accompanied by everybody on the stage and a live orchestra. So they're very much there. But we had an amazing rehearsal last weekend where we connected on Zoom with these choirs, and everybody, all the cast and company here and the two choirs, they all did this fantastic warm-up together with our choreographer, Natasha Kamjani, and Jess and I were in tears. It was so moving to see the joy on everybody's faces doing this together. It was very, very special.
It sounds it most certainly does. I can only imagine what it was like. But yeah, it must be one of the first instances of that happening, of people performing via Zoom or rehearsing via Zoom for an opera,
but on stage as well, because of course there were lots of performances via Zoom, weren't there, during the pandemic? But I want can I ask you, Rox, a bit more about the music that you've composed? Because you said that there won't be a cricket ball on the stage at any stage, but you've got to so the choreography will have to reproduce what a cricket match looks like. And the music as well. You said you've chosen little motifs, if it were, as it were, from what the Barmy Army sing.
Yes. So Billy the trumpet was fantastic at talking me through the sound of a crowd and the way they go whoa like that. So we've got a lot of that in it. And then trying to replicate the sort of leather, the thwack of leather meeting willow with the ball and the bat, which I use these wooden percussion instruments called temple blocks, and they're going to be using leather-covered mallets for that, to recreate that sound. And then also I've been a bit cheeky and stolen the idea of having cowbells from Test Match Special and theme tune. And I've got them, but they're in a different rhythm. I haven't stolen anything else, just the fact that they're a cowbell. So people will instantly make that association. And Billy the trumpet let me have his wonderful little mariachi flourish that he used to do. So that's in it. Everything stops and you suddenly hear that at one point. And there's a sort of rhythm to it and a joy and a lift that you get from being at the cricket. And as my cricket-loving husband says, cricket is an opera. It's the drama unfolding over a sort of long period of time. And it's just, I think it's a natural vehicle for opera, really.
Most certainly. It sounds it, for sure. I mean, we're not going to claim the cowbell here at TMS forever. But I feel like other people... people have access to the cowbell. But it really is...
Booker T and the MGs who wrote the original Soul Limbo, I think, probably might claim it.
I think they might indeed. So this is so looking at... you've said that, and I think it's quite a profound thing that your husband has said, and you've relayed to us the idea that cricket is an opera that plays out over a long period of time. I mean, has this sort of experience of putting this together and doing it's quite the task that you've given yourself, but you've managed to put it all together. It's going to come out next week. Everybody's very excited about it, and we're very hopeful it'll be a great success. Have you given thought to doing more sort of cricket-themed things in the future?
Well, I'd love to, but I have to say I've got a way to go and still in thoroughly understanding the game of cricket. And I have to put my hand up here. So I'm looking forward to learning more about it. Ellie was going to take me to a cricket match and talk me through it. But of course, because of the pandemic, we couldn't do that. So Ellie, I'd love to take you up on that. And who knows, there might be a cricket cantata at some stage.
Absolutely. I think we can explore all sorts of different forms of bringing music and cricket together. But yeah, I do think, I think the drama that unfolds as well, and actually it's when we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about the kind of great redemption stories that you can have in cricket as well.
Yeah.
The Joe Root redemption story, the fact that he lost the captaincy, went out and scored a century in the very next Test match. I mean, sitting here at Headingley, it was a day very different to this when Ben Stokes scored his famous century, which won that Test match in the Ashes, and in the most dramatic fashion. There is inherent drama in sport, isn't there? And I think that's one of the things that we love about sport, is because you don't know how the drama is going to unfold.
Absolutely.
And I think you and I, Roxanne, have done a very, very good job of not revealing what happens at the end of Dahlia, because it's quite a cliffhanger, isn't it, the way it builds up.
It is. So without revealing too much, Dahlia gets separated at the very beginning of the opera from her mother at a refugee camp in Calais, which is being broken up by the police. And in fact, just as Dahlia is about to go and play in the national finals of youth cricket finals, she gets a text from her mum saying that her mum's in a detention centre in Dover. And it's, does Dahlia go on to play that all-important cricket match, or does she go down to Dover to see her mum, who she thought was dead and she'd never see again? And that's where I'll leave it. You'll have to guess what happens next, unless you come along.
Oh, what a cliffhanger! I mean, that's like Sophie's choice. That's so difficult. But it's a really brilliant point to bring the thing to, and obviously we'll keep everybody in suspense. But it's a fascinating. You know, I still think just the marrying of these two topics is so important to the time as well, especially when we look at. You know, right now news media has been properly diversified in good ways and bad, but you know, you often see people coming over from different countries, asylum seekers or immigrant. That it's not reflected in the most positive of ways or in the most nuanced of ways. But what you've done here is told a very real story.
And actually, and it's also the fact that it's a girl as well. That the story is the story of a girl rather than a young boy. Was there a particular reason for that, Roxana, that you and Jessica, or that Jessica decided on?
No, I think it was simply that Jess created Dahlia as a refugee girl before we decided, what sport she was going to be involved in, and I think it was just a sort of chronological thing, really. But it's wonderful that she is a girl, and because women's cricket is just fabulous at the moment, isn't it? It's just spectacular.
Yeah. Well, especially in women's cricket at the moment, is
exactly
showing a lot of dominance at the moment against the South Africans. But it's fascinating. It really is. I think you've taken these brilliant touch points and brought them together so nicely. I very much look forward to it. My kind of big question really is that once the sort of Garsington Festival's over, are there plans to maybe take the show on the road? I mean, maybe like residencies at big. Maybe have you put in a phone call to the Royal Opera House? I mean, just curious.
Well, we hope so. We have a lot of critics coming, which is slightly nerve-wracking. So, hoping that it's a massive success both with audiences and critics alike, and then hopefully other people would take it on. That would be amazing. But it'd be great to come and do it in all the sort of centres around the UK and up in Birmingham, and we're actually some of the kids in the opera are going to Lord's on Saturday morning, and are going to be singing during a break at Lord's, which is very exciting. So we might be able to stage something there at a later date.
Well, that would work really well. And actually, you talked as well to a lot of the community groups that are, I think the MCC Foundation were very helpful, weren't they? And I know Chance to Shine, which do incredible work as well.
Yeah.
But just the number of organisations that are trying to expand cricket, because that's what we all want to see. That cricket shouldn't be a game for people who just went to private schools or grew up in very traditional cricket playing areas. That it should be something that's open to everyone. And actually, one of the themes of the opera is the fact that Dahlia has to gain that acceptance from the team that she's a part of, and there is a villain of the piece as well. Tell us about the villain of the piece.
Roger is he's xenophobic, I think, is a sort of generous way to describe him, and he whips the neighbours up into a sort of fury about how Dahlia is a scrounger, and she's taking away their medical services and leeching all their taxes they pay are going into supporting her. But actually, throughout the opera, he continues being villainous and xenophobic, and then does something so outrageous, which I'm not going to give away, that it actually turns everybody against him. And there's a fantastic moment where he sings "I Knew She Couldn't Be Trusted," and 200 people turn around and sing "Oh, shut up, Roger." And it's just such a precious moment, and I can't wait to see how the audience is going to react to that. But every good opera has a baddie. Does cricket have a baddie?
Oh, we have too many baddies, sadly, is the truth. I'll have to introduce you to the person who invented the concept of franchise leagues. He might be considered a baddie.
Well, maybe maybe the next opera is the Sandpaper Gate story. You know, that would be a fantastic, because that is, sort of combine that the story of redemption. And after that as well, it's there's all sorts of different things that you could turn cricket into story-wise.
Great,
most
well,
certainly
I'm
are.
up for it. That's
Definitely, we'll have plenty of ideas. One more thing I wanted to ask you about as well is the languages that you've used, because there's Arabic so the whole opera is in English and in Arabic, and I think you've picked out the Syrian dialect specifically. I mean, was that challenging?
It was not really, because we were very lucky. We have the most wonderful Arabic singer who's playing Dalia's mother. So, and she's actually partly Egyptian, but she has an Arabic teacher who knows all the different dialects. So we had the Arabic terms for the words that we wanted to use. And then she and her teacher helped me, first of all, pronounce it properly in the Syrian dialect, but also make sure that I set it to music in the way that I didn't put emphasis in the wrong places. And so that, yes, I mean, it's sort of going that extra mile, but it's so important to do that. Again, it was that search for authenticity.
It's very important as well, just to reflect that in there as well. And it's curious, actually, because cricket's one of those sports that hasn't really taken off in the Arab world, as it were. But maybe you'll have a secondary impact there with them as well. So this is very exciting, Roxanne. I mean, that'd be wonderful, wouldn't it? I mean, this is very exciting that. The opera is going to be staged at the Garsington Opera on the 28th, the 30th, and the 31st of July.
That's right.
For a start, we'd be hoping for much more.
I think Atif has got opera impresario about to be added to his CV.
Excellent. I like it.
We'll have to put in some calls here, there, and everywhere and see if we can get it into some of my favourite opera spaces in London. But it's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you as well, Roxanne. Thank you so much. And what I would say, no, it's our pleasure. And and of course, we've got to say you're very lucky as well to have Ellie Aldroyd involved. She knows her business in opera and in cricket.
It's been such a privilege. Thank you, Roxanne. Well, I mean, it's just great to do something that's just so different and just to be involved in a very, very small way, because Roxana and Jessica are the actual geniuses involved in putting this all together.
Well, however it's come to be, we're very grateful for it. Thank you so much for your time,
thanks
Roxana,
for having me.
We wish you the very best with the opera.
Thank
you.
See you on Thursday.
Yeah, see you on Thursday, Ellie. Bye.
Bye.
Well, there we go. That's we're just speaking to Roxana there about Dahlia, which is going to be staged at the Garsington Opera on the 28th, 30th, and 31st of July. You can look that up online and try and find tickets. I don't know if there's available now, but you should still definitely try and find them. That was Roxana Panupnik who was just speaking to us, and her and Jessica Dussen have been working on it, and of course Ellie Aldroyd involved as well. Ellie, I mean, I've got to ask you before we move off the topic of opera, and we'll update people about what's happening at Headingley, but you've got something rather exciting coming out with a musical theme as well.
Well, yes, that's not my only musical project at the moment. We've actually just finished making a documentary about the links between cricket and choirs.
And I understand you've got quite the hit list.
We've got quite a cast list, actually, of people who have a connection, people in cricket who have a connection with the choral music world. So a lot of people know that Sir Alistair Cook was a chorister at St Paul's Cathedral as a young boy, so he's part of that as well. Our very own Ebony Rainford-Brent, who's here today, she sang at school, she sang in Westminster Abbey, so we're being reflective of the great cathedrals of London. We've got St Paul's on one side, we've got Westminster Abbey on another side. I actually spoke to one of the greatest captains of all time, Sir Clive Lloyd, who was also a boy chorister in Guyana, in Georgetown, Guyana, growing up. And also talking about people in the music world as well, who say that actually, that being part of a team, bringing together a team of people, some of whom have individual roles at certain points. So, if you're a batter or a bowler, or even a brilliant or a wicketkeeper or a brilliant fielder. You know, you take on an individual role within a team sport, which is not like any other sport. But that's been, it's just been put to bed over this last couple of days. It's going out on Radio 4 on the 15th of August, and I think we actually are going to play it out, the whole programme at some stage on TMS during the test matches against South Africa in August, and we'll hear a little bit more about it closer to that time on TMS. But it's been such great fun to put together, and my producer, who works in the choral music world, so he produces choral evensong for BBC Radio 3, but is passionate about cricket, and obviously I work in cricket and I'm absolutely passionate about music and choral music as well, so we've had an awful lot of fun putting it together.
I mean, it sounds it. I can't wait. So 15th of August, and it's going to be on BBC Radio 4.
That's the TX date. I'm going to get a message any minute from Ben to say if I've got that wrong. But yes, I think that is the actual date that it will go out.
Well, we very much look forward to it. It's brilliant. We're getting all these musical projects in, fantastic. One day I'll introduce you to Andy Zaltzman's agent, and maybe you can get him to do a little operatic performance. That would be quite something, wouldn't it? Right now here at Headingley, I've got to tell you, it's not looking very promising. The rain is coming down pretty hard. There's a few chaps on the pitch at the moment with umbrellas. The covers are fully stretched out onto the surface. Most of the fans have taken refuge under the stands rather than out in the seats. We can see basically a sea of blue on either side of us from our vantage point here in the press box, and a sea of white alongside the pitches. It's looking very, very rainy, very, very dull. It's hard to see a resumption in the short term anyway. The floodlights are on in full blast, but it's very sort of misty and rainy, and sadly it's just not looking very promising at the moment. But what I will say is that if we're able to get some play going, it'll likely be in the 20 over format. I think this South African total, Andy Zaltzman was telling me a little bit earlier, maybe he can remind us again of the permutation. So you suggested to me earlier, Andy, that if we were to resume at some stage today and get a 20 over game out, England would need what to win?
They would, if I've used the DLS calculator correctly, which I think if there's no more play in South Africa's innings and England have 20 overs, England would require 178 to win. South Africa 159 for 2 from 27.4. So the way the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method works is calculating resources available to a team. The resources are the balls you have left and the wickets you have left. So that's all factored in, and uses sort of based on historic precedent to then calculate the target for the team based on the resources it has. So the reason, so England will be chasing a higher target as they have fewer overs in which to lose their wickets. So there's various complicated things going on behind the scenes, but it's a very effective system.
It is indeed. I was looking at the programme on your computer screen. It looks very, very impressive. Looks like one of those old things you'd load up on a Commodore 64. Sad that I'm dating myself there a little bit. Right, it is still raining, I'm afraid. No play is imminent, unfortunately, for the time being. But whilst we wait, it gives us a chance, really, to reflect on the decision taken by England's red ball captain now, Ben Stokes, to retire from one-day international cricket. Test match special had its chance to look into the one-day international career of Ben Stokes. Here it is with Simon Mann.
This is the TMS podcast from BBC Radio 5 Live.
I'm Simon Mann. Welcome to a bonus TMS podcast reflecting on the one-day international career of Ben Stokes, who's announced his retirement from the format. We'll hear from Stokes himself and also get reaction from his World Cup winning teammates Mark Wood and Chris Wokes, as well as Jimmy Anderson, Saqib Mahmood and our cricket correspondent Jonathan Agnew. But first we're going to relive Stokes' finest moment in a one-day international shirt and head back to the final over of England's dramatic run chase in the World Cup final against New Zealand in 2019, when Stokes had the weight of the nation's hopes resting on his shoulders.
Here's Bolt, the start of the final over. He runs in smoothly, bowls to Stokes. It's a lovely full ball. He digs it out, and they're not going to take a run there.
It's the right decision. He's got to stay on strike. He's got to think 4 boundaries, 3 boundaries. If Bolt gets one on length, he's got to clear it over long
Yes,
gone.
he does.
If it's full, he might be able to glide it past those 4 fielders on the offside for a 4.
I think the only real time I started to panicking was when the first 2 balls of last over were dots.
5 balls to go, 15 needed. Bolt's on the way, bowls to Stokes, who hammers out again to the edge of the circle, straight to the man. 2.27 for 8, 15 needed. What can Stokes do? Bolt's on his way, bowls to him. That's a length, and he heaves it away into the leg side. That's going to go for 6. What a shot!
To be honest, I've never ever played a sweep shot off a seamer before, so I've got absolutely no idea why I thought to play that shot.
Well, Ben Stokes, he's the fiercest of competitors.
I've faced Trent quite a lot at the end of innings. When he misses his Yorker, it's generally a full toss. That was probably what's going through my mind. Honestly, I can't fully remember, but I thought if I get down and sweep it, then can just sort of take the pace and hopefully it will go.
Oh my, 2.33, 9 off 3. In goes Bolt. It's a full toss. Swiped into leg side. They want to get 2 here, surely. Come on, Adil Rashid. Run. Stokes to the far end. He's desperately getting there. Dives. Now, that came off Stokes. If it goes for 4, there's nothing they can do about it.
That's 4.
There's nothing they can do about it. Stokes is saying to the umpire, don't let it count. But it does count.
You get a tell from the keeper, you know, where he stood, because obviously the keeper comes straight up to the stumps in a situation like that, and he didn't move. So I knew that I'm going to have to get out a dive here to give myself any chance whatsoever to get in here. You know, I just got to a point where I thought this is where I'm going to have to dive.
Stokes is diving for his ground. The throw hit him absolutely accidentally and ricocheted to the boundary.
Hit his bat.
As he dived to go in.
You know, you can never ever see that happen again. From a 70-yard boundary to hit my bat and go for 4, it was... It was a very unfortunate thing to happen, but you just can't do things about that. But the way that I think New Zealand played throughout the whole tournament and the way that they are known for playing, led by Kane, there was no complaints about it whatsoever. And I said to Kane, I'll be apologising about that for a long, long time.
That is a freak. 3 from 2, but 2 ties it.
The amount of thought and effort I put into, constructing that innings and the processes that I went through, I wouldn't have been able to do 5 years ago, definitely not. But that comes from experience, that comes from playing, and that comes from being in situations like that similar over the 4 years that we've had together as a one-day group.
Rashid, get ready.
2 ties it, and there'll be a super over if that's the way it stays. 3 to win. Bolt goes in and bowls to Stokes, who hammers it down the ground. They're running, and Rashid's coming back for the second. Surely the throw comes in, and he's run out.
Stokes is on strike.
Stokes is on strike. Can Stokes hit 2 to win? And if it goes through to the keeper, Wood's got to run.
I said to Stokesy at the time, I says, look, no matter what happens, I'm just going to run, because if he missed it, we need to get one. And he just completely ignored me. His eyes were like big and glazed over. He was so in the zone.
That was probably the only time where I actually probably thought about what stage the game was at. Because before that, it was just try and get as many runs as you can, whereas that ball was, if I get out here, in terms of hitting one in the air and out, we lose. We don't win the World Cup.
Here's the last ball of the match. Two needed to win for England. Bolt runs in. Bowls to Stokes, a low full toss. He pushes it down the ground, and Wood's going to run a second. Here they come. Up to the non-strikers, and it's run out. It's run out. The match is tied.
Oh, he's out. He's out by 2 metres, I reckon.
Stokes through his bat. Wood was absolutely full length, desperately trying to get in his ground. He was run out. It looked to be a fair one from here. The umpires will check it. Oh my word.
When I look back on that moment at the end of my career, I will be happy with my decision because I made it before the ball was bowled. I consciously said to myself, keep this along the floor because at worst you're going to get one. Even if I hit it straight to a field on the ring, I knew you were going to get one.
But he said that mid-wicket was a bit squarer, so if he'd get it to mid-wicket's right, just to the left of mid-on, he was back to me to get back for 2. But he says he almost hit it too perfect to mid-on, that I didn't really have a chance.
It's 1 over.
Yeah, England bat first.
England bat first. Yeah. They're allowed 3 bats, in other words, 2 wickets. And it's simply the runs they score. The ground staff are coming out.
I was still emotionally caught up in what had already happened. I was disappointed that I didn't manage to get the 2 runs that we needed to win. So I was still carrying a bit of that with me, and then when I got told I was going back out to play in the Super Over, I knew that I couldn't be in this mindset going out there to try and get us a good score. So yeah, I just had to go out the back of the changing rooms at Lord's into the shower area and just be by myself for 5 minutes and gather my thoughts, because I had to get out of the emotions that I was in, because it wasn't the right place for someone to be in, to go out and try and do what me and Joss had to do. So doing that just sort of allowed me to forget everything and really focus on the next 10 minutes, which was probably the biggest stage in my career today. It was a Super Over in the World Cup final.
And we know what happened after that, of course. England winning it, that Super Over in dramatic fashion. Ben Stokes talking about the final over of England's run. Chase during the World Cup final 3 years ago, with Owen Morgan's side going on to beat New Zealand. So Ben Stokes has announced his retirement from one-day international cricket. There is a World Cup next year in India, England with a chance to defend that trophy they won 3 years ago, but Stokes will not be there, and he has been speaking today to Henry Moran about his decision.
OK, Ben, I suppose the first question is, why now?
Well, it's just one of those things, you hear everyone say that when you know, and it's obviously not an easy decision to make, but there's a lot of things that I considered was longevity in the sport. I want to be playing as long as I possibly can. Obviously now being the Test captain, that's where my sort of just everything is at for me at the moment. I was always going to have to choose one of the white ball formats to stop playing and then focus on the other as well as Test cricket. But yeah, after the first game against India at the Oval, it just sort of hit me that it's going to have to be this format, because not being able to go out there and give everything that I can, I've been an all-rounder with the bat and ball, and, I must feeling like I have to look after myself for games in the future is not what the England shirt deserves. It deserves 100% from anyone whoever puts the shirt on. So with that, and then also feeling like I'm stopping someone else come into the team and progress themselves as a player and go on and do create some amazing memories like I've managed to do over the last 11 years with an amazing group of players. And all that considered, it was right times now.
And so it was as recently as that series just gone that suddenly it all started coming together in your mind.
Yeah, I didn't think it would be. I didn't know which one it would be, but I guess when it, as I say, when you know.
This is a special place for it all to be wrapping up. What are your memories of coming here when playing for England was still quite some way away, still a distant dream?
Yeah, look, Durham gave me, my first opportunity, back when I was younger on the academy, and then progressed through onto to represent them in first-class cricket. It's amazing that it sort of worked out this way. And Joss and Moeen were unbelievable when I told them what I was doing, and I asked if they wouldn't mind if I could play the first game in the series as was at Durham, and that'd be my last game. And they were just said, yeah, absolutely, it wasn't even a doubt in their mind. So it's very nice of them, very nice for me to know that I'll be playing here, because I've only played 2 games here for England since I started playing. So to walk out wearing the England shirt on this ground where everything started for me is very special.
Do you expect to find that quite an emotional experience?
Don't know. Have to wait and see, I guess. But I guess it because I've still got the other 2 formats now that I'm going to still be playing in and putting all my efforts into. It's it's not like I'm never playing again. But yeah, it's just knowing that I won't be in this format anymore with some unbelievable people in that dressing room who I played so many games with. That's the sad side of it all. But on the other side, it's now I know that I can give my 100% to the Test team as I always do, and now 100% to the T20 side going forward, rather than what I felt like I was doing was 100% Test, 50% one days, 50% T20s, because I was trying to look after myself for longevity and stuff like that, which is didn't sit well with me.
You've spoken about an unsustainable schedule. What do you mean by that?
Well, I just feel like there's just too much sort of cricket rammed in for people to play all 3 formats. Now it's a lot harder than what I think it used to be. And I look back when I was doing all 3, it didn't feel like it was as jam-packed and everything like that. So you obviously you want to play as much cricket as you possibly can, but when it's making you feel tired and sore, and you've got to look towards 5-6 months down the road of what you're doing in the here and now, it's probably not the best thing. But yeah.
Should it be a bit of a wake-up call to the authorities that players are having to pick and choose and think about what they can commit to, considering the amount of cricket there is?
I don't know, I guess so. I mean, look, obviously the more cricket's played, the better for the sport. But obviously you want a product that's of the highest quality. You want the best players to be playing as much as you possibly can all the time, and it's not just us or me. You see it all around the world now, where teams are having to rest some players in a certain series, so then they feel like they're getting a break. But I just said, we're not cars. We can't just fill us up and then we'll go off and out there and then wait till we filled up again. It's I mean, we had a test series going on, and then the one-day team had a series going on at the same time. That was a bit silly.
For you, 50-over cricket has had one remarkable high. Is that going to be the moment that you will be able to look back on and think, you know what, I gave that format everything?
Yeah, look, obviously that one-day final, lifting that World Cup was an amazing day. But I think it goes back further than just that one day. That 4 years we had as a team after, from 2015, that whole ride, that whole journey that we shared together to get to that one day. That's what I look back on, not just that day, everything that we managed to do before that. The records we broke, the way that we changed 50-over cricket for everybody. That 4 years is what I look back on, and then that resulted in us lifting that trophy in 2019. I've had some amazing memories with some amazing people in that dressing room. Nothing but good memories. Along the road there'll be some ups and downs, but I've thoroughly enjoyed the 104 games that I played for England in this format. It's been incredible.
How confident are you in the success of this England team going forward in 50-over cricket?
Very. They've got a leader in Jos Buttler who epitomises everything that we want to be as a white ball team. He's got the experience of being vice captain to Owen for a number of years, and he gives everything he can. He's a very selfless cricketer, selfless man, and a selfless captain. And he's going to drive this team forward in the same way that Owen did, but in his own fashion. He's going to impose himself with his personality in the way that he wants, and everyone who walks out on the field under Jos Buttler will give him everything, because he's a man that you follow by the way that he plays the game, and he's just respected by everybody.
Did you think about making it a temporary decision and perhaps leave the door open for ICC events?
You obviously think about stuff like that, but what I don't want to be doing is saying, nah, don't play that, and then when, say, an ICC event comes up, be like, yeah, because, this gives an amazing opportunity for someone to come in, get experience, and then hopefully go and win that World Cup again like we managed to do in 2019. It wouldn't be fair on anybody who gets that opportunity with me now not playing this format to then just all of a sudden be like, oh yeah, I'll come back. You know, it's not what it's about. You know, it's someone else's turn now to go out and try and progress themselves as a player in this format. You know, the talent that we've got sitting on the sidelines at the moment is something as well that I looked at, saying that him there would be out here giving Joss absolutely everything, and you know, I've not been able to do that over the last 3 games, unfortunately.
And just finally, it says quite a lot about Test cricket that you're showing this commitment to that format of the game, and clearly the start you've had as captain and the way it's gone, you're loving it.
Yeah, Test cricket's always been, you know, the absolute pinnacle for me. It's, you know, that's where everything is for me now. With obviously being Test captain, it's even not more important, but it's a lot more to think about. So, you know, that's where I wanted the longevity thing to come in, because I want to be playing till I'm 35, 36 at least. And I spoke with Stuart Broad and I asked him, I said, when you stop playing white ball cricket, is that a huge reason as to why you're still playing now? And he said undoubtedly yes. So hopefully when I'm still playing at 36, I can look back on this moment here and say, like, there was a big reason as to why I'm still able to get out on the park and represent England in Test cricket.
Well, that was Ben Stokes speaking to Henry Moran before play today. We heard Ben Stokes talking about that final ball of the World Cup final. He was batting, of course, with Mark Wood, who's alongside me now. What are your thoughts, Mark, about Ben Stokes retiring? Were you surprised when you heard the news?
Yeah, I was surprised. I was sad more than anything, I would say. The fact that I'm not going to play with him in this format again, you know, at the age he's at, I didn't expect him to stop. I mean, you don't expect him to stop at all, really, Stokes, if I'm honest. But yeah, I just feel a bit sad, to be honest. That's my overriding feeling on it. It's just, I thought that he'd, you know, 50 over World Cup and want to defend that. And I know he's a legend and icon probably across all forms, but you know, when you think back to the World Cup final, that's iconic, isn't it? He'll always be remembered for that. So it's a sad day that he'll not be playing this format anymore.
The right decision for him, though, it seems.
Oh yeah, I can understand it. You know, you don't want him to give 80% in Test cricket, 80% in 2020 and 80% in 50 overs. I think the kind of guy that he is, he has to give 100% in absolutely everything he does, whether it's training or playing. And with the schedule, it just seems a bit mental to think that, you know, he could be throwing everything into it as a Test captain, and it's a completely different team for the ODIs, and he can't get there. So I think the scheduling has probably made the decision easier for him. For me, I think if you think back to maybe even a year or two ago, like if he wasn't captain, maybe then he would have stuck at it a little bit more. But with seeing what's happened to his good pal Ruti, and you know, knowing that, you know, by the end Ruti was exhausted, and seeing other nations and other players do it and you know, choose different formats, it's probably just helped his decision. And look, he can still give 100% in Test match cricket, still give 100% in 2020, but this is the one that has to go for him.
You said there that the players aren't like cars. You can't just sort of fill them up with petrol and sort of send them back out again. Is that perhaps the biggest message yet about the cricket schedule, that it needs to be looked at? Or is it just one of those things that actually, you know, you cannot play across 3 formats? There's enough cricket for everybody in a way. You know, you have a big squad and a squad of players. You can field your teams, but actually it's just unrealistic to expect one player to play all 3 formats.
Well, I'd like to play all 3 still. Obviously, I see that as a man that is currently injured. and has a poor injury record. But I would still love to try and defend that 50 over if I could. I think it is becoming harder with the schedules. You can't. There's no way I can go from bowling 25 to 30 overs trying to bowl 90 mile an hour, for 4 or 5 days of cricket, and then 2 days later be playing 50 over cricket, and then 3 days later another series, and then 2020, then straight back into test matches. It's just not going to work. So I understand why he has stopped. I totally get it. I just feel sad about it. It's not a criticism of him or anything. And actually, I respect him as a person, not just as a cricketer, to be brave enough to make that decision and say, look, this is going to prolong my career. This is going to make me better in the other formats. So you've got to say fair enough.
How much does it undermine England's defence of the World Cup in 14, 15 months' time? I mean, he was such a pivotal member of the side that won it. It's going to be hard enough as it is going to India to try to defend it.
Yeah.
Is it a huge loss for England?
It's a big loss. Obviously, him and Morgan are a huge loss. I mean, I blame Josh Buttler. He's getting rid of people left, right and centre, isn't he? No, I think, look, it'll be any... team without Stokesy, and it's a big loss. It was a big loss without Morgie. I thought obviously he was our captain, he would defend that, but obviously he's not going to be there. Now we're off probably our main player or our best player. So yeah, it's a huge chance, but it gives other people opportunity. We've got big depth in across England white ball cricket at the minute, so it gives someone else a chance. But nobody fills Stokesy's shoes really when you think about it. Like, who else is going to bat ball and field like he does? So yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, it seems like an absurd question in a way, isn't it? Are England going to miss him? Of course they're going to miss him, a player of that quality. But I suppose if you can't give 100%, if you feel you can't give 100% to it, perhaps there is a player there. I don't know, someone like Liam Livingstone might step up. Not quite the same sort of player because he spins rather than bowls pace. Who actually probably possibly can give 100% to it.
Yeah, and I think that was the main thing I got from what he said, was that he wanted to be able to give the team everything. And like you say, if he can't give 100%, that would play on his personality as much as anything else. It wouldn't just, he wouldn't accept it if he was let, or feels like he's letting the team down in some way. He definitely wouldn't be. I mean, even 80% of Stokesy is more than enough, but he would feel like if it's not his best, or what he can give on the day is his best, then he certainly wouldn't want to just keep pushing it for the sake of it.
So it's not something you would consider doing because you want to play as much as possible.
Not at the minute. I mean, I've missed enough cricket to want to say, oh well, I'll just play one or the other. I think at the minute I've got to get my own priorities right. Stokesy's got that luxury because he's England Test captain, plus he's played so much cricket through this last period that he can almost say, look, I've worked hard for this, and I see myself
going through the 2020 route in one days, because he'll still be a huge part of that. It's not like he's given up one-day cricket. I just feel like the Test captaincy has played a huge role in this. If you take over the Test match job, he's not just a Test match player anymore. He's got all the other stuff to deal with and be a part of, and that energy will take away from that as well. So he's going to have more energy to do that job than just what he's had before. So that's probably where it feels like it's just, I guess, dulling it down a bit if he plays everything, because it'll not mean that he's so energetic, so Ben Stokes like, I guess, if he does everything.
What is all that stuff behind the scenes? Just give people an insight into what you have to do as Test cap. It's not just about going out there and leading the side on the field and obviously trying to produce dominating performances as well. What's all that stuff behind the scenes?
So it's just the pressure is one, but the other thing, it's like team selection, making sure everyone's okay, training patterns, training plans, getting the right people in place off the field. Rudy was doing so much at one point where it was just like, he's just not just the captain on the field. He's almost like a second team manager behind closed doors, and eventually that just wears you down. When you've got you're trying to build a good team culture, you're trying to get plans in place, you're planning ahead for the next series. COVID hit, all that kind of stuff. You could see, COVID won't be hopefully an issue for Stokesy, but you can still see that there might be issues that crop up for him that'll take his gaze away, that aren't just on the field. There'll be other stuff behind closed doors that he has to look at. He's got himself as a brand as well. He's not just Ben Stokes, cricketer. He's got these other endorsements, and himself. He's got other things that people want, his time and things like that. So he's got to just spread it out as best he can.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, isn't it? That you don't see all those other things you're sort of required to do as England captain, all the events you have to turn up for, because you are the figurehead of the English game.
Yeah.
Just on, we heard you talking there about the World Cup final. You were out there for the last ball. I don't know whether you replay it back in your mind.
Never. Not after that dive, never again.
Because he had the chance to biff that ball into the stand, didn't he, off Trent Boult. But he said there very explicitly, I just needed to keep this along the ground to make sure we at least got one.
Great thinking, but I still blame him. He'd been hitting full-on Yorkers, sweeping them into the crowd for six. He gets a full toss, he knocks it down the ground. It was great thinking at the time, really. I'm only joking. Great thinking. It's just the execution. If he could have gotten it a little bit wider of mid-wicket, just to mid-on's left, I might have had a chance, but he nailed it directly at mid-on, and I just couldn't get back.
Yeah, he sort of dead battered it to sort of mid-on, because the long-on fielder had to come in then. Yeah. He might have had a chance to get up and down. How much were you at your crease as he bowled that ball?
I actually wasn't at all. I'll tell you why. Actually, as he was running, it's mental, but when you're under pressure, you think about a million things. So I was thinking, don't get man-catted. Make sure that you're on like the good part of the pitch to run on. Make sure you turn and you sprint and you dive. Like, all these things were going through my head. Well, actually, I could have maybe pinched a couple of yards if I'd been switched on, but I was so nervous that I didn't want to mess it up.
Well, it was just as well you were run out, because it gave us the super over drama as well.
Thank you, cheers. Thanks.
This is the TMS podcast from BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks to Mark Wood, England and Durham teammate of Ben Stokes, reacting there to the news that Stokes will no longer play one-day international cricket for England following his decision to retire from the format. Well, we can also hear from fellow England fast bowlers Jimmy Anderson and Saki Mahmood, who've been offering their reaction to the news.
I don't think I was that surprised. As Ben touched on then, he's someone who wants to go out there and give absolutely everything to the cause, and I don't think it would sit well with him to think, I've got to try and I can't bowl my full 10 with the ball, just bowling 4 or 5 overs a game and not being able to throw himself around in the field like he does. I think that's probably his main reasoning behind it. I did think at some point, when he became Test captain, I thought someone like him, who's a proper all-rounder, can win games with bat, ball and in the field. Something would have to give. I'm maybe surprised it was this soon after getting the Test captaincy, but I think it's a sensible decision for him.
How about you, Saki? He was someone who's very desperate to play for England every occasion he possibly can. You presumably can understand the decision of someone who's that deep into their international career with the demands on them.
Yeah, for me, I think it's slightly different. I'm obviously trying to make my way in and play as much as I can, and I think it's different for Ben, who's, this is 105th ODI, but the pressures and the scheduling that we have these days, you'll finish a test match 2 days later, there's an ODI starting. And if you're thinking about what's happening in the future, Ben is someone I've always found who thinks about, he's very in the moment, but if he's thinking about looking after himself for the future, then it's not right for him.
Yeah, it's one of those decisions you can understand, although there is a World Cup next year. You just wonder, whether they might knock on his door about a month before and say, fancy playing in the World Cup. I don't know whether that's absolutely it or not. Jimmy's shaking his head.
Yeah, I think this is it. I think, again, Ben's someone who, when he makes a decision, he sticks to it. He's not someone who's just going to say, if he wanted to just sit out ODIs for 6 months, he would have said that. But this is a definite end for him in this format. And as I said, I think it's a really sensible decision from him. We'll still see a lot of him in an England shirt with a test team and T20s. So it's not all doom and gloom. I think it would be really good for him, and as he said, prolonging his career.
You're listening to the TMS podcast from BBC Radio 5 Live.
Jimmy Anderson and Saki Mahmood there with a reaction to the news that Ben Stokes has retired from one-day international cricket 11 years after first making his debut. We can get some further analysis now with another member of that World Cup winning England side in 2019, Chris Wokes, speaking alongside the BBC's cricket correspondent Jonathan Agnew.
This certainly won't have been a knee-jerk reaction from Ben. I'm sure he's given it a lot of thought, and I'm sure what Aggers has said there has probably come into his thoughts as well with regards to his family life, spending time with his wife Claire and his 2 young children. I think that's probably come into it as well. And I think he said in his statement that it was unsustainable to kind of play all 3 formats. I think obviously taking on the Test captaincy now will probably have had a big knock-on effect in terms of what that job requires. It will come, he's the sort of man that will be all in on that Test captaincy and he'll be wanting to give it his all. And I think he probably feels that he needs that little bit of extra time, which hopefully, him knocking ODI cricket on the head will now give him to be able to focus on that and obviously T20 as well.
The quotes, Jonathan, from Ben Stokes are really interesting. He said, as hard a decision as this was to come to, it's not as hard as dealing with the fact that I can't give my teammates 100% of myself in that format anymore. So, a sensible decision, but also a humble decision.
Yeah, I mean, he does have some fitness issues, as we know, with his knees and various other parts of his body. And, he doesn't always bowl his full allocation, for example, in 50 overs cricket. But, I just think he's got so much on and he's got so much cricket on that something has had to give. And Chris knows Ben better than I do, but I don't think that cricket absolutely rules his life. He's very much a family man. And there is that aspect of it because of that that commitment I was mentioning about the length of time to travel, to play a couple of warm-up games, to play a 5-match series. That is a month gone to play 5 games. And I just think that we will see more, because another point about this is, of course, that these days your modern international cricketer doesn't need to play every format financially. They get paid well enough playing Test cricket or T20 cricket or whatever it may be, and the franchises and so on. A few years ago, you needed to play every single game that you possibly could in order to make a decent living. Well, that's not the case anymore, and you can be more choosy about it. And I say I'm not surprised that he's chosen that format, which does feel that it's kind of running out of steam anyway, if I'm honest. It's not no surprise at all, because of course it now keeps the door open for the franchises.
Chris, having you is great, because of course we can talk about his fantastic innings all day, but not only have you been there to see them, you've been behind the scenes as well, of course. So when you think about Ben Stokes, one-day internationals, ordinarily I wouldn't guess what the standout moment is. If it's not the World Cup final, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of, the question answers itself, doesn't it, really? I mean, I look back on that tournament and, I was looking back at a few clips on social media earlier, and he had an incredible tournament with the bat, not just obviously produced what he did in the final, which was remarkable, but and effectively got us over the line single-handedly in the end. But it was just, he had a great tournament from start to finish with the bat, and some of the innings that he played, I think there was a knock at Sri Lanka when we actually lost the game, where he nearly won us the game single-handedly again. So you know, it was an incredible tournament. Yeah, I think my obviously big ODI moment for Ben is obviously the final, and the way he kind of you know, dragged us to that super over, and then obviously still to do what he did in the super over as well was just typical Ben Stokes. But yeah, what a player. I think the way I look at it is there's players in international cricket which are obviously, you know, the international game is full of good players and very good players, but there's only a very, very small few that can do things like Ben Stokes does and has done for a long period of time. And you know, we're obviously very lucky to have him as an England team, as England fans, and he is the man that can deliver moments which you remember for the rest of your life. And you know, I've certainly played in a few games which he's delivered that. So you know, incredible player and incredible guy to be around as well.
How small is that group, Chris, of one-day players that Ben Stokes belongs to at the top of the game?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tiny, really. You know, you think of greats of the game. You know, in general, they're guys that do it across all three formats, or all three formats now. Maybe back in the day it was only two formats, but you look at guys that can adapt across the game. You know, whatever skill is required, they can adapt and deliver those magical moments. And Ben's certainly obviously done that. You know, that group of players that do that are very small. You know, particularly in the white ball game, you kind of think so that you talk of the likes of, you know, A.B. de Villiers, you know, those sort of guys that have done it over a long period of time, as I said, across all three formats. But you know, Ben for me is obviously an amazing white ball cricketer. And it's a bit of a weird one because it feels like we're talking like he's completely finished, but obviously he hasn't. There's so much more cricket for us to see with Ben Stokes. So yeah, it's not all doom and gloom.
The TMS Podcast from BBC Radio 5 Live.
Well, that was our look back at the retirement of Ben Stokes and one-day international cricket. It's clear that the climate doesn't approve of Ben Stokes' decision to retire from one-days, because ever since it's happened, well, it's 40 degrees in Durham the other day, or thereabouts, and ever since then it seems to have rained. Rain on Friday night at Old Trafford. They managed to get a game in there, but I'm not absolutely convinced we're going to do something similar at Headingley today. We have only had 6.5 overs since 12:24. It is still raining. The cut-off here is just after 6 o'clock today. In other words, we need to be playing by then for there to be a positive outcome. England could bat for 20 overs. The only problem is it's still raining. More rain is on the radar, so we might have a few interludes. It might stop for a bit and then it's going to rain again, and it's going to take them, you know, something like an hour to clean up once it stops raining. So there's, I would say at the moment, very little prospect of any more play at Headingley today. It's not absolutely definitive, but that's the way it is looking. South Africa reached 159 for 2 off 27.4 overs. Disappointing for Quinton de Kock, who's played superbly today. It's been a sublime innings. He's 92 not out, and it looks as if he is going to be denied his first ever one-day 100 against England in a one-day international in England, although he has scored one-day hundreds in South Africa. And Aiden Markram is 24 not out. These two have put on 60 so far. South Africa lost a couple of wickets. Malan out for 11, caught by Roy off Willey, and Van der Dussen caught by Bairstow off Rashid for 26. So that's the state of play at Headingley, or the lack of play at Headingley. Quite a few spectators have stayed around optimistically, but umbrellas are still up. It's overcast, more rain is on its way. So what we are going to do is very shortly we're going to say goodbye to our Radio 4 longwave listeners. If there is any more play, then we will be back, but it's not looking like there will be at the moment. So for now, and possibly until later in the week, we are going to say goodbye to our Radio 4 longwave listeners. For 5 Live Sports Extra listeners, we are also going to say goodbye to you for now. But just to reiterate, if there is any more play, we will be back here at Headingley. South Africa 159 for 2. If there is any more play, that might be it actually in terms of their innings. So de Kock might be denied his 100. We might just get 20 overs of an England innings, and they've revised the target. But at the moment it's not looking likely, and so we are going to say goodbye from Headingley for now.
Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website. Hello, this is 5 Live Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. I'm sorry we're unable to bring you any live cricket at the moment. That's due to rain. As and when there's any play, we will return to the action. And you can follow updates in the meantime via the cricket section of the BBC Sports website.